A very good morning and welcome to Stellenbosch for day 4 of the CSA Cubs 2026 held here in Stellenbosch at Marty's. It is day 4, as I said, and a very intriguing clash we have for you. We have the Coastal Conquerors, who is captained there by Samil Pillay. They have won 2 games. They're up against the Superstars. Their captain, Francois Prince, he's here as well. So both these teams got 2 wins. One of them might get the 3rd win today. We'll see how things progress. The umpire's here to oversee the toss. I'm going to ask Angus if you can. Yes, he's given the coin. Francois, you to do the toss, please.
Cheers.
Tells us the call.
And that's a head.
Okay.
Okay, Francois, if you can just come to me. Your decision, please, sir.
We'll have a ball first, sir.
Overcast conditions, wicket was a little bit under the covers there. Probably the best decision for you to do.
Yes, definitely. I think the conditions is a huge part in the toss, and I think there's a good toss to win, so definitely.
It's been an interesting week for you guys. You've won the first 2 games. You had to fight hard on day 2. Yesterday, not getting across the line. A lot for you guys still to play for.
Yes, sir. Yeah, definitely. With the past couple 3 days, we just put it behind us. Take every day as it comes. So yeah, big game today, and hopefully we can come on the winning side.
What do you expect from the conditions here today? It has been undercover a little bit. It has a little bit of moisture on the surface as well. What's your thoughts? How could it play?
Yeah, no, definitely. It's not going to be easy in the start, the first hour and a half maybe. So we're probably going to get our fast bowlers, medium pacers up, get us some wickets.
Who's setting out for you today?
Today it is Shaky, and then we have one injured within arm, so he's sitting out.
Go well today.
Thank you, sir.
Samal, I'm thinking you probably would have liked to have bowled as well.
Yeah, obviously it's not ideal to have a bat first on a wicket that's been under covers for a bit and been worked on for quite some time this morning. But I mean, we're more than happy to bat, and I guess we just have to take it on the chin and maximise the power play as much as possible.
Yeah, the ball could come onto the bat a little bit better, and you could have that scoreboard pressure later on.
Yeah, definitely. I think scoreboard pressure is always a key factor in these type of games, and I think that our bowlers are doing a fantastic job over this week. So yeah, I back the boys.
You guys have had 2 wins so far. It's been an interesting week. How do you sum things up so far?
Yeah, I think we've had a bit of up and down here and there, but I think yesterday our batters really came to the party, and I think that we can take that momentum from yesterday with the win into this game. It'll be really good.
Who's setting out for you today?
Seth Simpson and Spa.
Go well today.
Thank you.
That is the news here at the toss. It is the Superstars. They have won the toss, and without any hesitation, they have decided to have a bowl first. Well, with me is Ben Hawkley, the leading run scorer of this Cubs week so far. Ben, just give us a little insight. You must be happy with the way you've batted so far this week.
Yeah, I'm very happy about how my game's going at the moment. To be honest, I just want to play a ruthless brand of cricket, dominate the ball, or dominate the crease from ball one and see how it goes from there.
It's been a really different type of Cubs week this year. It hasn't sort of been batter dominating the ball so much because there has been something in the pitches. What has been your mindset to try and overcome that?
Yeah, obviously the bowlers are bowled well up front with the new ball. The early conditions do offer something for them. So for me, to be honest, I'd like to use my feet to intercept the swing early on, and it's been working. So yeah.
Yeah, it's been, as I said, it's been a good week for you. It's still 2 more games to go for you. This is a very important day. On a day like this, overcast, what do you tell yourself, especially when it's your turn to bat?
To be honest, not much. I want to keep my mindset the same and go about business as usual.
What is life going to be like after Cubs week for you?
I'm going to Tux University. Going to go study there and play some cricket. Yeah.
Good facility to be in there. Tux has always done well, and you're probably going to try and continue in that vein as well. Maybe get in some higher honours.
Yeah, hopefully. Yeah, I'll give it my best shot this year and see how it goes.
Listen, hopefully you can keep that orange cap for a long time. Well done. All the best today.
Cool. Thank you.
Thanks.
Good morning and welcome to Stellenbosch. It's Cricket South Africa's Cubs week, the fourth day. It's a delayed start at the Coetzenburg Oval. We had overnight rain and finally we will get play underway with revised playing conditions. Our match today, the featured match, Southern Superstars against Coastal Conquerors. And if we look at the conditions that I was speaking about, the power play will be for the first 8 overs, then 23 and 7. And bowlers will be allowed, 3 bowlers will be allowed to bowl 8 overs, 2 bowlers will bowl 7, and we will have a 30-minute lunch break. A lot to look forward to. It is still very cloudy in Stellenbosch. We've had wind for the first 3 days. Now it's nice conditions. Overhead conditions will be welcomed by the players as well. This is a look at the log and the Northern Champions dictating matters at the top with 14 points. Southern Superstars on 9, Coastal Conquerors on 8. So it's number 2 against number 3. Western Legends on 5, Eastern Warriors on 4, and Central Gladiators not getting themselves going in this week. But we've got some real talent on show. We've seen it through the course of this week and this tournament. It's a platform for the youngsters, the young stars of tomorrow, to announce themselves, the platform that's been given around the country and around the world, really, to showcase the talent that we have in South African cricket. So really a much anticipated clash, and thankful that we will bring you some cricket from the Coetzenburg Oval. When we arrived this morning, we had a light drizzle, but nothing too threatening, and the locals say that there might be a small chance of, let's say, light rain, let's say misty rain more than anything else. But we should get a full game of cricket from this point on, which is 38 overs per side. And you can really look at the man at the top, Ben Hawkley. He's something to watch. 155 runs, an average of 77.5. Eugene Molion spoke to him earlier about his approach. Joshua van Biljon, 152. So Coastal Conquerors sitting with positions 1 and 2 in that batting lineup. 3 games in. Samuel Schechter has impressed me as well. He's been used late in the order for Eastern Warriors, but he's made his way to 121 runs, and he's been knocking on the door to say, I think I can be higher up in the batting order. So that is a look at the batters. The bowlers have certainly done their bit as well. And the news from the middle is no surprise, really, that the Southern Superstars won the toss, and they said, we'll have a bowl. Favourable conditions, also the rain that fell overnight, and they want to make first use of the pitch with ball in hand. And look at Tanuwetu Zama, that's the 17-year-old, who will face up the first delivery. Product of Michael House. The Coastal Conquerors will give it away. It's dominated by KwaZulu-Natal, and your Southern Superstars is the home team, made up of Welland Landbou's captain Francois Prince, Paul Roos, who just around the corner from where we are, Luca Placker representing Paul Roos Gymnasium. And the new ball will belong to Wako Basic, 17-year-old. Here we go. Umpires say we are about to get going. Umpires Gous and Mjoli. Mjoli is, we will run from it and start proceedings. No ball called. Well, that is not the way you want to start, having won the toss, and that means free hit. So this is exactly what you want as a batter. It's the two Ferreiras opening the batting from a commentary perspective. My name is Johan, and with me is JD. Great to have you along, and first time that I've got the opportunity to share the commentary booth with you, JD.
Thanks, Johan. I'm really excited to be here with you. Wako Basic committing a bit of a cardinal sin for ball 1, no ball, and Coastal Conquerors side will look to deal the first blow in this contest in what is effectively a semi-final, as they will look to get the W next to their name. Oh, it hits him on the body there. Head was up before the ball even arrived. Excited to dispatch that to the boundary, but it didn't realise for them. And let out of jail there was Wako Basic. It's going to be challenging from a batting point of view today. We mentioned the overcast conditions, pitch being covered, and Basic will have a lot of fun if he gets it right. Not this KZN Coastal side. You mentioned the surnames or the names of their captain. Apologies, I thought he was going to run in there. My bad. As we look at the the run scorers, but Joshua van Biljon getting to 95 not out yesterday. And Bangazu Mapanga yesterday really stepped to the fore. They were in trouble. Lost 4 early wickets against the Western Legends and managing to fight their way through it. The Legends getting rid of Ben Hawkley fairly early on, and they thought they were going to cruise on home. But the likes of that man Van Biljon and Mapanga saw it differently.
No, the dynamic certainly changes because we've had blustery conditions, we've had the sun out, and suddenly you arrive at the ground, and something that's it's not accustomed to this time of the year in the Western Cape. We're not used to seeing cloudy conditions and a bit of rain. It's normally very hot, especially in this region: Stellenbosch, Wellington, Paarl. A couple of degrees more than what you would find in the Durbanville, Brackenfell area towards Cape Town. Oh, he's getting a bit of bounce there. There's promising signs, and that's what you would expect. That's why Francois Prince said there's no hesitation here. We're going to have a bowl. Both captains wanted to bowl, but you get dealt the cards, so you've got to make the most of what's given to you. Very important to get a good foundation. See off this new ball as best you can, but be mindful of the runs that's on offer in the power play period, which consists of 8 overs to start off. So that's 2 fielders allowed outside the ring. The attacking field is 2 slips and the keeper.
Eugene Morgan will be pleased that there's a third man in place.
Or beats him outside off with a beaut of a delivery. Daniel Cook is the man from Rondebosch with the gloves on.
Tidy over from Bassick to start, despite that early no ball. Managed to get back into his bowling pretty quickly. Let's take a look at that again. Yeah, exactly what you expect. That actually didn't do much. I think the batsman was looking to play the swing. There was none. It went straight on, just beating that outside edge. And Bassick will definitely have his tail up in these conditions.
On the money once again.
Hitting those areas nicely. I would have spoken about the line and the length early on, being disciplined, and I know there's a lot to play for you. One of these teams would love to play against or end second and possibly look at playing the Northern Champions, but that Northern Champions side, I tell you, you're looking for guts and character. You don't have to look further than that. And they've shown us what they can do with the odds against them, and yesterday they were absolutely relentless.
Another beaut, outside off stump, perfect lines. And credit to Bassick for the way he's come back in this over. Just that one no ball and that the solitary run off the first over. We look at you would often argue and say that white ball cricket is absolutely designed for batters. But I'm really happy to see that the bowlers have extracted what is available on the pitches over the course of now the 4th day. So it's definitely a good contest. And this Coastal Conqueror side is loaded with batting talent. And one of those is the man that will take strike now. And that's Semal Pillay, who has first-class experience under his name. He's the captain. 77 runs in this specific week. But he can play, Semal Pillay. 18-year-old. Product of KwaZulu-Natal, played for the Dolphins already. So he's making his way in domestic cricket at the young age of 18. You've lost the toss. Now you've put pads on. You've got to go and do a job.
Looking for a character tester, that's exactly that. Just to your point in terms of batting, there's been 18 knocks past 50. We haven't seen one go to 100 yet. So it says something about the conditions and making it extremely tough for the batsmen. But as these days have gone by and these batters have settled in and gotten used to the pace of the wickets, hoping for a triple figure somewhere along the line today.
Tywin Adams, playing Nederburg Secondary School. That's where he comes from. On the money as well. Nice to see lefties. We've seen a lot of left-handers batters, that I have to say, but the left arm over, there's just something special about that. Not easy to face.
There's 2 things that excite me. It's a cover drive from a left-handed batsman and a left-arm seam bowler. And they are few and far between, but childhood memories brings back the images of Brett Schultz partnering with Alan Donald, and that's where I fell in love with the left-arm seam bowlers. And this man, Tywin Adams, what a success story he is as well out of Klein-Nederburg.
Yeah, you talk about Brett Schultz, the way he tore into Sri Lanka, got to the crease, jumped 2 sets of hurdles before he delivered.
And he had the devil's eyes in him because he would stare through you. And I think it was probably one of the most frightening sights in world cricket when you had to face Donald, and the next over it was Schultz to join him. Also wore the white sunblock, what was they call? I can't remember what the product was called, but anyways, and both were identical in the way they looked and the way they bowled.
Oh, lovely area from Adams. Challenging. This is going to be challenging throughout. You'll see the sawdust that's been put across the parts of the pitch, more so where Pillay is fronting up from. And it's funny, JD, because it's a visual game, and you'll be aware of the sawdust in front of you. And you'll start playing processes through your mind. If the ball is on a length, what could it potentially do? Where is the sawdust? Where's the bowlers running from the other end now? The spikes. It's just, there's so many dynamics that you just want to get settled first.
Back on that same line again, good length, and this will be a character test for Samuel Pillay. You spoke about the fact that he's in that Dolphins Academy. Will have had a lot of experience with some of the older men, and you see that with some of these grade 10s or going into the grade 11 here, some big eyes around as they have to step it up a level or two. Level of pace is different, the way they bat and approach things. It's a great opportunity for these youngsters to learn, and what a week it's been. Adams.
Yeah, I have to give credit to the bowler, but I think Pillay played that very well. He opened the face and just he was aware, he didn't have a full go. I think often that's the mistake you make. And he just sort of rode the ball down onto the ground, and he gets off the mark. That's the first run off the bat in this innings, 2 without loss. Yes. Adams 1 left in his first opening over.
Yeah, Pillay would be familiar with these conditions. KZN, the Midlands, they would have played in a lot of overcast conditions, so I think this will suit him. He'll know that he'll have to ride out 5 or 6 overs here, make sure that he assesses the conditions correctly. And Zama, he's 0 of 7 at the moment. That won't bother him too much.
Takes the aerial route, but it's safe. There's no one at square. They'll convert the 1 into a 2. Good running by these opening batters for Coastal Conquerors. Second over, something of the past. 4 without the loss of a wicket. Zama on 2, Pillay on 1. I love the analogy because this reminds you, this has a bit of a Midlands feel to it. The whole setup today, the overcast, cloudy conditions, the scenery. Takes you to a sort of a Hilton College, a Michael House, Maritzburg College.
Yeah, I'll talk about those names. Hilton obviously being the home of Ben Hawkley. I've played all his high school cricket there. Again, he's a dangerous man to come down the order. Van Biljon, another one. Mapanga was a standout yesterday for this Coastal Conquerors side. He joined Van Biljon, and they absolutely hit their opposition to all corners. They played some very, very good cricket. But let's see what this Southern Superstars team can produce with ball in hand.
Oh, he started the way that he began his first over with a no ball. Just heard the call from umpire Njoli. Oh, that's not good. You've done all the hard work for the first 2 overs, and now you're going to have that release opportunity again. You'll see the sawdust that I was talking about.
Well, not Basic struggling with at the moment, yeah. It's just we saw it from ball 2, 3 onwards. Got into a rhythm, was sure about it. Now there was a bit of a break again. Starts exactly the same. So that must be something that's a little bit off in that run-up. Or that he's maybe missing a foot or 2 somewhere. But let's see if he can gather his thoughts again and produce a similar over to his first one.
Well, it's a free hit, and he's allowed to change the field because they rotate it. If the same player was on strike, that would change the dynamic. He digs it in short, and he gets away with it because the square leg umpire says that's 1 for the over. That's clever, and he's done the right thing, Bassick, and he went short and he pushed square leg back. So he said, okay, well, if you hit me, at least I have protection. Yes, it won't be a wicket, but at least I've got the protection against the boundary.
It's a big oval. There's a lot of space for running the ones and twos. And we saw that yesterday with that northern side as well, just rotating the strike, making sure they pick off the singles, the twos.
What was also very evident is directly after that free hit delivery, they changed it back. Gideon de Toy moved back to second slip. So he went to the square leg boundary. The free hit was a shorty that they failed to get away. And then the call back to Gideon de Toy to say, come, you're going to take your position back at second slip.
Thinking cricketer. Bassick. I haven't seen a crazy amount of swing yet. Just the ball doing a little, but not a whole lot. Just fine little drizzle at the moment. You can pick up.
Yeah, that's what the locals said. There's going to be some drizzle. I called it at the start. I'm not convinced that we've seen the end of the water, but I do think it will be small amounts. It remains to be seen how heavy does it get, and when do the umpires say, well, now it's not really playable. We're going to try and get a game of cricket, and of course these youngsters have travelled far and they want to get the best out of this week.
Folks, let it be known if it starts pouring down, I'll
my
put the
fault.
blame on my colleague over here.
So if the umpire, if the commentator's curse exists, I bet you the sun won't come out now.
These two groundsmen are so keen to get out there and get some more sawdust out there. They decided to walk into the pitch with 2 balls to spare.
It is quite comical because right in front of our commentary position, there's a big sign that says "Keep off the grass." Oh, it's a lovely delivery once again. You get the new ball, and sometimes you can get lost in the moment where it's overcast. You know it's going to favour you, but you've still got you've got to put the ball in the right areas.
Put the hard yards in, and look at that replay now. You can see him beat the bat. Got to get it in the right areas. Got to stay disciplined. And Bassick overs figures of 0 for 3 and 1.3. 2 of those came courtesy of from no balls. So really tidy at the moment. Gets it to go the other way. It's the first one we've seen come in off the seam. And a lot of encouragement here for Bassick.
And I think for youngsters watching this, there's going to be periods in your innings, especially as an opening batter, where you've got to do some survival. And this is one of those periods. It's going to nip around. You're going to bounce. You're going to do some Michael Flatley dances. But if you're willing to stick it out, you can then cash in later. The last thing they want now is 6 for 1. That's good. I like that from Tandaway to Zama. Just appreciating the moment, knocking it back. So often you can say, well, you know what? I've seen one come in, one go out. I'm going to take the bull by the horns.
It's positive off the front foot. Umpires have now called for the ground staff to come and assist with getting it down, making sure that they can fix that little damp spot. I think Bassick complained about that landing area.
He's been asking the right questions outside off stump. So he's been bothering the opening pair and just wants to get that landing area sorted out. There's a lot of sawdust behind Bassick where he ran from. You'll see it behind the keeper, maybe not. There we go. You'll see that heap of sawdust that's behind the keeper.
I'm wondering if I haven't called for a bit of turf yet. Looks like a heavy bag, that. And see if you can see the areas. Little hammer comes out. Yeah. See if they'll take a look if there's a bit of bully coming out there. Yeah, I'll put a ground swell to cover it. Ground staff working tirelessly to make sure that we actually have a game. And big shout out to them as well. But a tidy start here for the Coastal Conquerors. The fact that they haven't lost a wicket in trying conditions yet. But credit to Azama and Pillay. He's sticking it out. Azama 2 of 14, Pillay 2 of 6. And both bowlers not giving any freebies. Bassick lucky, I guess, not to have conceded boundaries of those 2 no balls. Look at the gentleman passing us this morning. The chief man, the selector of all selectors. He's the one making his way past the grounds, past our camera here, had a job to do. Let's talk about that Protea under 19 side at the moment, battling it out against India. World Cup is around the corner, but some of these players will be playing for an opportunity to be like on a reserve list, and also focusing on that outgoing test or series against England in June and July. So they'll look to get their names into that next cycle, and that'll be in the back of the mind of the selectors as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And the under 19s 2-0 down against India. A lot of rain around, Douglas Lewis Stern coming into the equation in both matches. But there's so much to look forward to in this year. It's a jam-packed bumper year. The Ashes currently are on the go in Sydney, the last test. A lot of talking points around that and the product of test cricket. This one looks to be going towards the distance, and which is promising from a product perspective. You might argue and say, well, you want to see the exciting brand of cricket, but I still think, JD, and I would love your opinion on it, there's a place for the 5-day version that lasts 5 days.
The day that they stop playing Test cricket is the day I stop watching cricket. I'm a purist in that form, and I think a lot of people share that sentiment. There's qualities that Test cricket will teach you as a cricketer, which the T20s and 50-over games won't. And it'll be a sad day should we lose 4 or 5-day cricket, because it's been there since the beginning. It's the purest form of the game. And I love the excitement around the shorter format, but when it comes to Test cricket, Steve Smith showed us how entertaining it can be, and watched him today, or this morning rather. He's an entertaining batsman to watch when he gets going. He's got all the classical textbook shots, but also sometimes you think to yourself, where did that come from? There was a flat bat forehand somewhere along today where they bowled short and it was a slower ball bouncer. Just waited for it and just batted it down the field. But definitely a fan of the 5-day game, and I don't see that disappearing at all. I think the pink ball variation is trying to test things and mix it up. I love that. But 5-day cricket, hopefully it's here to stay.
Yeah, I was having a chat to Peter Cronier earlier this morning, man from Office. And Peter, we were talking about exposure to 2-day cricket for youngsters. And again, there's not having a dig at any sports organisers out there, but it's worth investing in creating opportunities to expose youngsters into a 2-day format. I know that Grey College and Paul Roos last year, they played a 2-day game. So I would love to see more of that. Expose youngsters to the opportunity to invest time at the crease. Give the bowlers opportunities to do something different than protecting runs, where they can really learn their trades that they can take forward. Because that is the next step. From here, yes, the 50-over cricket is there and the T20s are there, but what next? How do you make that transition? This one is called wide. It's been a slow start because of the pitch conditions and now doing repairs again. So we haven't really had momentum in this innings. Starting over number 4.
Don't mind that from Adams. Had that ball swinging nicely in conditions. Batsman interest there for a second, but Adams will take a note of that. And definitely make sure he keeps the batsman guessing. Will Tywin Adams.
And this time a genuine edge that's produced from Adams. He's also just asking the right questions, knocking away at that 4th stump line of Semal Pillay. This will be a big fish if they can bag one early. 7 without the loss. 3.1 overs, 3.2 overs now. There's going to be a good little tussle between these two. Pillay can play cricket, that I can tell you. He's a class act.
Adam's asking the right questions again. I'd love to have seen a replay of that previous delivery. Actually, it'd be interesting to see if that keeper has stepped up the line about a metre or so.
This time, a step down the ground, he advanced, and no surprise really. Pillay said, enough of this. Sometimes the best form of defence is attack, so he gets 2. Still waiting for our first boundary. Credit to the Southern superstars. The bowling approach so far has been spot on, bar the couple of no balls and now the wide from Adams.
Let's take a look at this again. Adams to Pillay. Pillay realising field restrictions still apply. Now that was the dropped opportunity. It actually just dropped short of him, so no real opportunity there. But to my point, maybe moving up a metre or 2, and that slip caught in.
knocks over off stump. What a beauty from Adams.
So Pele has got a question mark written over his forward at the moment. Doesn't know how that beat him. But it is Adams who opens proceedings with the first wicket, as the Coastal Conquerors are 9 for 1. And Taiwan Adams will get that first wicket in his bowling column. Lovely. I'm going to bring that replay to you momentarily as Pele receives his marching orders. Take a look at this. Didn't think he was playing for the swing and this carried on straight, hitting the outside of the off-stump textbook. And the coaching staff in Graham October and Esmond van Wyk will be really satisfied and pleased with their bowler there. Then in comes the danger man, Ben Hawkley. He's been in red hot form, top of the pops in terms of runs scored. And he'll look to dig his heels in. Remember, just restricted to 38 overs. 4 per side, and it will be interesting to see the mindset of these batting units as they've got 12 less overs to negotiate with, and will we see a bit more of a T20 mindset later on.
So the one thing that's very notable, as we'll bring you the wicket again of Adams, that's superb. But if you want to be critical, Pele's feet went nowhere.
I think it was in the mindset of leaving the ball again. The delivery was it started on a similar line, but just carried on straight and didn't swing away at all.
So the man that's about to face his first delivery, Ben Hawkley, a lot has been spoken about him. He's got the orange cap for the highest run scorer so far this week, 155, average of 77.5. And he was talking to Eugene Molion before the start of proceedings, and Eugene said to him, how do you approach your innings with the overhead conditions in mind, and what's your mindset like, your game plan? He said, well, I don't change anything. I play the same way immaterial of the conditions. I like the positive mindset because that's what it should be. Play what's in front of you and don't change something where a strong area of your game specifically to suit a different condition or a different pitch. Yes, there'll be times for that. But in this scenario, he's saying, I'm going to continue with what's worked for me, what's got me to the top of the charts.
Solid connection. You don't have to look when he bats, you can hear when he bats. Solid in the middle of the bat. But it says something about a man who's in form, who understands his craft. He is comfortable with his shot selection. Again, he's played in similar conditions like at Hilton College. He'll be very familiar with these conditions. Similar type of wickets out there. So this might just fit Ben Hawkley like a glove.
Just a bit of a movement at the crease from Hawkley, product of Hilton College. And they say it's going to be a sad loss for KwaZulu-Natal specifically because he's headed to Tuks. So Mr. Jock Full, there's just confirmation of that, 155 runs at an average of 77.5. I'm sure by his own account, he'll say that the strike rate, that's one area where he himself would say, I can maybe be a bit sharper there. Strike rate so important of the modern game, and in a 38 over per side contest, that could be key later. Tucks this around the hip. Lovely start to his innings from a run scoring perspective. Adams has been threatening. There's a single of the Hawkley bat. But he is then heading to Tuks. He's going to study there and see if he can make his way through the cricket system. So Jock Full, who's of course at the Titans, he'll probably be aware that Mr. Hawkley is coming from his good mate, Heinrich. Heinrich was sad and Jock will be happy.
No,
Heinrich straight on?
Definitely up. Won't put money against the fact that he will play in the light blue shirt somewhere along the line. He's such a quality. Just look at that. The first one middled it into the covers. The second one realized there will be a single just off the hip, worked it. If it was a slightly leg side, got the single, got off the mark. I think strike rate will be in the back of his mind, but it's been tough going in terms of batting conditions. These wickets have been a bit tricky to play on. But let's see if Ben Hawkley can entertain us today, because once he gets going, it's an absolute spectacle to witness.
Yeah, and you always ask for a fair contest between bat and ball. That's what we're getting. And I think my point is going to be more so to the fact that he's averaging 77. Well, that's a loose one. If you look at that again, he'll say, yes, I'm a positive batter, but that's too far outside off stump. That's not worth the risk.
Oh, he'll have a giggle when he looks at that on the replays later on. It's showing us that he's human and that temptation is real. He's past the teenage phase, I guess. He's becoming a young man. So let's take a look here. A rare moment of a play and miss.
Well, it's exciting for him. He hasn't seen Bassett yet. So see how he responds. More forward defensive this time from Hawkley.
Fuller from Wacko Bassick. It's a smart cricketer, is Bassick. Understands his game. A man out of Bishop's, also one of the top cricketing programs in South Africa in terms of school setups. Fantastic facilities as they have at Hilton College, as they have at Michael House. It's just incredible to see what these kids have available to them in terms of facilities.
Oh, it's a beaut from Bassick. They'll know how important this is. If they can get Hawkley quickly, they're going to have more than their tails up. This is good momentum. Good questions being asked by Bassick.
Daniel Cook, you'll see him, the wicket keeper, just applauding his bowler as he threw that ball away. He wants more of that from Bassick. And
Stellenbosch applauding Bishops.
that is a very strange sight. Maybe let's just record that. We'll use that on social media later. Again, varying the pace. A couple of ones a bit shorter now, fuller. But you don't want to be too full against the in-form man at the moment. Hawkley will punish you if you flirt too long at that length.
And you talk about facilities. I'm from KwaZulu-Natal, and I had the privilege of playing our interprovincial tournament as a youngster. Was at Hilton and Michael House. Oh, that's a wild swing from Hawkley. Just has to get back in his bubble. He's got the talent, absolutely, but this ball is moving around. The opening pair have done a great job for the Southern Superstars, and one ball short of completing 5. Yes, they're only going at 2.2 to the over. But there'll be opportunities.
It's almost uncharacteristic from Hawkley. It's everything we've not seen in the first 3 days. And having a full go here. I wonder if there was just a whisper to say, let's have 38, so don't wait too long. But again, that's a good ball. That is a good ball from Bassick.
Another excellent over. Again, you look at the analysis, it will say 3 overs for 3, 2 of which came from Nobles. It's just been spot on. There is the leading wicket takers, Zander Venter at the top of the charts for Northern Champions. Suleiman Gangat is a spinner. He's got something about him. Olefa Padi as well. Took 6 wickets in one game. Otto Kraus, Seema, Rowan, or Dakesh Rowan, Raja from Coastal Conquerors. There's some serious talent on that list, and there's more after that as well.
The name of Zander Venter, see that taking 9 wickets. He's also scored 103 runs amongst the top 10 batters in terms of runs scored. To me, pick of the all-rounders here. He's a fantastic young cricketer, is Zander Venter. And also one who will be fighting out for a light blue shirt in senior colours in Pretoria.
So now Adams goes towards working his magic with Tandulwetu Zama. Left arm over. Just dismissed Semal Pillay for 4. 10 for 1. Quiet times from a scoring perspective, starting the 6th over. It's good areas, very good areas from Adams. But now you look at the feed movement, Tandulwetu Zama. He would have been the spectator at the other end when Pillay was dismissed. So he would have seen everything that transpired before that. This is good to see. The two youngsters get together and they'll have a chat. I don't mind that at all.
The one also stayed a bit lower than the other ones we've seen this morning. The keeper did well to gather that at about ankle height. And Daniel Cook. Nice to see Hawkley walking over. Just like you said, just a whisper. Stay patient.
slightly too wide from Adams, so he's not going to entice him there. What I like from Zama, what he's doing now is, again, I go back to the visual aspect. So looking down in your normal stance with your back foot in the crease, you'll see the sawdust in front of you. What he's doing, he's taking a slight step out of his crease and he's taking that away. So you'll just see his setup. Hopefully we can get a shot of that, and then you can appreciate the storyline. He's just taking that uncertainty out. Now he has a look towards square leg. There is protection on the boundary if he wants to whip it around the corner, but he first has to get the right delivery. Yeah, that's good. That's really good from Adams.
Yeah, discipline is the word that comes to mind. It's 3 deliveries. It's flirting outside, maybe a 5th or the 6th stump area. Just asking Azama to come after him. If you want to hit me, you're going to have to go for it. Let's take a look here again. Replay of Zama coming in. Adams doing very, very well.
Oh, yeah, the early movement doesn't put Adams off his line at all. So Zama advanced. He gave 2 steps down towards the bowler. Adams said, no worries. I'll just put it a touch shorter. It will still drift, go towards first slip. You'll see how wide the keeper is. That's just suggesting the movement and the angle of what Adams is creating. Look at that. And it's straight into the center of the gloves.
Change his line there slightly more on that, starting more in middle and off, went across him. And asking questions that Zama doesn't have answers for at the moment. Here's Adams.
So what the left-hander is trying to do, he just wants it slightly more straight, and then he wants the right-hander to push at the ball. The angle of the delivery and where he's coming from is going to move it towards first slip, second slip. So 10 for 1 after another brilliant over from the Southern Superstars. Their coaching staff would be delighted. You win the toss, you bowl, and you've got the opposition 10 for 1 after 6 overs in a 38 over per side contest. This is exactly what the doctor ordered. Run rate now, alarmingly, at 1.8. But they've been given nothing. They're wider than the 2 no balls. You take that off the score, that's 7. Big responsibility suddenly now on both. Zama will be looking up and say, I don't want to lose my wicket now. I've taken up 20 balls. I've scored 2. I can't really get... I can't afford to go out now. Ben Hawkley will say, well, I'm 1 of 9. Lovely off the bat. That's straight off the middle of the bat, but goes to a fielder. So Hawkley will say, I'm the man in form. I'm going to have to be the aggressor to get the scoreboard ticking while Zama works through his passage.
Now, take a look at that replay again. If you want to see what the middle of the bat looks like, it's pretty much it right there. From inform Ben Hawkley. Disciplined start from the Southern Superstars side.
Very full from Bassick.
Thinking bowler is Bassick. Varying his length. Keeping Hawkley guessing. You can see Ben Hawkley has had a little bit of a chat to himself just to say, listen, let's stop with the big wafts. Play every ball in its merit. And go from there.
Interesting, you wouldn't have seen this on your screen, but the Southern Superstars, they've dropped their gully back to third. Oh no, Mr. Hawkley, that's not why you are at the top of the list, the run scoring list. Not with shots like that.
You can see him immediately changing the shot in his post-delivery routine. It's a struggle at the moment. You can see that batsmen are made to work here.
So just to build on that point, the reason I find it surprising is that both openers have been on the money. Now you've dropped back your third man. If you have him in a gully with the ball flying around, and you see that, then you question, why am I having a field on the boundary when nothing is suggested other than a couple of hits that hasn't made contact? Have the player in, have him at gully. There's a better chance there.
Take a look at this replay. But Michael Bassick is really feeling it at the moment. He's in a good rhythm. He's hitting those areas. Let's take a look here.
If took off. If I'm seeing that as a keeper, I would be saying, Mr. Skip, Francois, we bring in that player. It's too short. That's the one he's offered to Hawkley to release the pressure, and Hawkley will take that to the boundary. That's the first boundary of the innings. Finally, one is there to identify, and it sits up beautifully for Hawkley, and he says, thank you. That's the one I was hoping for.
Take a look at this release shot. Yeah, Hawkley. And it wasn't a half a shot. That's a proper cricket shot in front of square that time around. We said the man is in form, and he shot us exactly why he's at top of the pops at the moment in terms of batting stats. Basic shouldn't be too disheartened there. He's almost completed his fourth, only conceded 7 runs.
There we go. That's the areas. That's where you want to be. So Basic would have learned from, you can't drop short of a length to Hawkley, not with the field restrictions in play. So the release shot welcomed by Hawkley. He's on 5, score 14 for 1, 7 overs gone.
This is how you come back from conceding a boundary. Again, hits the line and the length. It's asking all the questions. Did everything right, just didn't get the edge off the batsman. Some fantastic bowling by Basic. Zama's 2 of 20 at the moment. He's watching a lot of the cricket. As Hawkley is the man facing a lot of these deliveries. But, into the 4. That's our apologies. It's continuing with our bowling combination. Got excited there. I thought I saw Michael Tarantal warming up. He's also one to keep an eye out for.
This one is straight. It's coming towards our commentary position. 2 bounces, 4. Zama, he gets his first boundary.
Sends one of our security men at the gate chasing after the ball. It's gone straight under that side screen. It's a lovely shot by Zama. Once it's down the wicket again, straight bat, showing us on the manufacturer's sticker. It's a fantastic cricket shot.
Now, very interesting to see how quickly he moved. Adams was still running in towards the stumps, and it was a quick 1-2 from Zama. Then stable, just put himself in a stable position, a balanced position, and then a straight bat, showing the maker's name over the top for 4. Look at where he is. That's what I was talking about. Look where the back foot is. Again, he goes repeat. This time, the length is not there to go over the top. I love this tussle now between Adams and Zama. Very visible to see that stance now. So he'll walk out. That's where he takes guard. Just outside the crease. Knocks away some of the turf that's been knocked into the ground. Oh, they didn't want anything to do with that. Adam says, okay, I've given you a couple of full deliveries. Let's see how you react on the back foot.
Well played by Zama in the end. Soft hands. It's riding that out. But some real intent by Tywin Adams. Look at this again. Oh, really putting the back into that.
No surprise from Adams to stay with that length. Do take a quick single, and this brings the battle between Hawkley and Adams. 2 deliveries remaining. Now, again, you'll talk about combinations, and Adams would have learned and watched from what Basic was doing. Where did he bother Hawkley in the beginning of his innings? The foolish delivery that moved, so not the short one. If you go short, the previous time that happened, it disappeared to the boundary. Oh, just reaches for that. Just playing away from his body. Escapes this time, does Hawkley, and it races away again for 4.
Great effort by the fielder in the end. But living dangerously again was Ben Hawkley. You'll see in the replay here. Hits that upish. Cleared the field, I guess, well in the end. But second or half a second later than that, and it was a different story. But Hawkley showing some intent now. as we hear the big voice of Eugene Molion getting closer for his commentary shift.
Again goes full. Oh, that's a brilliant stop. That's an excellent stop. Productive over, the best one for Coastal Conquerors. 9 off it, 23 for 1. That after 8 overs. Zama on 9, Hawkley on, or 7, Zama on 7, Hawkley on 9. That run rate at 3 to the over.
Take a look at this. Adams with another fairly good delivery. That was the boundary from Ben Hawkley on the hit that just past diving fielder. But it was the fielding after that next delivery that really stood out.
I like the follow-up delivery. Adams put it in exactly the same spot. He said, see if you can do it again. What was visible from Hawkley was playing away from his body on the stretch and trying to just get it over the top, which he managed. But I would love that little battle to continue. Let's see what happens from a thinking perspective.
Just want to ask you, Eugene Molion, where's third man? Smiling. Is that Molion?
Southern Superstars, they've taken away their second slip. So they have a man on the third man boundary, square leg boundary. Oh, big movement from Zama, trying to create some space and free the offside. There's no one protecting a boundary if he clears the inner circle. So very visible again, moving towards the square leg umpire, trying to open up the arms.
See Zama making himself a bit of space there, missing it completely.
Flicks this over backward point. Chase is on, didn't get all of it, but will still have enough legs to race away to the boundary for 4. Zama into double figures.
Zama's capitalized there on that delivery. Here's the replay. Yeah, it's way too short and wide. It's enough time for Zama just to get that up and over the field. 11 of 26 is Zama. Hawkley is 9 of 17.
One thing from Zama is he's been moving a lot at the crease. So first delivery, we saw him go towards leg stump. Then he comes down the track with a couple of paces. Now more the conventional approach, standing in his original stance.
I'd like to see Bassett go back to that line and length he was on earlier. He had now on the short side and then a little too full. And he's paid the price for being too short against Zama.
That's better. That's what you asked for. That's what you got.
That's exactly that. I think his captain would have had a whisper in his ears. Daniel Cook behind the stumps would have also said something. Let's get back to those lines and lengths we spoke about. Here we go. It's a lot better.
Again, no real feet from Zama, stuck in the crease. And that's where the keeper, I like what you've brought up there, because the keeper plays such a big role. Daniel Cook is the eyes of Francois Prince from behind the stumps, and to the bowler. Where does the batter take the stance? Oh, he telegraphed that. Again, he's painting the picture. He's telling Bassett, this is what I want to do. Not the first time in this over he's moved, but he's moved a long way towards leg stump.
No, he has, and missed the ball completely. You can see him just a little bit disgusted with himself. You could see him well away from that off stump. Moved into that leg side completely, but just all of that for nothing, has missed the ball.
I tell you what I would do now. If he showed me the same picture twice in the over and he's exposed all 3 stumps, I would try and pin a Yorker in there. Go short of a length. Backward point is quick to react, so won't see the Yorker.
There's a bit more venom in that delivery. When in the short ball he bowled, conceding the boundary. Really put his back into it. That's the end of the 9th. Just a reminder that the game has been reduced to 38 overs aside. 3 bowlers allowed to bowl 8 overs and 2 will be allowed to bowl 7. Like if I was a cricketer, this is the weather from a fielding side that I would be enjoying at the moment. Eugene Molion also says as a fielder or as a bowler, he bowled these overs and made sure that he got off the field. But these are the overs or the conditions that he would have stayed on the field, would have camped at that third man position.
Takes me to Maritzburg Oval. The tree, the famous tree in the field of play. I was there a couple of times. My captain tried to move me, but I was always looked the other way.
Sherwin Plyke is into the attack. Man from Bridgeton Hub.
Just to straight. Hawkley works it in onto the leg side. He'll get 1. Another left arm bowler, left arm seamer.
Just think to myself, what a luxury to have 2 left arm seamers in your bowling attack. Field C, I haven't seen game get underway yet between the Western Legends and the Northern Champions.
Yeah, that's two down the leg side. Will be called wide. So just to build on JD's point, for those who's joining us for the first time, we're privileged to have 3 fields next to one another. Busy with cricket on 2 of the 3. Unfortunately, field C, there's a bit of a problem with the bowlers' run-ups. So very wet underfoot conditions. So the ground staff have done an amazing job. You spoke about that and alluded to it earlier on. We've got to give them credit to maintain fields for 5 days non-stop. Good pitches, the contest, protecting the fields. Credit to them. So, Blaikies just hasn't settled just yet. It's just somewhat straight.
Yeah, it's on that leg, middle and leg stump, more on leg stump than what his captain would have liked him. He needs to adjust here and make sure he can ask the same questions that his opening pair did in terms of bowling. Umpire just signalling to the groundsman just to get the sprayers closed. They have been shut off. I think everybody got a bit nervous there.
It's short and it's tucked away beautifully. Will be 1 bounce 4. So again, just to go back to what you spoke about, I would have Tywin Adams in his ear to say, listen, we're doing the same thing. We both left arm seamers. This is where you want to bowl. You can't bowl there.
Yeah, not Zama looks to be set now. Hits that beautifully in front of square, and he's assessed conditions now. And what we see, this is a bit of a go for Zama.
This time it's Fuller driven and will sort of be as a half stop, and it's Francois Prince who allows them to get through for 2, the captain of Southern Superstars. Yeah, so for me, there's a marked difference between Adams and Plaatjies in the pace department. So that's where you've got to be more mindful to be full, and if you can get a bit of movement, then that assists you. They've taken out the slip cordon, so the solitary man behind the stumps is the keeper. The Plaatjie is really just purely based on pace. He can't afford to drop it short. Well, that's the area, exactly there.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from a young Sherwin Plaatjies. He's conceded quite a few, 8 of his opening over, the most expensive of the innings thus far. And further to your point, and if you're short there, you'll disappear at his pace. And we've seen Zalma and Hawkley looking just to get the move on.
Yeah, and again, considering that there's no one protecting that leg side boundary, but this is backward square. But if he hits him in front of square, it's going to be 4 all day long. This one he just works towards third and pick up another single. That is the end of 10 overs. Remember, the power play is 8 overs because of the different match conditions, the reduced overs, 38 overs per side. So the power play was 8 overs. That gives me an opportunity to hand over to Eugene Molion, who will join JD Ferreira.
Thanks, Johan. As Southern Superstars will look to break this partnership between the likes of Zama and Hawkley. Starting to look dangerous between the Coastal Conquerors boys. Zama off that 72 not out yesterday, and Ben Hawkley, the top run scorer for the tournament, and joined by the man himself, Mr. Eugene Molion. Good morning and welcome.
A very good morning to you, JD. Good morning to Johan Ferreira. And good morning to one and all watching this broadcast. It's been a very interesting morning so far. The ball is moving around, which you can expect, as the tall Tarantal into the attack. On the money straight away. And you, for one, have been very surprised that the big fella has not picked up a single wicket this week. He's bowled nicely. He just hasn't got that wicket column filled up yet.
No, I watched him early on at the CSA Schools 20 and was impressed by the way he was bowling. And I was surprised this morning when we were running through the stats that there was not a single wicket in that wickets column for him. But maybe today is the day that he pitches up.
Well, he's going to be somebody that's going to be bowling a fuller length. And I heard you and Mr. Ferreira talking about the lengths of these bowlers and the lines, and I would err on the fuller side because there is a little bit of movement out there. Look at these conditions. You also spoke about these conditions here, and what a great day it is for cricket. That's nicely tucked onto the onside by Zama. He's an attacking batsman of note. Had a really good Kaya Majola week not so long ago in Bloemfontein.
Good bat is the man from Michael House. And Tarantal is being guilty of straying onto that leg side, Eugene. And lucky not to have conceded the boundary. Zama was on 20 of 37. Better from Tarantal. A little shorter. Bring it back a bit more. Just a not a single, apologies, a dot ball.
He's a tall man. He plays your sport, hockey.
So does every good cricketer I know.
Don't even start your nonsense with me early in the morning. Sorry, in the afternoon, I should say now. Apologies. Yeah.
Comes out of our hockey school, Weinberg boys.
Very good goalkeeper. I mean, try and get past that big frame with all the pads on and everything. It must be just about a couple of inches. I mean, the wingspan is unbelievable.
No, he should fill a goal box for Tarantal. And he's a man who looks to have a fairly good set of feet on him as well. Agile, watched him in the warm-ups. Very explosive as well, so he would be a good goalkeeper.
Can't believe I've just realized I'm joined by 3 Johans, 2 Ferreiras. I mean, really now, what has come? And they're testing me today. Hence why I'm going to ask you this question. And we've heard about the management talk about this fella Tarantal. He's a very good-natured person. But when he crosses the line, they're just looking for him to have that little bit of a steely eye look in his face.
Die hond moet uit.
That's good running by Ben Hawkley yet again.
That's often the case with mild-mannered, if I can put it that way, characters. A very good person, and then when they cross the line, they struggle to move into that alter ego. We spoke about the Kagiso Rabada, one of the most relaxed people you meet off the field, but when he crosses that boundary rope, Eugene Molion, and he delivers the first one at 144 kilometers an hour, that's a different beast.
Well, it's you guys that come from the City of Roses that just think everybody must just flick the switch and become Don't know what they should become. Animals. Anyway, it's the first drinks break. 50 minutes apart. That's what the drinks break will be. 41 for 1. I think it's a nice steady start by the Coastal Conquerors. Zama, he's on 21. Ben Hawkley, the leading run scorer this week thus far, he's on 11 of 20. So we're going to have a break with them. So join us in a few moments for the resumption. $41 for 1 after the first drinks break. The Coastal Conquerors, after losing the toss this morning to the Southern Superstars and having to have a bat first in conditions that favoured the ball. Pitch was undercover for a while. There was some morning moisture this morning, hence the late start. 38 overs, as J.D. Ferreira has said. And the power plays will be 8 overs and then the last 7 overs. So there's 23 overs in the middle phase where they can have just a maximum of 4 out. Your take on the morning so far, JD?
I was thinking about this. We had 3 days of sunshine, first day of overcast weather. I've listened to this. This is the best start we've seen in terms of wickets that we've had in 4 days. Wickets lost 41 for 1. Can't recall anybody having a better start than this.
There was one.
Go.
That was 56 for 1.
Me.
There was 56 for 1 that the Legends had on day 2.
Oh,
And then after that, I mean,
that's all they had.
let's not talk about that.
No.
But yeah, it's up there with a good start and a decent start with the conditions we're having, overcast.
Talking about decent, the man on strike at the moment is more than decent with the willow in the bat. In the hand, apologies, Ben Hawkley.
And if you can stand tall and punch a ball through your offside like that, you're in a bit of form.
You check one of those 2 boxes, you stand tall. But I haven't seen you punch it off the bat like that.
Later on in the career, yeah. When I just started, it was like, no, just swing from the hip. If you recognize it, it's got to go. It's got to go. Just some news. The match on the sea, that's the only game that's still waiting to get played. They're going to have a look at 1 o'clock. And it is just the concern over the landing area of the bowlers. So hopefully, a day where you want the breeze to blow here, it's not happening.
Yeah, true that. As one of those things you don't want to mess with player safety and bowler safety, and it's one of those vital things. The landing area is not sorted out. 2 teams waiting in anticipation to get on the field.
Well, that's driven past extra cover. The sweeper's trying to get round. He will get round. Can Zama get back to 3? Yes, he can. Said he's an attacking natured player. He doesn't want to get bogged down.
We see Pillay doing some great work in the field, cutting that, making sure that doesn't get across that boundary rope, showing Plaatjes. He's conceded 13 in his 1.5 overs.
He's coming around the wicket here.
Your take on that ploy, Eugene?
Third man in the ring as well. He can't go outside the off stump, hence he's gone a lot straighter.
Spoke a lot about thinking cricketers yesterday. The name of Jan Pretorius coming to the fore. I must say, Francois Prince is also impressive on the man from Boland Landbou, all-rounder of note. And cricket IQ also something to behold.
Yeah, spoke well at the toss.
I was impressed with the Ben Hawkley as well when he was having a chat to you. What impressed me is just the confidence in the man, saying that he'll play his game no matter the conditions.
Spoke to him quite a bit at the Kaya Majola week. He was the captain of that Tusker side and made it to that final. He just goes out there. He just looks like he's a type of player that just enjoys being out there. And he cherishes the moment he's out there. You know, he's making the most out of it.
He's present. Look at that. Lunch served. Oh.
Being proactive there was Zaman. We've seen him move to the offside or to the leg side quite a lot. This time he moves to the offside, try and work it into gaps. We talked about being proactive.
It's a massive step to the offside. Not something you'll see in a lot of coaching manuals, but trying to manipulate the bowler. You've seen him trying to bowl a bit straighter, now trying to expose the gaps that there are available to him. Spoke about the dimensions again yesterday. The field, big field, lots of running to be done.
This field is massive. Don't remember. In the air, yet again, through that extra cover region. Now then, thinking cap on JD. Do you have two men in that area? Because he's driven a couple of times in the air in that region.
Good question, Eugene. I think man Tarantal will be looking to mix things up here. We spoke about his all-round ability. Asking some questions here from the bowler to see exactly what he comes up with. Wicketkeeper Daniel Cook has also been in the ears quite a few times this morning.
Well, he's looked like he wants to hit everything through the off style, does Zama. So you go with your gut feel. So every time he's moved, or we've seen him move across to the offside, he's hit the ball square. So there is a deep square for that. I would take your man at mid-wicket out. I would put two extra cover positions there. One maybe just slightly shorter than the other because he has driven the ball in the air. You've got to make a batter hit the ball in areas that he's uncomfortable with. Pick the bones out of that. It's gone all the way, I think. It's gone for horns. Beautiful shot from Ben Hawkley.
Well, he just made me sit up and get out of my dazing phase because I was starting to meander along here in this innings, and a bit of a firework straight of the middle of the back of Ben Hawkley. Beautiful shot down the ground. And like you said, first horns of the innings.
Well, look at how still he stood there and just get the bat flow through. Change of field here as third man now comes into the ring. They've posted a long off. Oh, that's brilliant cricket. Absolutely brilliant cricket. Good stride from a good length ball. You've seen the bounce from the tall fella. And still he manages to push that through the offside for one.
One thing that I do like about Ben Hawkley, head is nice and still. that eyesight, line of sight stays at the same level the whole time. And our co-commentator just trying to figure things out here in life. He's put a cap on about 9 times already.
Let me tell you, they've given us caps here at Cubs Week, and we've got to be very representative of the teams that are playing here. Unfortunately, they weren't very respectful to Jan Smith.
I think he's still crying
He's not happy.
because he doesn't have, let me guess, a Western Legends cap.
He's not happy.
Oh, I've got a feel for Jan Smith, a tough life that he has. But what is not tough at the moment is the batting from this Coastal Conquerors. Moving on nicely, 55 for 1, 4.5 and over. You know, it's a shortened innings, 38 overs.
Now that would irritate me and frustrate me. You've got to sweep on behind you. You've got to stop the ones if you're in the ring.
It's exactly that.
Anyway,
Graham October will be sitting on the edge of his seat.
there's that shot. Beautiful. Straight over the bowler's head. And the concern is with the big fella, he's bowled nicely. I know he's gone for 7 over. Is the fact that his economy rate throughout this week has been 5 or more. That is the concern. He's shown glimpses. Is he a new ball bowler, or is he a bowler that bowls first change? That was what he needs to find out for himself to get the best out of him.
Michael Tarantala, I suggest you have a chat to Eugene Molion.
Beautiful. Beautiful delivery. Now you know Zama's not just going to stand there. You know the fact that he is just not going to just play from the crease. He might be walking around. This time he decides, I'll just stand still.
Brilliant, good bowling. And,
Well, there's 2 dots. Now, if you're the team in blue, you'll be itching. You'll be thinking, something's going to happen here, because Zama doesn't like facing dots. He's 27 or 48. I think he's had enough dots, according to himself. Just going to keep watching those feet. He's looking at areas. He's looking onside again, maybe again through that offside region, which is his favorite side.
well, that is something that Zama does not want to be doing. Chasing after those.
Ones are good, aren't they?
Yeah, I guess, but that's just how we went about it. Execution wasn't great.
There's the feet. Oh, glorious. It'll just be a couple. Michael Bessick mops up. You just got to constantly watch those feet. Cultured feet of Zama.
Let's go dancing shoes on, does Zama. That's that initial movement you spoke about, this time walking across to the off stump. And making sure he got up back for 2.
How brave are you as a bowler when he walks across like that just to fire at leg stump?
We'll be in the back of the mind at Plaatjes.
Yeah, it's in the air, and that's the end of Zama. That's an excellent catch by Tywin Adams there at mid-wicket. And you knew that Zama was just getting a little bit fidgety there at the crease. Too many dot balls. And then he's trying to force one. And this time hit it straight to Tywin Adams.
Again, it's that shuffle to the offside. Tried more of the same, but he didn't have answers there. Straight to the fielder, and it's the breakthrough that the Southern Superstars were looking for. Azama departs 29 of 50 and 58 for 1 with 2 balls remaining in this 14th over. Exciting times here for the Southern Superstars. Will the 2 become 3?
Well, they broke that partnership on 49. It was growing steadily. Now they're going to have to rebuild again. Hawkley, he's still the important man out there. He's on 20 of 25.
Need we remind people that Josh van Biljon still to come. Made 95, not out yesterday. Safe to say that he's in form.
That's him there now. Man from Durban High. But one feels that was an important snaffle for the Superstars.
It's a great word. Snaffle. Snaffle. Gotta love that. Add that to your cricket vocabulary if you're a 9 or 10-year-old watching the game. Important snaffle.
I would encourage them to come up with their own. It's always better.
It's difficult to forget the word snaffle.
I know what I like is Jaffa.
A one with mince?
No, man. See now. 17-year-old Joshua van Biljon. It's important to remember that you got to restart. Flick that button. Oh, hello. Let's put a nip back into him there.
Sherwin Plaatjes is feeling it all of a sudden. Nothing like a wicket to get the tail up. He's first delivery he's had to face, and Plaatjes decided, no, we'll bring it back the other way. Thank you very much. Oi. But Van Biljon managing that. Also, this is quite interesting. The highest run scorer in the tournament with the second highest run scorer at the moment at the crease.
Well, one of these sides are going to record their third victory.
This Southern Superstar side will be hungry to bounce back after yesterday.
Yeah, we saw them have long chats after the day's play yesterday on that Tussie's field. And
Mr. October and Van Wyk would have had a long, intense discussion, Eugene.
all we saw was hands. Just hands. That's all we saw. Loves the game. Loves being part of it, Mr. Graham October.
Looked like a traffic pointsman at some stage.
Yeah, he would make a brilliant one. He will give you the sort of the hands gestures as well as the verbals. Never short of a word.
And dare you not follow his instruction.
I'll leave that for you.
Characters of the game. Graham October. And Desmond van Wyk.
Well, Tarantel's coach is Esmond van Wyk at the school there. School's festival starts this week, and Wynberg are playing Uffies tomorrow.
It's a daunting opposition to face. The boys of Uffies. But you're playing in the Cape. Different game.
Well, both schools will be missing a few. Uffies represented in the Northern Champions. Is that Vian Pretorius? He's part of that. Let's play rugby.
He does play rugby, I believe, as Vian Pretorius. Apparently not too keen in the classroom, but a man that we believe he's a busy character all around the school. Fantastic youngster. He's a young Vian Pretorius. Always has time for a word and has jokes around. Good sense of humour.
Yeah, the one thing I liked about this week is just how these lads greet and respectful, and every time they pass by you.
It's Pretorius from Office, and also Nico Logrenberg, left arm seamer, spin bowler. Sorry. Both of those will be out of the reckoning. Two vital players in that Office side.
Oh, hello. Now, that just stuck in the crease or on the pitch a little bit. That's why the extra bounce, and it didn't just fly through to the keeper, Daniel Cook. It's almost like a tennis ball bounce. Just shows that they are a little bit of slow patches on the surface.
Tall was surprised, I reckon. So this takes off. Ooh, there we go. Everything you don't want to see is a bat.
Probably not going to get on that front dog now.
Fambalion yet to get off the mark. He's 0 of 6.
Well, we have got it down as an overs bowled, and the umpires still feel there's still one ball to come. And umpire Angus Gous is just having a quick check. This ball goes for 4, will be interesting. Well, it's a dot ball. All's fair in love and war. 59 for 2 after 15.
Looking at some of the schools represented here from the Southern Superstars. Stellenbosch, Kleine Nederburg, Bishop, Swinburg, Paul Boyza, Paul Roos, and Boland Landbou. Good representation all round, Eugene.
Yeah, it's excellent. Really good at just creating more platforms for these boys to play, and hopefully it's longer formats of the game. I think they play enough T20 cricket, not enough time to develop your skills. There's one thing I want this fella to do here, and he's bowling quite nicely. He's Sherwin Platjes from Bridgeton Hub. It's just as he gets to the crease, he almost runs in towards the stumps more. And then he bowls the balls. A lot of change of direction. Just try and keep it a little bit more just even, I would say. Don't veer off too much, because then you're going to have too much change of direction. Oh, beautifully hit. Just stand and deliver from Ben Hawkley. 1 bounce 4.
Good hands in the crowd. And who's played his dues in the field as a club cricketer, I would think. Managing to pick up that ball. But the quality here of Ben Hawkley. Let's take a look at that. Just freeze the arms. Knew exactly where he was hitting that.
There's a change in the field. Finally comes up. Waco Besic's been asked to go down to long on. Oh, beautiful delivery. Beautiful delivery. Beat him on the inside.
That is a fantastic ball by Plyke. He's probably the best of his spell. Look at this. Oh.
I tell you what, JD, I think it might have been too hot for the Central Gladiators on the first 3 days, because today they've come out. That game, I think, is reduced to 42 or 43 overs. They're 164 for 2. Busy with the 30th over.
Well, we had our concerns if they will go winless in this week, but at the moment going like a house on fire.
Bafana, he got out 63 of 60 deliveries. Zizi, the youngster, he opened the batting today. He got 17 before he was bowled. Troy Gordon and Manak now at the crease. Troy Gordon on 46, or 45, I should say. And Manak on 23.
Great to see that in the fight back in Gladiator side.
Should have given me the cap ages ago. See what happens when you give me the cap?
I knew he was going to find a way to connect the Southern success to him. The Molion factor.
The minute they gave me the cap, there it is. As a former Lion, of course.
Yeah, and guess whose cap I'm wearing at the moment? Their opposition.
They're going to come fit to that cap back.
I'm going to go running when this commentary stint is over. I'm going to go hide it in my car. Lovely caps provided here by CSA. Thank you.
Oh, that's good length now. And this is what I like. There's now closed an area where Ben Hawkley loves to go over the top and aerial. So now he's got to find another area to hit the ball. And at the minute, it's working nicely there for Platjes. Good thinking by him, even though conceding 7 runs in that over. 66 for 2, 16 gone.
Got 22 overs remaining in this innings. What do you think? At which point do you decide to have a bit of a go, Eugene?
Not yet. Not yet. One thing I haven't asked the question. Will there be a selection of the ball?
No, we weren't informed of that, so that will be interesting to know. Almost doubted at the moment. As we see Gideon de Toy, apologies, the boy's eye man, just warming up, getting ready to get into his work with ball in hand. Buerta just the Toy just assessing his field.
Oh, the old tennis ball bounce there. Hardly carrying to Daniel de Toy. Maybe a loosener from Gideon de Toy, the man from Paul Boys.
He'll definitely say it was just a loosener, sir. Get into it now.
Short. Just turn around the corner for 1.
Hawkley just getting that away.
Just shows how that ball's sitting in the surface, isn't it? When you do go short.
Bowling figures of a wicket for about 16 runs in this tournament. Hasn't done much bowling. 4 overs to be exact.
That's going to be wide, surely. Yep. Sons of Creed.
Not looking too comfortable at the moment, Mr. Molion. He's trying to get into a rhythm.
The bowler?
Yep.
Oh,
Not talking about you.
There's a lot of stiffness there. These day 4.
Takes some time. Looks like it's taking some time for Gideon de Toy just to warm up.
Oh, good running that. That's excellent. The fielder's just on the heels a little bit.
Van Biljon realizing that fielder just slow and getting off the mark. Decided to run a quick single. Good cricket by the men from the Coastal Conquerors. You see putting down some more of that sawdust. Making sure that his footwork is fine, doesn't slip about.
And I've got an answer for you, JD. I've got an answer about the ball. So,
Where did you get the answer from?
Listen,
is my question.
I'm always an investigator, fella. Don't you worry about that.
Getting his nose stuck in everybody else's business.
I go and ask questions.
Who did you ask, though, Eugene, is my question.
The main top man.
That's better.
Short, pull, 4. Don't bother chasing. Save your legs. 4 runs.
And that, folks, is why he is the top batsman at this week. Ben Hawkley just decided, well, thank you for the gift. I'm definitely taking it with both hands. And he absolutely timed that to perfection. scooting along here. 32 of 34 is Hawkley.
I love it when the bowler bowls a not such a good delivery and looks at the his foot landed and like just gives it a kick. I was looking at that replay there and how his foot landed and his foot didn't move one iota. Anyway, about the ball. Yeah, so new regulations states that there are 2 new balls used, one at either end. And then after 34 overs, you have to choose one of them. Now, with this being a reduced game, that being 38 overs, I've been informed that there will be a change after 34 overs. So there'll be 4 overs to bowl with 1 ball.
Interesting. Those are the rules that we are playing by.
And also been informed that we're looking at a 2 o'clock start on the sea, the match there between the Northern Champions and the Legends.
Look at the replay of Ben Hawkley. Pull that across front of square. And if you're looking for a man in touch, you don't have to look too far past the number 4 of this Coastal Conquerors side. What a prospect Ben Hawkley is.
We sat with Peter Cronier earlier this morning and we were asking him what's the makeup of his side, and he said, hold on a second. There might be changes because it might be a 20 over game. He's not far wrong. It's going to be potentially a 24 over game there on the sea.
And he also said, if that's the case, the Waterkloof and Garsfontein boys need to play.
Make that with what you please. Again, good running. This is excellent from Van Biljon. Identifying that Hawkley is a man hitting the ball quite nicely. Let's get him back on strike.
Talking about 20 over format, we've got just on 20 left after this one. But like you said, maybe not the time to go yet. Got 8 in the bank, 8 wickets in the bank.
I just think the ball is there's still something there for the bowlers. They haven't changed the field. Nicely driven, because we saw finally come up and then they've pushed this one back at mid-on. They haven't done that when Hawkley was on strike. Busy with his 5th over here, showing Plaatjes. 1 for 26. It's down the leg side, that's wide. Sounds of Creed from umpire Angus Gous.
Plaatjes will be kicking himself there. Just adding 1 more to that extras column. And Graham October will be having his hands on his hips at the moment. I don't want to concede any extras yet.
He won't have his hands on his hips. He'll be explaining, talking with his hands.
Apologies, he'll have his fingers pointing to the field.
Clipped off the legs beautifully. This time by Van Biljon, and he's going to pick up his first boundary.
Danger man is Josh Van Biljon. I mentioned it earlier, scored 95 not out yesterday. And he's in some good form. Let's take a look at this again. Like he's a bit more on that, too much on that leg side, and it is the man Josh Van Biljon who says thank you very much. I'll give it what it deserves. 7 off the over, 3 balls to come.
4.7 to the over. Partnership worth 24 now. Just ticking on nicely. That's where you got to be. That is where he's got to be. He's getting that ball to just tail in a little bit. But it was a nice evening yesterday. Got to speak to most of the umpires. Stories were shared from way back when, and new stories obviously also around the horizon. It was a lovely evening. Getting the feel for it. Some of those umpires' eyes were so wide listening to the stories of how umpires were way back when, including the main man standing next to me here.
Summarized in one word: characters.
Again, he's bowled a few good deliveries here, has shown Clarchies. Yes, he's gone at 6 to the over. And if he can just get that consistency going, he could be a handful, the man from Bridgeton Hub.
Decent bowling by the youngster. Where is Bridgeton Hub located, Eugene?
Oudtshoorn, part of the SVD. Lovely neck of the woods there.
Not the worst place in the world to stay in that area.
I know I can't do it. And don't give me any grief for that. But have you ventured on the ostriches?
No, I'm not a big ostrich jockey. I
Okay.
prefer horses.
Yeah, well, I want to. That's to tick the box. I just haven't found a horse big enough.
Yeah, I think it has to go to gym before you arrive. Has to do a couple of squats,
The ball saw
lunges.
me. Well, turning to spin. One of these, Mr. Timothy Short. Man with a lot of character. You talk about character. This fella has plenty of it. He's got a slip in place.
Man out of Stellenbosch.
That's correct. Well, he's greeted with a beautiful shot by Ben Hawkley.
Talk about character. Plenty of that in that shot. Ben Hawkley is in the form of his life.
Well, how's this? Boom. He made it look so simple.
It's just a Sunday afternoon snack for Ben Hawkley.
You see the JS train go past us here.
No, I didn't. Oh. He's a man that's shying away from responsibility, if I'm not mistaken. I mean, I might as well just go through the innings. I'm alright with just carrying on. I'll just be here the whole first innings. Don't worry about that. We're good. Oh, he's having a full dig at us because he's what?
Yeah, man. He's never 2 days the same with a certain Johan Smith. You've got to just go with it. Nice and slow, nice and slow. As JD, point is on the ring. Don't understand that one iota.
Spoke about cutting those singles and making sure that you utilise your best. It's definitely not it. There's a bit of a father-son moment going on here in the nets next to us. One of those where effort by that man Timothy Short trying to shield off his bowling, but disgusted with the bit of mud on his hand right now.
He dived in the bully. They threw some bully there just to dry it up there this morning.
Did a bit of gardening there, the youngster.
It's not nice when that gets in the white of those tops.
Nobody's going to want to trade with him when that's done.
To your hands lumbering up here.
Oh, that is not the greatest delivery. Immediately goes to clean the hand. Super annoyed is Timothy Short.
Must be the bully.
It's got to be the bully. getting bullied out of our seats here as well.
Yeah, we've been told we've got to vacate after this delivery.
Instructed.
Okay, nice and slow, but that is going to go in the point region or third man region. Will just be the two. Not the first over that Timothy Short wanted here. He's gone for 8. The total's moved to 90 for 2. Coastal Conquerors after losing the toss and being put into bat. Ben Hawkley on 39. Joshua van Biljon on 10. And we leave you in the hands here now of the two Johans, Ferreira and Smith.
Lots of rocks being thrown, as usual, by Ferreira and Molion. 90 for the loss of 2 after 19 overs. Solid enough, if not spectacular, by the Conquerors. Joined in commentary by Johan Ferreira once again. Morning and welcome, Johan.
Morning, Sput. Well, good afternoon. Time flies when you're having fun.
That's because it's overcast for the first time ever in Stellenbosch in the summer.
I don't think I've ever been in Stellenbosch where the wind hasn't blown us away.
Quality player Ben Hawkley, 39 or 41. Look at that. Look at that. It's not great fielding. But the pose and the balance from Ben Hawkley. They only had one failure thus far this week. And that was yesterday against the Western Legends, rather. Francois Prince, a man from Boland-Landbou, didn't really have a pitch. It was pretty much a good length delivery and driven on the up.
In my commentary break, I went to I made my way towards our left side. And I went to sit with the Coastal Conquerors supporters. And just interesting to listen to them, and nice to have our visitors from across South Africa, and a lot of parents making the journey to come and support. And Ben Hawkley is a special talent. There's no doubt about that. And form is temporary, class is permanent. He is a class actor as well. Let's mention the name Francois Prince.
Boland-Landbou man, Francois Prince.
Now, this man can bat. Talented all-rounder.
That's so good once more from Ben Hawkley, making sure. In fact, that was Van Biljon. 2 class acts at the crease. Van Biljon won them the match yesterday against the Western Legends. They were 70-odd for 4. And then a massive partnership between Van Biljon and Mapanga. Van Biljon finishing on 95 not out, agonizingly close to that 100. Thud off the grey nickels of Ben Hawkley, goes square on the offside. Good fielding on the boundary, but another couple off the bat of Ben Hawkley, the man from Hilton College. I first saw him, Johan, a couple of years ago in the Pink Day match between Hilton College and Michael House. Didn't score much that day, but took a spectacular catch behind the stumps.
I've just been really impressed by the start. When he came in, he was unsettled, a couple of loose strokes. It wasn't balanced, and now it just looks a completely different player. When he's still at the crease, JD made a good point earlier, and he said if you close your eyes and you don't know who's batting, just listen to the Hawkley bat. You'll know it's Hawkley batting, and he gives it a real thump.
He's a very good hockey player as well, and a lot of them, it's that hands through the ball, Johan Ferreira. It's that little wrist flick almost as they make contact, generating that bat speed and that lovely sound of the bat.
Oh,
that's an edge.
Sorry, apologies, Sput. That's a genuine edge. Credit to Prince. Different day, different outcome, but this time for the Coastal Conquerors and Van Biljon.
Yeah, Prince slightly unlucky here. Perhaps looking a little too square there. Not totally as much width as he would have thought initially. But a boundary nonetheless to Van Biljon.
A productive over, 11 off it. Talk about hockey players and seeing as we're talking about we're talking about batting at the moment, Jonathan Neil Rhodes.
Also known as Jonty. Not a bad hockey player.
Not a bad. You see John D nowadays; he's still running around as if he's 18.
Interesting character, Jonty Rhodes. Wonderful man. Different, but a wonderful man nonetheless. A great fielding coach as well. No surprises there. Sets pretty high standards though in the field.
You've got to be different when you do the rake neetling to break stumps in a World Cup match. That really set the bar. I mean, that was never seen before.
Hawkley pulls that one down to mid-on. So funny you mentioned the name Rake Neetling. JD has dubbed my swimming pool back in Bloemfontein the Neetling Smith swimming pool because of its size. I wonder how it's going with that pool in Bloem. Who's looking after it? A lot of hard work when I get back.
Waits nicely. Oh, then just slight hesitation, but had the presence of mind to turn back quickly. That would have been disaster. Another salt in the wound. You've done good fielding, and then unfortunately the misfield allows the batting team to get one. I talk about Rake Neetling. He lives around the corner from where we are in Stellenbosch. He's down the road in Paul. Nowadays he's a polo player. I don't know if you know that, but very involved in polo is Rake Neetling.
He saved me less than a year ago, did Rake. I'll tell you what happened shortly.
Nice flight from short, but tapped down the ground for another single.
So I was on a flight from Bloem to Cape Town, and I landed in Cape Town and had to rush off to all places the golf course from the airport. And I forgot my wallet at the airport. And I was on an Uber ride. And realized I don't have my wallet, and I asked the Uber driver if he'll go back to the airport, and if he finds it, bring it to me and I'll give him a sizable fee for his trouble. Didn't find the wallet, and a couple of hours later on the golf course got a call from Rake Neetling. And the SuperSport card in the wallet made the lady that picked it up and was living in Valdevie Estate realize that Rake Neetling might know this person. And luck be it, he had my dad's number on his phone, phoned him, got my number. So I got my wallet back, and you know that fear when you lose your wallet.
That's a feeling I can associate with. And I've got a similar, not a Rake Neetling story, but I forgot my wallet at the Cape Town International Airport. I put my wallet on top where you do the long-term paying section, and you put your card in and you pay. And I hadn't realized that I had put my wallet on top of the paying station. And I drove out of the airport and did my fact check as I was driving, and I go, wallet. I went keys, obviously I'm driving the car, phone, wallet wasn't there, pulled off the road, realized what I had done, traveled back to the airport, and in my cart, where I parked my cart, my trolley, the wallet was in that trolley.
Amazing.
I'm still to this day, you know what you see. You see the picture of a long queue reapplying for a driver's license. That was the one that scared me the most. The card you can stop, but standing in the queue for the entire day, I don't do split that. I just
ID card, license. Yeah. Those are everybody's worst nightmare. But Rake Neetling and the lady that picked up the wallet saved the day.
And you could concentrate on golf, which is always good. That's nice. Nice lines from Prince. Just asking a question outside Bouillon's off stump. From Bouillon, he goes for the bait.
Yeah, he's just playing away from his body. Look, they want to score. It's only 38 overs, remember. There was a delayed start this morning. Tad a bit of movement away as well from Prince. So it's nicely bowled. perfect world, he'd like it a bit closer to that off stump.
This time a better movement across towards the off stump from Van Biljon, and this time gets better contact, gets the single, 105 for 2. And you know, you go back to the initial stages of this innings, they were really under the pump, Coastal Congress. The new ball was moving and scoring was really difficult. They were going at 1.8 to the over at one stage, and now they've pushed it up to 5. The key has been that, yes, they've lost the 2 wickets. These two are set, they've had a very good week, both of them. Slower ball.
I like the look of this Coastal Conquerors side. Johan, they've got a really balanced side. They've still got Seth Simpson to come in as well. He's another wonderful player, the man from Westville. But then that seam attack is also very good. Spearheaded by Rowan Raja, man from St. Charles College. Went through a patch where he struggled a bit with injuries, Rowan Raja, but slowly but surely getting up to the pace that he bowled.
Dropped short. 1 bounce, 2 bounces to the fielder. And a slight misfield, but Hawkley approaching a half century, and it's come pretty quickly in trying times. When he came to the crease, they were in a bit of trouble, and he was out of character at the start of his innings. But he's done well. He's absorbed the pressure, and now he's playing his Hawkley type innings. What he wants to do, how he wants to do it, and he's 48 or 50.
He's already the leading run scorer thus far. Ben Hawkley had 155 runs in his first 3 matches. Closely followed by Joshua van Biljon on 152.
Yeah, I want to build on what you've just said. So Eugene Molion was speaking to him ahead of the start of the match, and he had the orange cap on, and he said, you know, I'm only like a run or 2 ahead of the next guy, because Eugene said, hey, orange cap, you're the leading run scorer. And we were together in commentary 2 days ago, and I said to you, Sput, I'm still to meet a cricketer that doesn't know their numbers. And that was a classic example of being very aware that, yes, I'm the leading run scorer, but Joshua van Biljon is 3 runs behind me, and now they're batting together. But that's a side part of the story. For now, it's about the storyline within this Coastal Conquerors setup. Again, just dropped slightly short. There's a protection on the boundary, so there'll be another single. Hawkley ticks over to 49. Now, what I liked, I mentioned the fact that I had sat earlier with the Coastal Conquerors supporters team of supporters, people that's under the trees, and they were really appreciating the value of the singles and the twos, and they understand the match situation as well. And what the point I want to make is, again, for youngsters watching in, going back to the start of the innings, losing a quick wicket, going at 1.82 to the over, appreciating that, yes, there's going to be good deliveries. You've got a pretty sharp new ball attack, but there is always a but. You can accelerate. You will get the opportunities. Here's another one that's going to go down to the third man boundary. They'll convert it into 2. But suddenly you look up at the current match situation, and the run rate is not too bad. You've still got 15, 16 overs to work through, 8 wickets in the bank, and the storyline looks more promising. So just shows the value of playing what's in front of you and then building for later.
Indeed, Johan. Shot in anger there from Ben Hawkley. In fact, from Joshua van Biljon. They do look a lot alike at the crease. But Hawkley, the man with the grey nickels on strike right now. Johan, can you see the scoreboard there? So yes. I'm not exactly sure whether Hawkley's on 49 or 48.
Well, we've got him as 49, and I think that the scoreboard agrees with us, purely because their numbers balance with ours. So right. Sput, it's just to forgive Sput and not make you think that he can't see. He can. The scoreboard is just very far away against the hill, and you sometimes lose it on the backdrop. But there we go. We're going to see that everyone will get up. We already hear the applause in the background, and they can appreciate this superb innings again from a young, talented future prospect in South African cricket, heading towards Tuks. That's where he's going to resume his career, but it's a class 50 and well appreciated by Van Biljon as well. 50 from 52. when he started, we were talking about strike rates, and I said that one thing that I would be working on if I was Ben Hawkley is purely the strike rate that's at 88. And it's not to criticize, but for someone averaging 77, 78, I think you would want to get his strike rate up to at least 100 plus, and he's done that in this innings.
Yeah, he's a class act, has been Hawkley. It's drinks at the Coetzenburg Oval with the Coastal Conquerors taking on the Southern Superstars. Both sides winning 2 out of their 3 matches thus far at Cubs Week. The Southern Superstars surprisingly coming unstuck yesterday against the Eastern Warriors on the Tussies Oval next door. 112 for the loss of 2. Hawkley on 50 or 53. Zama made 29 or 51. It was tough going at the start for the openers of the Coastal Conquerors. And Fambiljon threatening as well on 21. We'll be back after drinks. Some pitch repairs being done there, Johan Ferreira. It's been a tough morning for the ground staff as it wasn't the evening and the morning they expected, so a lot of water went onto the wickets last night just to sort of keep them together. And then Stellenbosch, for the first time in history in summer, gave us this.
Yeah, and the repairs being done at the end where we've struggled most, and behind the ground staff there'll still be visuals of the sawdust that's been put on the floor, but the umpire's asking them just to come and bump down some turf. That's where the bowlers have also struggled slightly, just to find their footing and get stuff going, especially for the seamers.
Yeah, just for the viewers at home, Jan, it's very disconcerting for a fast bowler. Remember, I always explain it this way. Bowling quickly from a long run-up is one of the most unnatural things the human body does. Because you're running with momentum into one direction to stop, to transfer your momentum forward again. And it's very disconcerting for a fast bowler if that footing is loose at all. Whether it's soft or loose, it's almost equally tough on them. So, very important to make sure it's a safety factor more than anything else.
Yeah, and if you don't have grip on your landing foot, that gets nasty. That gets very nasty. You can turn over an ankle.
Now, ankles and knees, that's what you're scared of when the footing's not good there. The hamstring can go at any time, but ankles and knees, you need a solid footing there. Especially at our age, the hamstring goes anytime. It
yeah,
can go
absolutely.
on a brisk walk, in fact.
I was never a fast bowler. I was fascinated by the fact that you buy a brand new pair of shoes and then you cut open a piece of it immediately. I misunderstood. I know why. I'm just, it's tongue in cheek.
Yeah.
You spend a lot of money to cut away what you've bought.
One of my good friends and man who played plenty of first class cricket in South Africa, CJ Boetie de Villiers, bowled with a number 14 or 15 spike. Hence the nickname of Boetie, because he's got boats for shoes. And always gave him a bit of flack about the state of his left big toe. Not a pleasant sight.
I'm a visual person, so thanks, but
Best he not wears slops.
again, just that line. It's like you said. You mean in his previous over, Prince's previous over. That's exactly where he tried to get Hawkley to come after the ball. And at this stage, it's still a good contest between these two. Prince, just that movement, slight movement. So he'll be encouraged by that. He just wants to bring it slightly more towards off stump. We talk about that fourth stump line. That's where you want to be. And if there's a slight movement and you can entice the drive, that's where your keeper comes into play. This time too short from Prince. He knew it. As he dropped the ball, he looked down in disgust and he sort of momentarily had a glance over his shoulder to see if it's 4 or 6. But 4 again to Hawkley. He showed that from the onset. You can't drop short.
Yeah, easy pickings here for Ben Hawkley. There's only a deep backward square out on the fence. So acres of space to hit that one into. He wasn't interested in rolling the wrists at all. Meat and drink for a player of his caliber. Moves on to 54 from 56 deliveries.
That's better, but just listen to that sound off the bat once again. Travels very quickly to long off for another single. I think Francois Prince will be slightly concerned now. He won the toss. He decided to bowl. Both captains would have made that decision. You get an early wicket, 9 for 1. You've tightened the screws. Run rate is not favouring the batting team. And now suddenly you look up. There's a partnership of 59. The tournament's top 2 run scorers are together. One has passed 50 already. 117 for 2, 24th over. You're the captain. You're taking the ball. That's slower and it dies down on the keeper as well. But I reckon Francois Prince would have said, we would have expected a better position from the start we made. Those who followed in the footsteps of the opening pair, they've been slightly looser, and now suddenly it's 117 for 2. Now I've got to be mindful of what's left in this innings, 14 overs. What will I realistically be looking at chasing? That's how from a captaincy perspective. And at the same time, the Conquerors would say, hey, we've survived this initial onslaught. If these two stay there, we're going to be in a position of strength.
And I like the way Van Biljon is just working the ball around. He understands that for now he's the junior partner. That might change if Hawkley loses his wicket. We know he can accelerate. We saw that yesterday against the Western Legends over on the Marty Seafield. 38 over match. 3 bowlers allowed to bowl 8 overs and another couple to bowl 7 overs, and that's because of the delayed start this morning.
They're talking about the Seafield. It looks like we will get some cricket in there, but they're going to be the latest starters. We had the field next to us on the left of your screen. They had the first go. They're about 14 overs in front of us. And then it was our turn here in the middle. And those on the right, they're still warming up.
Yeah, it's like it's in another province, the Seafield of Marty's. On normal summer's there, it's a couple of degrees hotter there on the Seafield.
A short continues.
He's a highly rated man, Timothy Short from Stellenbosch. Left arm orthodox bowler. Bowling at Van Biljon.
Nicely tossed up. So he has the protection straight, long on, long off his back. There's a cow corner in position as well for the drag across the line. And then a man on the cover fence. That's the boundary runners at the moment.
Yeah, it's 3 men inside the circle on the offside, a couple on the leg side. No man at 45. Is that an option? The little lap or reverse lap. Not from that length. Oh, and then the misfield's going to allow them to come back for a second. Can't afford that.
And there's been a couple of instances where they've let themselves down in the field. But what I like from Bouillon is just the time that he takes. He waits for the turn and then balances himself and puts it in the right area. Again, good flight from short. And you talk about rating him as a spinner, absolutely. And his tactic would be if I can maybe throw in I just want something visually over the top of the batsman's eye line. And maybe ask him to go for the sweep, and then I can maybe hit him on the pads in front. Or maybe he plays against the turn and the short third comes into play. So there's always a plan within a plan.
Very good over from Timothy Short, only a couple from it. It's 120 for 2. Hawkley's 55 from 57. Van Biljon 24 from 35. Just want to make sure here that they keep the momentum going, these two. Don't need any more overs where they only score a couple. So Prince to continue. He's happy with the combination between himself and Timothy Short, the captain from Boland Landbou.
It's been an eventful last 12 months for the man that's bowling at the moment. He had a stint abroad. Went to England, played some cricket there, captained his team, massive runs, came back, took over Boland Landbou's captaincy, and now playing in Stellenbosch.
He worked a bit with Stiaan van Zyl as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
What a man to work with, former Protea. Stiaan van Zyl, and a great servant of the game. He's an umpire these days. What a man.
The transition, you often get ex-players, former players going into the coaching setup. We see a lot of them that's walking around here as well. Ryan Bailey walking past us. He's in charge of Marty's cricket. Bales played some good cricket there where you come from, where you reside.
He did. He played for the Knights and he also played for the Warriors. Bales spent plenty of year in Bloemfontein, won a trophy or two with the ITech Knights.
That's nice, like that.
They've changed sponsors. Flex brand Knights, they are called these days. They're looking odds-on favourites to end at top of the pile in the Div 2 chase for the promotion spot. See, there's a couple of the sides in Div 1 that might want to challenge that ruling.
Just slightly slower from Francois Prince. But yeah, the point I was trying to make now is you have former players that go into coaching positions. You have those that take up the whistle in a refereeing perspective. And then from an umpire's perspective, Arnie Jacobs, another one that transitioned quickly. Now Stiaan van Zyl doing the same thing. Rugby, you think of someone like Egan Seconds. Stopped his career and then went into refereeing. Any Daniller did it for a bit. Any comes from, also played for Free State. Could really kick a torpedo kick. And then I saw him one day and I said, Henny, what now? You fit? He's really fit. He cycles and stays around the corner as well. He's in just outside of Franschhoek. And he said to me, no, Johan, no. This refereeing thing, no, not for me. But he actually did very well. And then he stopped by his own accord and said, I've got youngsters, I've got 3 kids, and I would like to be there for their sport as well.
It's tough work in the junior ranks as a referee, club rugby. There's a lot of money floating around and expected to referee 2 or 3 matches on a Saturday, school's game, and then later on a club game. How Chinny Danila played a lot of good rugby for the Free State at fullback, cannon of a left boot, as you said.
99 games. I always say to him, couldn't you just stay for one more? Really, just because I'm a numbers person, that's the only reason. Get that century up. Talking of numbers, 124 for 2 at the completion of 26 overs. Hawkley on 57, Van Biljon on 26.
Paul Gymnasium man, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, correct. Yeah.
Annie Danilla. We welcomed him in Bloemfontein with open arms. Part of a very good Cheetahs rugby side.
Oh, just going to drop short. Half a chance offered by Van Biljon. Not the fielder's fault, but it was in the air, just enough to keep you interested, and then it dipped. Would have been a brave man diving forward for that. Seen a couple of teeth in my own club ranks stay behind. Not for my own mouth, luckily I was keeper, so easy position. You may have gloves as well.
Yeah, I had a similar situation one day in a club game where I was the captain of the side, and Devil Pretorius, who played one test match for the Proteas. Get back to that now. He was bowling rockets, and I decided to bring third man in to second slip. My player told me that he's never been in the slips before. I said, don't worry, this is just to put the batsman off. He had a drive, nick. And a few seconds later, there was a broken jaw. I didn't get a lot of taps on the back from our fellow players for the rest of the game.
Yeah, that's nasty. We were just looking at short, and we were asking why the short fine wasn't in place. And you saw Van Biljon is alert to the scoring opportunity. He tried the lap and didn't quite work out. Went back to the conventional way that he has been playing for the majority of his innings. At 27, he tried something, didn't work out, but back to normal.
Yeah, but he might start feeling the squeeze on 27 of 43. And it's short who's put that squeeze on. His last 12 deliveries has only conceded 4. And Van Biljon is definitely starting to feel the pressure, because this is the time of the innings with 11 overs to go that they really want to be accelerating. And if anything, the last 3, 4, 5 overs, they've been decelerating ever so slightly. They've dipped back under 5 runs to the over.
Change of bowler where we've seen Francois Prince take himself out of the attack. Again, this is where the discussion between Hawkley and Van Biljon. Hawkley will be alert to the fact that Van Biljon has just been pegged back slightly. So I'm not saying this is what they'll discuss. If I was Hawkley, I would say, listen, you go through this patch, it's fine. When you're on strike, you get 1. But try and get 1 off the delivery that you're facing. Let's not try and get 1 off 2 or 3 deliveries. That's going to transfer pressure to me.
And I'm so glad you mentioned that, because that's where you get caught out sometimes when you want to rotate. As if you don't rotate off that first delivery you face and then rotate off the second or third, because then you've taken up half the over. And Hawkley's been doing a very good job. He's getting 1 or 2 every delivery he faces. So now it's up to Van Biljon to replicate that, because the last thing you want is Van Biljon now to take 3 balls to get off strike, because then you've passed the halfway mark in the over.
It is Unati Magoloza from Kailicha Hub. There we go. That's exactly what we've been asking for from a Van Biljon perspective. That he's done his job.
Just a word on the hub system, especially in the Western Cape. Yearly, at the Cubs Week and the Kaya Majola setup, we see a couple of players from hubs. Here we've got Magaloza from the Kailicha Hub. We've got Sigabi from the Guguletu Hub. Show and Plaikis from Bridgeton Hub in Oudtshoorn. Straight to the man. 1 man in the ring on the leg side. Hawkley can't believe his luck. And another good Ben Hawkley innings comes to a premature end if you're a Coastal Conquerors fan.
Well, Unati Magoloza new into the attack, strikes with his 3rd delivery. It's a delivery that's aimed into the pads. He taps it around, works it around the corner. Nothing wrong with the shot, just the execution letting him down. But we can really acknowledge another superb Ben Hawkley innings. Not the way he would have wanted to go out. 59 from 61 deliveries. class act again. But now we've spoken about the transferring of pressure, and now Van Biljon takes over that senior role, 128 for 3. But Magaloza will be high-fived and appreciated by those who's getting together in that huddle. Credit to Francois Prince, who whipped himself out of the attack and gave the ball to Magaloza, who produced within 3 deliveries.
350s and 4 innings then for Ben Hawkley at the CSA Cubs Week 2026. If you want to be ultra critical, would have loved to converted one of those into 100, although on day 2 of the tournament he was 89 not out when his side got bowled out, so he'll be odds on to tell you he would have gotten 100 that day, and you would have said brilliant stuff, 100 and 250s. But with 350s in 4 games, he's for now still the leading run scorer.
It's just such a soft dismissal, and it happens in cricket. Soft dismissal, soft moment.
It does indeed, Johan Ferreira. It's one of those where, as you're walking back, there was one guy on the leg side, and that's almost when your mind tells you, I can whip this anywhere because there's only one guy, and you end up whipping it straight to him.
New man at the crease is Carl White from Northwood. That's the way you want to start. Off the mark straight away.
No Seth Simpson yet. I wonder if he's perhaps the unlucky man to sit out in today's clash.
The one thing that strikes me immediately from Carl White, he's busy. The way he ran that first ball. Yes, let's go. And I was watching him warm up as well in my break. He was spending a lot of time hitting straight back to his coach. He was feeding him delivery straight back.
It's nicely played by Van Biljon. Now he's got to take over as being the senior partner. That's what we discussed earlier.
And that this now brings different pressure to Van Biljon, because now you'll know Hawkley's gone. I've got to keep the run rate up while Carl White finds himself. White says, I don't need too much time. That's 2 of 2.
He runs hard. I like it. He's going to put pressure on these fielders, Carl White from Northwood.
It's almost as if there's a new energy at the crease. You just feel it from what Carl White has brought. End of an eventful over for Mogoloza, and finally a breakthrough for the Southern Superstars. 131 for 3 after 28.
Ten overs remaining. 7 wickets in hand. There will be some sort of an onslaught soon. With 60 balls remaining. Van Biljon, can he go right through? If he does, he might take away that leading run scorer position from his teammate, Benjamin Hawkley.
Yeah, there was a difference of 3 at the start of the innings. Needs to get to 59 first and then plus 4. Not 3. That's level, not 3. Let's not go there. It's plus 4.
2 teammates chasing each other.
Timothy Short has been good. 5 overs for 21. It was just 1 over where he lost the ball in his delivery stride. It was one that he wouldn't want to see again. Oh, that's beaten everyone and everything.
That went straight over the top of the stumps. And straight past the wicketkeeper, Daniel Cook. Yeah, straight through the gloves.
Oh, no edge from Timothy Short. That's he's doing his magic. That one not sticking. So I mean, let's just look at that one first. Immediately the hand of apology went up. The next one. plays for the drive, gets the edge.
Yeah, too big an edge. Cook had no price
No,
there.
definitely not Cook's one to catch. Now the slip comes in.
That amount of deflection.
So can I ask you, looking at Cook, let's just look at his stance, the way that he takes in his position as keeper. You kept. I'll be fascinated to get your thoughts. I was a croucher. What I mean by that is going right down, with hands on the ground. Look at what he does.
Yeah, it's the sort of modern way, Johan. Keepers have become really lazy to go down. Let's be honest. Let's not beat around the bush. They don't like keeping for 50 overs. They don't like keeping for anything more than 20 overs these days. And it's an art. It's an art that needs to be perfected. And not by any stretch of the imagination am I saying Daniel Cook's not a good wicketkeeper. Please, don't get me wrong. I just think technically keepers have changed. They tend to not crouch as low. They tend to be up a lot sooner. Yes, wickets have become better, remember. So they get away with it in a lot of cases. So the golden rule is to rise with the ball. So if the ball stays low, you'll still be low because you're rising with the bounce. But it is something that has slowly but surely disappeared out of our game. Keepers are up very soon, and that's why you'll find a lot of low chances and things like that going down these days. Because they, according to me, and even in those two replays, Cook, although he couldn't have caught that one, he was up very quickly.
Were you a croucher?
For sure. Went all the way down, hands on the ground, not fingers touching, hands on the ground. And to me it was always a movement thing. I was very proud, and I prided myself on the way I moved behind the stumps. I was still old fashioned. I caught the ball on the inside of my body. And I'll get back to that now. It's another thing that's changed a lot. Is the way keepers catch the ball. The best of the best still do it the old-fashioned way. The Alex Carey's of this world still moves behind the stumps and takes it on the inside. And what I mean by taking it on the inside, and for those folks at home, when a wicket keeper is behind the stumps to a right-handed batter, and the batter leaves it alone outside the off stump, good shot for nothing. Your best of the best, your Dave Richardsons, your Ian Healy's, your Mark Bouchers would then move to the outside and take the ball on the inside and ride it, soft hands. Reason being, if you're moving already and there's an outside edge, it's so much easier to take. You can stay on your feet, you don't have to dive. These days, keepers very static. Work to fine leg. Short fine leg, that is. They're very static and they catch the ball right in front of their bodies and sometimes even on the outside of the body. So if that nick then comes, the only way they're covering ground to first slip is by dive. There's no way they can move there. So,
and I love what you say there, because it's anticipating, it's triggering the movement already. So if there is an edge, you are already on the move.
The one area where that can catch you out, and ask Mark Boucher on his first tour to England, is in English conditions. So in English conditions, keepers catch the ball a lot closer to their bodies and a lot more straight in front of them, because the ball tends to wobble after it's past the stump. So you'll see the ball swinging away and then all of a sudden dive back in. And Boucher had a bit of a torrid tour, his first one to England.
They're pushing to, they're talking to, there comes the turn. He said from the onset, we're going to. Great running from Carl White. Like I said, he's brought a new energy to the crease. I'm going to leave you if you want to continue that discussion. Thanks for the insights, though, because I think it's worth looking at the new generation of keeper. And I was just picking up on Daniel Cook specifically and what he was doing and the way he was crouching or standing up.
The guy that's going to come in, he wants Daniel Cook to be playing cricket at his club, if I'm not mistaken, or he is already playing. So maybe we can continue the chat.
Let's leave that for Eugene Merlion, who will stay with Spoot Smith for the duration of this innings, which of course is 38 overs, 140 for the loss of 3.
I've been looking forward to this. Eugene Molion. The man that owns this Cubs week. Eventually, he does play the scoop over the top of Daniel Cook. That's Carl White on this occasion. Van Bullion will come back for the third. You spent a bit of time coaching in Ireland, didn't you, Eugene Molion? I think the keepers there will be catching the ball straight in front of them.
Yeah, they do. And no matter where you go around the world, every keeper will have their unique way of standing, catching the ball, retrieving the ball.
I think you're 100% correct, and I think it's become much more of a unique thing than it used to be.
Textbook thing.
And I'm happy for it to be. It's just there's certain basics you don't get away from.
There's certain fundamentals, Mr. Smith, that everything you do, whether it's keeping, bowling, batting, there are certain fundamentals that don't change.
And to me, rising with the ball is probably the most important one. To be as low as you can. And then the other thing that goes with it is still eyes. So still eyes and a still head. And that little masterclass 20 overs that Alex Carey gave us in the Ashes earlier in the series was probably the best example of that. Another one goes very fine on the leg side. There's no 45, as we said earlier, and another couple of runs. And why I say that was a real masterclass, it was a masterclass in a still eyes and rising with the ball. Because the way he was able to take balls up to the stumps at sort of rib cage height was because as the ball bounced, he could rise with it and he could get his hands up. So it's because he was low down that he could do that.
That over comes to an end, 31 gone. The thing for me, just speaking about Daniel Cook, is this is not his first choice, being a keeper. He's sort of a makeshift keeper, but he's better than a makeshift keeper. And you can see why. So there's a couple of things. Yes, you guys spoke about the crouch and staying nice and low. The other thing for me that's more important, especially for keepers like him, who maybe not do it day in, day out, is presenting a larger surface towards the ball.
Big gloves,
Yeah.
fingers pointing down.
So when you see him, if I can hold this, so when you see him, it's more in this position rather than open up like that. And when it's open up like that, you can give yourself more of a chance to get the ball, whether it is going up and down. So that is one thing I would say, just looking at Daniel Cook here, and he might have to do a job for me.
Look,
the weekend.
I just want to make it clear, the chat was more general. It's not about Cook and thinking he's not a good keeper, because I actually love the way he catches the ball when he does. He's got beautiful hour. Shot. One of the shots of the tournament over extra cover. If you can play that, you can play.
What about the pose after? I hope our cameraman Ashley got that, because that was, as Sput said, quite magnificent shot. This, out of the screws, as they say.
If you bowl that to me and I hit you over extra cover, I'd still be posing tomorrow morning. You won't get me out of that pose. I'll abuse you as well, but I'll pose.
I'll turn around very quickly. I wouldn't give you the chance to say anything at me.
Don't worry, I probably won't hit that shot. I would try to, but I'll probably miss it.
Well, Van Bullion looks like he's favouring that offside. Again, looking to free that arms up to hit the ball through the offside. He's a strong man. He's in the runs again.
This is a quality Coastal Conquerors side, Eugene Molion.
Yeah.
Hawkley, Van Bullion, Simpson, White.
They've always had good sides here.
Semal Pillay.
No.
Once the bowlers come in later, Rowan Raja. You know, this is a proper side. Roxton Payne, left arm orthodox. You want to see them putting it together.
Well, we've come here a number of years and they've always been there and thereabouts and just not getting across the line for most of it.
Are you trying to say we're part of the furniture here?
Definitely. Long made lost. Again, calls for 2. That's excellent work there. Luca Plecker.
Paul man, is he?
That's right.
Full of runs this year as well.
Yeah, and can bowl some. Hasn't been bowling today yet.
Just to refresh the viewers' mind, 3 bowlers can bowl 8 overs. A couple of them 7 overs, 38 overs a side after a delayed start earlier this morning. Run hard. Yeah, they've got to be more aware, the 2 batters. Look at the field placing. There's a man at square leg in the ring. And then you've only got 3 boundary riders on the leg side in fine leg, sort of a straightish mid-wicket or a cow corner, and a man at a long on. Save your legs. That's going to be a boundary. Well played. 3rd man up in the circle. I like the look of Kyle White. He's been busy since he's come to the crease. Ran hard and he puts the bad ball away.
Well, if 3rd man is in the ring, well, in fairness to the bowler, not a lot of width on offer, but that's well put away.
He was sort of batting on leg stump there, exposing the stump so he creates the width for himself.
Yep.
I think he was looking at that field placing and realising, listen, if I get anything outside the off stump here, I'm going to beat the short 3rd man.
Well, there's problems for the superstars. If Magaloza is going for 20 of his 3, we need to get somebody here who's going to go for less because the charges aren't here. 7 wickets in hand. They've got, another 6 overs to go. Surely.
Give me a bat. Give me some bats. Send me in, coach. I'm ready. I want to go swinging.
As they say in the City of Roses, tyd vir die lang steel.
Ja, hulle moet die lang steel nou in lê so, Gina. Nou grip it at the top of the bat.
Timothy Shaw, you got to be sure about your line.
Timothy Short has been bowling really nicely. Like some of the other spinners, it took him a little while to get the correct pace on this Coetzenburg track. Chance out, reverse sweep. Van Biljon's not going to be the leading run scorer at the end of the day. That's still going to belong to his teammate Ben Hawkley. And Short has been turning the screws over the last 3 overs.
Well, it's the most talked about shot. Going for the reverse and hitting that straight to the fielder. It was a good knock, but he just couldn't get it away. He hit that straight to Gideon du Toit, that backward point. Partnership broken off 28. Just when it looked ominous for the superstars.
Good innings from Van Biljon. 39 he made. Might be thinking, here's a few balls that I just dotted up in the middle of my innings. I would have loved that 39 to maybe be of 40 deliveries, but they've set the platform for an all-out assault. There's 6 wickets in hand.
Well, I'm grazing just to the right where your boys, the Western Legends, are playing. I say your boys, but there's shots of plenty going on around there. These are 24-over game, and Christian Kind just flicked one off his legs. And what a picture it is where a white ball flies into the mountain there.
It is a lovely picture. It's almost like on the golf course, but we just never get to see that, that thing flying out there. Sort of hit it in all directions. It does fly a fair way, but it doesn't always go where we intend. I've played some golf, believe it or not, Johan Frado, with Eugene Mullion. He does hit a long one.
Doesn't always go straight, though.
It's all right. Long and skew is still close to the green.
It's forward.
And I've often been told I stand too close to the ball, especially after I've hit it.
I think I was the one that told you that as well.
Mapanga, he was good yesterday as well in that partnership with Joshua Van Biljon. Massive partnership, 150 odd to win the game against one of the top sides in the tournament, the Western Legends.
But you can't just soak up dots here. You've got to be on the ball here. You've got to get your story straight.
So Short then definitely one of the three bowlers bowling his eighth. He's into his final over. That's good running. Good awareness, good running from Mapanga and White.
Sorry, I went like that because Daniel Cook nearly got a bat around the head there. Just by mistake, of course, accidentally.
You can hear. He's the coach. He's the coach of Daniel Cook at club cricket. He's watching out for him. Yeah, that wasn't even that close. Where is it that you'll be coaching this year, Eugene Malia?
Well, still at Claremont Cricket Club.
Oh, they're lucky to have you.
Yeah, we start again in Erdens this week. And then first game of the season, we head down to Western Province Cricket Club.
Bit of a local derby.
That would be quite close, yeah. That would be quite close. It's just nice not to travel too far. That is always the key. Furthest would be probably Durbanville.
Yeah, I think as with most southern suburb sides, I believe cricket's only played there. The southern suburbs. Bishops, Rondebosch, Sachs.
158 for 4. 33 overs gone before we get on to the Grey College stories.
They don't like travelling to the other side of the Boereworsgordijn that much to go play Belleville, Durbanville, Brackenfell. Brackenfell still in the Super League?
Yes, they are. Premier League.
Or Premier League, rather. Adams. Back into the attack. Bit of a death specialist is Taywin Adams. He was good with the new ball as well. Swung it around, got it to move.
That was that first wicket. Stump did a Simone, cartwheeling out the ground. But this is where this fella's just going to change it up a little bit. He's got good variations. Slow ball, cutters. He's a good performer, is this kid.
Klein Nederburg High School.
There's the one cutter. Two's the call. And the throw is away with one. 2 it is.
Just touching on Klein Nederburg, where Taywin Adams comes from, it's one of the two sides, or one of the two schools that's involved in one of the nicest days in South African school sport. When Klein Nederburg plays New Orleans at Forest Street Stadium, just a week after Paul Boys and Paul Gim play two of the most watched games in South African schoolboy sport. There's a cameraman, part of the crew here, that knows that tradition all too well.
He was very well pointed it out there. He
nearly jumped onto our table.
I mean, the camera nearly took a tumble there. Got so excited. I wonder if he could tell us who holds the most wins.
No, they weren't Adam. No.
Yeah, just to let our viewers know, it's not Magalozi bowling. It is, in fact, Taywin Adams. Yeah, no, it's getting to that day, the part of the day.
It is. It's still early in the match, but late in the day.
Late in the day for the scorers.
Because we started at 12, and that was the customary Cubs week bye last night. That's a bit of a waft outside the off stump.
That's why I said, Joe, I'm just looking at the mannerisms. When somebody comes in, you've got to be on the ball here because you're running out of overs. You're running out of balls here. You've got a man, White, who looks, when he came to the crease, he looked a little bit more energetic, looked like he wanted to get on with it, even though it's just a single. This is what Mapanga needs to do here. just eat up these dots. He's chipped it around for a couple of twos.
Here's another chip down a long off. It's the end of the over. A good one from Taywin Adams under the circumstances. 6 runs from it. I've got 4 overs left, 24 deliveries. What's the magic number here? 36 of 24 gets himself to 200. 9 runs to the over. Is that what they'll be targeting?
Potentially. As we see the umpires just choose the ball. So after 34 overs, they've got to choose one. And it's Waco Basic into the attack there from the mountain end. Well, 24, as you said there, that's 290-ish. Or apologies, 190-ish. So is that going to be enough? With a few more big hits, they could get up to 200. I think that's the mark where they should be trying to look at. Could get
White was on 18. Beg your pardon, Eugene.
I was about to say, you're going to get a few balls here that's back over the length. Because mid-off is up, they're going to come through for 2. Good running. So, as a batter, you can set yourself here for that.
He's gone the aerial route. He's not afraid to sort of chip and chase his Mapanga. Christian Kind next door on the Marty Seafield out. 16 from 16. Nudia Botha, the other man out for the Western Legends. He made 3. Aiden Dodd and Efre Botha at the crease. It's 28 for the loss of 2 after 6.
Where's Khan going this year?
To school.
Still at school?
Yeah, he'll be in Matric in Grey College this year, Christian Kind.
Well, then I would say it's a big year for him. In terms, I know academic-wise, his education is first. I'm thinking about cricketing-wise, and he really needs to stamp his authority on that part of the game.
Chance. Oh, dropped. One has to say that was as easy as they come for Sherwin Plykies.
Well, I'm not sure if we're going to pick it up from our camera angle here. It just looked like his hands went towards the ball. And that you say he's snatching at it, rather than letting that ball come, because it was at a good height, comfortable height.
I'd love to see a little bit of a wider shot on that replay if we do have one, because I've got the feeling you might need a sleeping bag and a pillow there. I think you got a fright. Now he's in. Now he's in.
I feel these runs are important, Joe. I don't know why I do feel it. This was that chance.
Just out of picture at the point of contact, unfortunately.
Wouldn't you want the field in to try and save the single against Mapanga? You can go sit in the ring for this guy.
Oh, that was good. That was so good in the field by Francois Prince. He threw it while he wasn't set yet, but got a lot of power on the throw. That was such a quick release, Eugene Malliard.
No, he looked good there. He was on the ball. If that had to hit, I think he's gone for all money.
Straight up. He's doing the run around. Ismailov, no chance he gets that. Looks like Timothy Short, who had a turnaround, but as soon as you start circling, then you know the chances aren't great.
8 runs off that over. 172 for 4. Yep. It went high in the air, but he just couldn't get there. Oh, way too near. 3 overs to go.
It's a big ask, but they'll love 200 here. They would love 200.
10 and over?
Should be doable. 9 runs, 9.33 to the over. Tywin Adams, he's got other ideas. Swings that one back. Normal pace.
Yeah, as the sun trying to beat through those clouds. I think we, for one, are enjoying the temperature today. It's a lot better for us. It should be a lot better for the players.
Yeah, it's a wonderful day here in Stellenbosch. I haven't seen summer rain in Stellenbosch in a long time. Saw a bit of it this morning. Almost more misty than rainy.
It's a good bowl at the death. He's Tywin Adams. What I like is he's played a couple of years of club cricket with the senior men, and I think that has helped his development, especially with the ball.
Grow up quickly in club cricket.
Very.
Especially in the Western Province. Some quality players still in the club system. That's hit hard by Carl White. Too hard, perhaps, if they had 2 in mind. CSA Cubs Week 2026, Day 4. Both these sides with a victory still have a mathematical chance of winning it all, with the Northern Champions 3 out of 3. That's a good strike. Well, it's to the left of a long off, but good fielding done by Gideon de Toey.
He's been busy. He has been very, very busy. Saw him when I came on air. He was at slip at the time when Timothy Short was bowling. The ball beat everybody, and he had to do the chasing then. Well, more chasing for the big fella. 5 so far from this over. 2 balls to go. 177 for 4.
Down the ground this time by Mapanga, straight to long on. Basic comes in, does the fielding. 6 runs or 5 deliveries. They need a boundary here off the final delivery. Not easy to score boundaries from Tywin Adams at the death.
Those cutters and slow balls. He's also got that seam delivery. We saw that ball tail into the right-hander.
Chance for backward point, turns around, doesn't get there. Another couple. So it's 8 runs of the Adams over. Last 2 overs have gone for 16. Carl White playing a nice hand here. Has his Bonga Mapanga. They need 20 of 2 for that magical 238 overs.
It's on the cards. It's on the cards, Mr. Smith. And will be basic to continue. This is where I just feel they should maybe try to squeeze the singles as well. As Fine Leg looks like he's coming in. No, it's not going to be Fine Leg. It's going to be third man going in the ring as Long Off is now in place. Just the single. Carl White's on strike. 24th, 27 he is now.
And he's a busy player. He was busy from he came to the crease. So it's a perfect guy to be at the crease at this stage, Carl White. Mid wicket on the edge of the circle as a shot.
All that throwing this morning at stumps and everything else just doesn't quite happen.
It means nothing if you hit in the warm-ups. It's like hitting your best drive on the driving range when you're warming up, shanking the first one into the trees. Yeah, Mapanga caught plumb in front. Waco Bassick picks up another wicket. And Mapanga departs the scene, the 5th wicket to go down for the Coastal Conquerors.
Yeah, just trying to get on with it. Looking square. Right in front. The finger raised. Means that you've got to depart the scene here. Mapanga for 16. 182 for 5. They still got the runs on the board though.
Indeed they do. We've seen scoring hasn't been that easy throughout the week. You know, we've seen a couple of scores in the region of 250. We haven't seen much more than that. So in 38 overs, 195, 200, wherever they get to, will be a great challenge.
Here's a topic for you to think about. As people might think, yeah, it was covers on, it was a late start, it was just some moisture. The wicket would have dried out a little bit. My view is, and I would like to hear your thoughts, is maybe things will happen a little bit quicker than what it did in the first innings, which means that the ball might skid on a little bit better. You might get the edge a little bit more as a bowling team. So as a batting team here, you can't just say, okay, no, it's fine, we should have the better of the conditions. It doesn't normally just work like that.
Yeah, we saw yesterday when it was very sticky early on, 2 of the 3 sides chasing lost. So I think this is a very competitive total, especially with the bowling attack of the Coastal Conquerors. They've got good seam bowlers up front, guys with a bit of extra pace over the Southern Superstars. And yes, you're totally right. Those 2 white Kookaburra regulation cricket balls might just be skidding on a bit better.
It will also see interesting to see what the superstars do in terms of roller on this pitch. Are they going to take the big one? Or are they going to have a small one? Are they going to do anything to the pitch whatsoever? Because that will also give a telltale sign that.
What would you be doing? I'd go for the little light roller.
No, definitely light roller. Because there's still moisture in the surface. And you don't want to draw that up. And as I said, you don't want to firm it out too much.
Oh, that's cute. That's cute with 3rd man up in the circle. Roxton Payne. 2nd delivery he faces. The reverse lap from Roxton Payne gets him a boundary.
Why not? Why not? If there's somebody that knows this pitch, these conditions, this ground, better than most, it would be him. Roxton Payne. That's a valuable 4 runs.
He was a first-year student this year at the University of Stellenbosch.
He's a USA champion. Marty's winning it this year over Pucker.
That he is indeed.
Final over.
Oh, beautifully played. Behind point on the offside. Work for 3rd man to be done. Considered 3 for a fleeting second. But with 5 balls remaining, they enter the 190s. 190 for the loss of 5. Taywin Adams being entrusted with the last over. It's his 8th.
1 for 26. Again, performed very well today.
Call it 2 by White. They'll only get 1.
I think Roxton Payne just wanted the strike. He was ambling through there for 1.
It's going to be a 30-minute break for lunch. Is the 100 or the 200 still on? They're 191 for 5. They've got 4 deliveries remaining. They need a boundary. If he bowls the off guard, it's coming back in to Roxton Payne. Goes for the leg cutter, I think. Straight up. Straight up. Oh, it's safe. It was always going to be. They get a couple. Run, Forrest, run. Tywin said to himself, but he couldn't get there.
That has got to be just thankful for that breeze that is blowing here. And that just drifted the ball further away from Tywin Adams. He just couldn't get there.
I think Tywin Adams is relieved as well. He just didn't get there because it wasn't an easy chance. It's one of those, you're running, but you're not sure if you want to get there. It's good, that's square on the offside. Will they come back for the second? Yes, indeed they will.
You always run harder for your own runs, fella.
Set off like a hare.
How quick was he then?
Speaking out of experience, Eugene Malia.
I ran hard for everybody else's runs, from the non-strikers in. Always.
Former youth sprint champion South Africa.
Keeps me off strike, that's what it did. That's why I needed to run to.
Well bowled. He's going to pick up another wicket. Taken by Luca Plaka, a man from Polrus Gymnasium. Oh, he's so skillful, this Tywin Adams.
Slower delivery out the back of the hand. Beautifully disguised and well snaffled.
JD Ferreira standing in the back of the commentary box. He's will be interested to know that Eugene Malion was for a while the fastest man at junior level in South Africa, and then came along Rian Dempers and that shattered it.
You love that story, don't you? You just don't want to leave me on top.
I saw the race on YouTube. Looked as if Malion started with a handbrake on and then never got it off. Fastest time on the 100, Eugene?
10-2.
200?
20.6.
That's good going. That's very, very good going. Don't get impressed easily. But that's impressive.
Not quick enough for Dempers.
Yeah, but not missing out by much.
2 balls to go.
Adams. Oh, too good. Just too good. Was there a glove or a bat? He's been given out. My word, that's skillful. Well deserved, picking up his 3rd wicket. Tywin Adams. 195 they'll finish on. Oh, that is just so good. Well taken behind the stumps as well by Daniel Cook. What a way to finish. They do finish on 195 for the loss of 7. They just couldn't get that extra 5 runs to get themselves to 200. But a fantastic effort nonetheless by the Coastal Conquerors after a really tough start in tough conditions. A match that started 2 hours later than it was scheduled for. Light drizzle this morning in Stellenbosch, preventing the players from getting onto the park. And it'll be a very interesting taste for the Southern Superstars. One of these sides will be 3 from 4 after this game, after winning 2 of their first 3 matches. The Northern champions already in charge, and next door on the Marty Seafield against the Western Legends. They might well wrap up Cabs week today if they win with a bonus point on the Marty Seafield. But all to play for here on the Coetzenburg Oval. And we'll be back after lunch when the Coastal Conquerors will be able to defend the 195 for 7 that they got.
by weather, overnight rain, and then finally the umpires said we are going to get started with revised playing conditions, 38 overs per side, and we've at the completion of the Coastal Conquerors innings, 195 for the loss of 7. Brilliant innings again by Ben Hawkley, one for the future, scored 59, he top scored, also the leading run scorer of the week heading into today. Of course, we're not well aware of all the runs that's being scored around us, 3 fields being used. But heading into this innings, he was at the top of the charts and showcased his ability. A bit of a rocky start, settled in nicely, got himself to the 59. It came off quick pace as well, and that propelled his team to 195 for 7 with a couple of other notable contributions. 38 overs then bowled. Tywin Adams was the standout performer, 3 for 37. Great control that he illustrated, picked up a couple of wickets towards the latter stages, where at one stage the Coastal Conquerors were well on course towards a 200 plus score. The question is, can the Southern Superstars chase down this target? We're about to get underway. And first up with ball in hand is Boyce. Dylan Boyce from Westville. 5 wickets in this week thus far. They'll need a good start, but the Coastal Conquerors or the Southern Superstars in their batting effort would have learned a lot from the way the Coastal Conquerors approached their innings. They started very slowly. At one stage, the run rate was hovering about 1.82 to the over. Then they settled. The new ball partnership was something of the past, and then they settled into a rhythm where they could score and more freely with time. But it will be interesting to see how the Southern Superstars go about their business and what changes and the similarities that follow. The one good thing from a Southern Superstars perspective is the moisture. Yes, it will still be there with the new ball, but we've had wind, we've had a bit of heat, not so much the sun, but it is now drying up. We haven't had more rain, so it should be an easier surface, in inverted commas. No such thing as an easy day out at the crease, but I think they'll have the better batting conditions, where in the beginning the Coastal Conquerors, they had to bounce around, and especially with that new ball partnership. That's nice and full. The first run is on the board. It's Daniel Cook, who's the keeper for the Southern Superstars, opening with Francois Prince. Francois Prince has also had a very good time this week. 119 runs off his bat. He's the captain of the team and a product of Boland Landbou. It's 2 Ferraris opening the commentary stint for us this afternoon. My name is Johan, and with me is JD. Well, 3 Johans really, but we're going to make it slightly easier. Ferrari is easy. You call once and you get 2 for the price of 1. That's over the top, and will it have enough legs? Just short, 1 bounce 4. So the intent is shown from Francois Prince right at the top of the innings. He's saying, boys, I'm not going to allow you to settle. When it's up there, it's going to travel.
Now Prince, you'll see in the replay, comes down the wicket, hits it straight over the head of that man, Dylan Boyce. A very good day out yesterday to Dylan Boyce, taking 3 wickets for 30 runs, was instrumental in their showing. To the fielder on the onside, decided not to take the single, but Francois Prince, talented all-rounder, the man from Boland Landbou, also had a good Kaya Majola, and it'll be a battle between Westville and Boland Landbou here as they suss each other out. 17 years old, heading into his final year at school. This time left by Ben Prince.
So the key here from a Southern Superstars perspective is the power play period, which is 8 overs with the revised playing conditions. A good solid start. If they can keep that wickets column down, that's just a replay of that brilliant shot from Francois Prince. Opened up his arms, waltzed down the track and executed beautifully. Now a game within a game, they can get themselves ahead of the run rate by doing some damage in this power play period. You'll see the required run rate is, you'll say, only 5.2. That can change very quickly when there's a couple of wickets that go down, but it's manageable. It's nothing threatening. You have time to settle in, and then you can work with the power play, the field restrictions being adjusted after 8 overs. If you've done a good enough job from there, you can play the maintaining role and work your way towards a score that is not that threatening, but it can become that if you lose wickets early doors.
Now, Prince has showed us from the get-go that when it's there to hit, he'll definitely have a go. Cook is just faced a 2.
Well, there we go. That's the channel that you want to operate in. Tough job, JD. If you look at the keeping, you're in the field for 38 overs. You've got to concentrate continuously. You'll say that all fielders need to concentrate. I think here and there you're allowed to have a bit of a doze for 2 or 3 seconds, but the keeper's got to be alert throughout the whole innings. So Daniel Cook would have seen the movement. He knows what to expect. Now he's tasked with putting different pads onto his shins, and he comes out with Francois Prince. Big task to get them off to the ideal start. That's too wide from Raja.
A big flash there from Cook. Just throwing the bat at that. Raja won't mind that too much. He will keep teasing away outside that off stump. But like you said, Southern Superstars, we'll just have a look. It has dried out considerably. You can feel it, even the wind as we speak has started to pick up again. It's been blowing constantly over the first 3 days, and this will help dry out the surface. Looking for the single, decide against it. Good fielding by the men in green from the Conquerors. And also see Josh van Biljon doing the keeping for this Coastal Conquerors side. He's had a very good tournament as Van Biljon. Probably still be second in terms of number of runs scored in the week.
Yeah, he played the junior role in the partnership with Ben Hawkley. But it was such an important partnership from the position where they found themselves, not so much in the wickets column, but just the runs didn't come. And then suddenly Hawkley had a couple of opportunities, he cut loose, and Van Biljon was almost allowed that opportunity to play the junior role and knock the ball around where Hawkley could express himself. But both of them are very quality batters. And the value of the all-rounder in your team, he's behind the stumps.
Plays that along the ground just for the 1. The work to do there for Lita Konya, man from Kearsley College. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting first 6 or 7 overs here, as both these teams will just try and assert himself. The Coastal Conquerors will know what it takes to chase in this wicket, so they'll know which angles to cover.
It's full wrapped on the pads. Huge appeal by everyone in front of the wickets, including the keeper behind the stumps, but nothing from the umpire, Mr. Mjoli.
Yeah, massive appeal. But the umpire said no. Definitely probably was heading down leg. And a decent start here from Raja. Prince is on 4-5.
Again, it's another big appeal. Finger goes up. What a strike it is. The big fish, Francois Prince, is sent back to the pavilion cheaply. He is gone.
Love to have a look at this. You can see Prince just having a look after umpire gave him.
And the problem there is playing around his pad, and it's a straight one, and it just judging on the height, don't think that was in factor. We'd love to have a look at that again. Maybe we can just slow it down, see if we can just establish where it hit him and what the trajectory was of the ball. Here we go.
It's debatable.
Yeah, so the angle, JD, it's absolutely the angle, and that's why Francois Prince has shaped to play to leg. The keeper normally for me is a good indication of where the ball is going to. Maybe if we can have a look at that just one more time, and let's just see what the keeper does. Where's their movement? Because they can see that angle. You normally follow the the angles. Let's see where Van Biljon goes. He takes a little step to the left.
That's one of those. Give the umpires are watching there in real time. We have the benefit of the slow-mo. Nonetheless, it's 7-1. Big breakthrough here for this Coastal Conquerors side. It sees Zigabe to the crease.
Yeah, it's a big moment up front because we've spoken up the ability of Francois Prince, that leadership role that he brings as well, and that is, it's such a big wicket in the context of a chase of 196, and you've lost a wicket in the second over. 7-1. Francois Prince is off. Well, the baton is handed over to the next player, and there's definitely ability in both of these teams. That's why they've both won 2 and lost 1. Sibahle Sigabi.
Man out of the Google to Hub. Sigabe.
Yes, I'm surprised by this. I was looking at the previous over, and it was notable that the Coastal Conquerors played with a keeper and 1 slip. At the start, I mean, conditions. Yes, the conditions have changed, but throughout the Southern Superstars bowling, especially the first 12 overs, we had 2 slips. We had a gully at times. Now, after the event, there's a let's call him a 4th slip. 4th slip that's in place. So it's keeper, 1st slip, 4th slip. I'm not going to call him a gully. I'm going to go 4th slip. But then also they have the 3rd man on the boundary. He's positioned between that 1st slip and 4th slip area. Big shot, big shot! Fingers up! Would you believe it? Sibahle Sigabe has gone for a first baller.
That is not ideal for the Coastal or for the Southern Superstars. Apologies. Let's take a look at this again. Hits him, and he's sent on his way. Is Sigabe without bothering the scorers. It's what they would call a first ball duck, and one of those that he'll want to watch on the replay tonight. All Sigabe. Let's take a look here. Yeah, we I think watch that on slow-mo again. We're more than happy with that decision.
Yeah, it's just that he's moved far across, which then there'll be scores. And you know, you think about rugby and what referees say on the field. It's the picture that you paint. It's the picture that you paint as a batter as well. If you move across your stumps and you get hit, it's just, if the umpire can see leg stump, that's going to be a problem.
Boyce has his first of the match.
You walk in and we said 196. It's not the biggest total to chase, but that wickets column, if you can lay the foundation up front, you're going to put yourself in a good position. They did that in the first over. We said good start. Francois Prince came down the track, hit a 4-5 without loss. Now the complexity changes immediately. It's 8 for 2. Daniel Cook is there. Luca Plecker walks in, and it's a whole new ball game.
I like the look of Dylan Boyce. He's got a beautiful bowling action, and he's got a venom there as well. You can see it in his eyes. He's fired up, not shying away from having a word, and it's exactly what you want from your frontline bowler. There's a bit of that intimidation factor, and keeps pushing the batsman back here. There's Luca Plecker. He'll probably be walking home after this. That's how close he lives here in Stellenbosch. One of those where your dad drops you off at the field with your bicycle, and that's normally the sign that you are cycling home this afternoon.
Well, I have to tell you, with all the schools in close proximity, I don't think I wouldn't have had the luxury of being dropped off with a car. My dad would say, "You walking, or there's your bicycle. I'm not sitting in the traffic."
These boys are spoiled. They are all staying at a hotel together. It's a very professional setup. They have meetings at night where they get a chance to speak publicly. And I must say the consensus is from all involved is that they are very good at public speaking, good at addressing the media, so it bodes well for the future. It's a massive part of of their careers, I reckon, as it unfolds, being able to speak well and speak to the media. And it's great to see and refreshing to see that the CSA is prepping them for those scenarios.
Yeah, and even away from cricket, it's something that's offered by the schools: public speaking, debating. I like
Toastmasters.
that. Yeah, I think it's an important tool to have, not only in sport but in your job, your career. You need to be able to stand up for what you believe in, and that's a voice. You need to have a voice. But you can only get the confidence of having a voice when someone teaches you how to speak.
Fuller this time, Christian, to the covers just for one. And there's some.
I was backing, but just to go back to your point, it's also amazing how professional sport has changed in that regard. Because I know, and I won't mention the name, I'll protect my mate, but a friend of mine in Johannesburg was roped in by one of the professional cricket unions in Gauteng, and used to coach the players, and I'm talking more than 10 years ago, to coach them into public speaking to a camera, speaking to a journalist. So it's part and parcel of professional sport, the media element, because now you can get confronted by anyone at even any given time, because you have cameras, roaming cameras in various departments. It's all sport codes, and a journalist can walk up and ask you a question. It can be recorded on the phone now, where back in the day you had your notepad out and you had to write profusely and then say, sorry, I missed that point, just repeat again. It's all fast paced now.
Also one of those that you don't know if you're on Facebook Live or not.
Yeah, JD, I think we blessed in that regard. Our faults, the mistakes we made, wasn't visible to the world. Today, the youngsters, you make one mistake and someone is there at the right time, at the right place, and you become a public figure very quickly, sometimes for the right reasons, sometimes not.
There's been some crazy interviews at the Varsity Cup. I'll tell you, I've watched a couple of those where you're absolutely on the floor with some of these students. But that's the nature of sport and the fun we get to have with it. No one's having fun at the moment is Raja. So that time it's leg side and wide. He'll look to correct that quickly. But both these opening bowlers are bowling with a bit of intent. You can feel it. It's decent pace around. It's a difficult wicket, we said. Not the quickest, but trying their best to make the most of this. And we saw with the Southern Superstars, when they started, they were disciplined in their lines and lengths, and got a couple of wickets.
Live interviews and the live environment in modern day broadcasting and in modern day sport, it's brought funny moments. I remember interviewing a former centre from the Bulls who couldn't speak a word of English. He admitted that before we even started. He said, listen, is this going to be an Afrikaans or English? And I said, no, sorry, I've got to do it in English. He said, I really can't speak English. And we started the interview. And there's an HLE scored. Would you believe it? It's 3 down now. 13 for 3. Slash outside off stump from Daniel Cook, straight into the hands of the grabber Ben Hawkley, and Ben is having a superb day, top scored with 59. This a regulation catch, if anything. Didn't need to chase that. It was way wide. It would have been called wide, but an edge nonetheless. And that scoreboard is getting messy for the Southern Superstars. 13 now for 3, with Daniel Cook making the way back to the pavilion, having only scored 5.
The Stellenbosch man will be kicking himself. It was short, it was wide, and in the context of the game, unnecessary to have the bat hanging out at that. But that is cricket. It was a Raja put out the bait, full flash by Cook, and they need 183 more. This has become a bit of an uphill battle now.
And that's how quickly it does change. The storyline we built up, we said there, we illustrated and underlined the importance of the first 8 overs. Yes, the opportunities are there to score the runs with the field restrictions in play, but if you turn that around and you lose wickets, the complexity changes, and it changes quickly. And this is what has happened now. And Coastal Conquerors, well, they are in complete control of this fixture. It's bang, bang, bang.
Well, Bassick had a great start with the ball, and the man from Bishops will have to dig his heels in here if his team stands any chance. Southern Superstars in all heaps of trouble at the moment.
A sharp chance. Ben Hawkley never looked like dropping that. Safe as houses. Very visible if you're looking for Ben Hawkley. He's got the orange cap on his head. That signifies the leading run scorer in this tournament. So that cap is firmly on his head, and he's definitely not thinking about his run scoring ability, but how he can support his team in the field. That's one that's ticked off. Full again, and why not from Raja? He's got his tail up. 2 for 5. His return.
A lot straighter this time by Raja or Fuller, and Bassick just getting back to ball. Talk about a bowling spell, yeah. 2 for 5 in 2 overs. Take that any day. Maybe he can put his hand up and arrive at Newlands a bit later on and see if he can contribute there.
Oh, what a day it's going to be. My Cape Town haven't done themselves any justice. They're a better team than what that log suggests. At the bottom, 2 points. Joburg Super Kings next on their radar. Oh, that's lovely. That's a brilliant follow-up delivery. Boyce has his tail up as well. 1 for 8, starting his third over. Hasn't SA20 just changed the dynamics of bringing people back to the venues, but also getting people interested in the game again? And you have this international flavour. You have a Quinton de Kock and a Johnny Bairstow opening proceedings. You have a Durban team that has 2 New Zealanders. Yes, Devon Conway comes from South Africa. Conway and Kane Williamson. I mean, what a dream. Talking about a dream, there's a dream shot. Not enough legs on it, but it will be at least 2. But how has that changed the sport we so love?
Yeah, it's fantastic to have those internationals. What I also love is the under-23 factor that they selected to that competition. It bodes well for the future of South African cricket. So well done to the organising committee of the SA20. It really has grown into one of the best international tournaments. And also having those international franchises on our doorstep. A lot of these youngsters, including Dylan Boyce, will be hoping that that's an avenue that they can pursue one day. He'll be in that Durban Super Giants neighbourhood. But it's probably one of the more exciting things is when they go into auction time. And you see players that are registered and what kind of money goes flying around. But I think any 18 or 19-year-old, they'll even take a no-pay just to go and play with these senior statesmen.
Yeah, and the story that is a cricket match. One day you're up, and the next day you're down. Look at Paul Royals, how they turned things around after their disastrous first outing with the bat. Less than 50, and now back-to-back wins against my Cape Town.
Now, there's some real gears in that side, and I think it's something that they established in that change room. It's what they advertise and put out into the world, and it looks like a happy change room.
Another edge. This time it's put down. Oh, that could have been 4. Small margins. We've just praised the fielding, and that one is put down.
Was that Roxton Payne? It looked like Payne who put that down. And we'll have to make it up to the man with ball in hand, Dylan Boyce.
Yeah, maybe from a Plecker point of view, that's just to say, okay, it might be my day. It's still a long way off from saying anything like that. It's 15 for 3. The pressure being applied, the squeeze being applied, another good Boyce over, only going for 2. Could have been 2 for 10 on his analysis, but there's no could-haves and should-haves in a scorebook. The reality is it's still 15 for 3, so they must just put that away, the Coastal Conquerors, and say, don't worry, it's fine, mistakes will happen, all human. Let's just keep working, keep building, keep creating the opportunities. Yeah, it was Roxton Payne. He's right in front of us. He's still in that wideish, that sort of 4th slip line.
Man will be familiar with these grounds. is Roxton Payne, who plays for the Marty's unit. And what a successful Marty's team this is at the moment. USA champs. And looking at some of the names in that team, you'll understand why.
Yeah, the first one that comes up is Leon Botha. I mean, what a time he's had in his cricket career in the last 12 months, 24 months.
Lots of depth, lots of players around. As you see on the Marty C field, Western Legends just warming up, getting ready to defend their total.
Yeah, and I think that the great thing from a Western Cape perspective is that you have Western Province and my Cape Town, and you've got Boland and the Paul Royals in close proximity to one another, 55, 60 kilometers, give or take. Same would apply to Gauteng and the Titans and the Lions in close proximity. You have the Tuskers and the Dolphins pretty close together. But I think that the modern day game and the advent of T20 cricket and the opportunities that presents itself, you can have a Botha playing Marties one day, Boland the next. And youngsters in this region or in any region in South Africa now say, okay, I don't have to, I want to pursue a career as a professional cricketer. A couple of years ago, I might have needed to pack up my bags to invest in my future, to study a degree somewhere away from home, to be able to pursue two dreams. One, my professional career, but trying my best to get a professional sport contract. Now it's changed a bit.
You can pull that back and go to the school system at the moment. Just almost how professional the school sports has gotten. Look at the rugby program, the top 15 schools in the country, how close it is between them. Anyone on the day can win a game. Same has changed the cricket. We've watched them, Waterkloof and Garsfontein, dominate the T20 scene. They are now known as T20 schools in that Gauteng region. They are fearless. Watch them play both sides. They can hit the ball a mile, and they've really stepped to the fore. And I mean, in Durban, you've got the likes of Westville, Kearsney, you've got DHS, you've got Hilton, Michael House, just to name a few. And fantastic to see how close it is between these youngsters and what competition does. If it's in good spirit, there's nothing wrong with competition.
Well, we were talking off air, myself and JD, about it's just crazy how school sport has evolved over the last couple of years, post-COVID. Because suddenly stories needed to be told differently, and cameras started popping up, and parents were forced to be outside the gates. I remember, and no fault of the school, that was the measurements that was put in place. I stood watching my youngster play hockey, and it was like a caged animal. I was standing outside in the road with my hands on the fence, looking at my daughter playing on the grass about 50 meters to 100 meters away from me. And then cameras started popping up and saying, okay, you stay home, we'll broadcast this. We'll bring you the storyline. And now, the point I'm trying to make is how marketable school sport has become in South Africa, and the status that's been given to hockey players, netball players, rugby players, cricket players within the community, and also someone sitting scouting and saying, but I'm going to tune in, I'm curious to see what this player is like, and how people have moved around through the advent of the social platform or the pitch visions of the world and what we are doing currently.
I remember having a conversation with Andre Trudeau, who coaches the Shimlers, and we spoke about this one morning at gym, and he said to me, you know how incredible this is, just on the other platforms. I sit at home, I don't have to drive to the Eastern Cape anymore. I pick up players. I realize that there's something that I phone their coaches, we start talking. Easy as that. He's got options for the Shimlers, and that's exactly what this is. I mean, to your point, it also says something about the resilience of South Africans. It's a massive problem. Somebody finds a solution, and then they capitalize on it, and they make it count. And You've got parents watching this from all over the country. 5 years, 6 years ago, it would have been unheard of. If there wasn't a full-on TV production, you wouldn't have seen this. So, fantastic to see. And talking about resilience, Southern Superstars will need to show plenty of that if they're going to chase this down.
That was short, pulled around the corner. Backward square will do the fielding.
Type of running we want to see between wickets.
Yeah, I love the word that you've used, resilience. And we just, that's why I enjoy, first of all, being a sports fan, number one, in South Africa. We are sport crazy people. That's in our DNA. And it's great to be in a country like South Africa where that is the case. I wouldn't want it any other way, to be honest with you, JD, and it's not because we're sitting behind microphones and watching cricket in Stellenbosch. It's just, again, I have 2 daughters, so there's no cricket yet. I'm trying desperately to convince my wife that my 10-year-old daughter needs to start playing cricket. But at this stage, it's hockey and netball and tennis. But it takes you as a parent, it takes you to places that you wouldn't have necessarily ever seen through the ability or the offering of a sport code in a school that in a brilliant country. I don't think other countries have what we have.
No, I fully agree with you, Johan. It's reflecting back to my own circumstances, and I tell kids, we'll get to that after this ball. Get to when you coach and you work with players, you say, don't just think about the game that we're playing, but think about what the sport is offering and what the sport is showing you. If you're playing, I'll take hockey as an example. If you're playing hockey, shows you Europe, you'll be forever grateful towards that sport. If rugby shows you the United Kingdom, you'll be grateful to that sport, and that's where loyalty to those codes also happen. But if you are talented enough to really show and showcase your skill in various sporting codes, and you get to see the world through it, how blessed are you? And we see that through all these kids. You listen, you look at all these touring companies that pop up and take you overseas, and sometimes you feel like, as a parent, it gets a bit much, but you also realize that it's an opportunity for kids to experience different cultures, to go and see how they play the sport. Speaking to some boys who returned from a trip to the UK about cricket, and they also said it's a different game there. So, but also, again, we could follow them abroad through streaming services and watching them. And it's the magic of school sports or sports in general. And these boys, a lot of them, I can tell you, if you ask them, is cricket part of the future, they'll definitely say yes. Some of them will make it professionally and some won't, but they'll be avid club cricketers. They'll, like you said, you asking, begging your wife, your 10-year-old daughter to take up cricket. There's some of these boys who will do that with their boys in the future.
Top shot. It's through the covers and the pose after the event, and it will race away for 4. Welcome boundary. It is Bassick off the mark with a classic square drive.
That is class from Bassick. It was good with ball in hand, and now just showing us, watch this shot. That is a lovely shot, and I think the pose was even better. Held that nicely for the camera, did Bassick. Our production crew sitting to our left, digging into the screens, making sure he brings you the very best that he can.
We have to also give them credit. We don't say thank you on air, we say thank you off air. But to our whole production team for putting everything together, a big thank you. They work very hard. They arrive much earlier than we do, and they leave later than what we do as well.
Yeah, and just to show us how good they are, just showed us that replay again of Bassick racing that over the boundary rope. Bassick 4 of 10, Plecker 6 of 17.
This time can't beat the inner ring. Well, I think Raja now would just say, okay, I like what you're doing, Bassick. I want you to drive. I've got the short cover in place. That's what I'm aiming for. That's the visual aspect right in front of you. So keep going. I'm going to try and just pull my length back slightly, and hopefully I can get you to spoon one up to Roxton Payne, who will be desperate to get his hands onto one, having dropped one in the slips. Just to introduce that drive that he's aiming for. And it can also be the double bluff, where you set up a man in that short cover area, and then you change your strategy and you go short or you go a bit fuller.
Well, the St. Charles man, Raja, running in at the moment. Piling some decent over this, conceding that boundary, the second ball, but dot balls thereafter. He'll just try and keep piling on the pressure here on the Southern Superstars.
Yeah, with the 2 wickets that he's picked up already, he's moved his tally on to 8 for the week. So averaging 2 per match. That's very decent from Raja. Brings to an end over number 8, 21 for 3. And that means the power play is done. Of course, with the difference, the adjusted match schedule, the reduction from 50 overs per side to 38. The power play is 8. It's a busy season. We see the advertisements that's being flashed across the Proteas and Pakistan, and the Under-19 World Cup, and it's the T20 World Cup. The Winter Olympics is around the corner. It's a busy period of the year. Motorsport returns soon. Cadillac is back into Formula 1. Valtteri Bottas is back. The Proteas and the West Indies. There is the confirmation. Johannesburg. That's where you want to be, and that's all in January. I mean, it's happening. Under 19's currently busy with India.
And that 30-20 at the Wanderers always is a good one. The Boring
Pink Day
is not a place that a lot of teams like to visit. I think the memory of AB de Villiers is still haunting so many West Indian
on Pink Day.
On Pink Day. So maybe Aidan Markram can replicate the magical AB de Villiers. Although some say it's impossible. He's an alien. He's not a human. AB de Villiers, wow.
He just upped the tempo to a level that we had never seen. He hit some serious strokes on that day. In that 4:38 game, you saw things that you hadn't seen before, and the AB show against the Windies in Johannesburg, there was something. So if you've never seen it, go and do yourself a favor. It's worth it.
That's what I love about Christmas TV, because there's always reruns of that 4:38 game, and I catch myself. It's the strangest thing. Quick single, yeah, but a bit of a misfield. I catch myself watching that Australian innings, and then I've got this little voice in my head thinking, you guys don't know what's coming.
Yeah, there's two things you do over Christmas. You watch Home Alone, and then you watch the 4:38 game. And
Home Alone 1, 2, and 3. You can hear who's got kids. Yeah, but yeah, it's one of those. The 4:38 game is definitely one of them.
I have to shamefully admit that I got up at the halfway stage and I said, no, I'm not going. I can't watch this. It's too painful.
Get back to that. Played on front foot this time. They're going to push hard here and definitely take on the arm for the second. That's good cricket by Wacko Basic. Some real intent here. That 4:38 game, we were cycling the Argus, and as we were going along, asking people next to the road what's going on, and it got to a stage, it must have been around the 32nd, 33rd over, where one guy told me, son, keep your head down and pedal because you don't want to know. We got home, switched the TV on, and realized what was going on or what went down, and we had a braai and walked past the TV after 5, after 10, and then I found myself sitting down and we were watching it. What a celebration that was.
Yeah. Buta Dippenaar went out cheaply. He made one. And you thought, oh, how painful is this going to be? How far are we going to lose this game?
And then Gibbs and Smith.
And then it changed. Oh, he's bowled him. He's cleaned him up. It's another one. Boyce has 2. 4 down now, the Southern Superstars. Bassek, having played that beautiful drive in the previous over, he's gone. He's the next man out, having scored 6. It's falling apart for the Southern Superstars. 24 for 4.
Dalen Boyce is on fire at the moment. He's on 2 for 15 in almost his 5th over. completed. But what a delivery from Dylan Boyce. Disturbed the furniture in a royal fashion. Get a highlight of that now as the new man makes his way to the crease. But Dylan Boyce, he's in the mood at the moment. Oh my goodness, that is class. Boyce will remember that wicket for a very, very long time to come. Will he be one of the names that we see one day also playing in a 4-3-8 type of game?
Enter Gideon de Toy. I'm sure Gideon would not have believed it if you told him that he would be batting in the 9th over. Product of that famous school down the road, Paul Boys High.
A Paul Rosa and a Boys Eye man at the crease. That should be interesting.
It's a fierce sport rivalry, but now they've got a group together.
A common goal, yeah. The one is a couple of them, but the one is to survive the Dylan Boyce bowling spell, and the other one is to make sure that they get over the line here, as this is effectively almost a home ground for them.
What a spell of bowling this has been. Men from KZN, they're conquering at the moment.
He's got his tail up, does Boyce. Fantastic bowling by the youngster. The toy, Luca Plecker. Will those be names that we reflect on at the end of today? For us to remember them, they're going to have to play an exceptional innings yet and build a partnership like we haven't seen all week.
Yeah, and I think that comes down to what are you saying to yourself now? Because we've seen, we go back to the South African DNA. How many desperate storylines had we seen previously in professional sport, in your own circles, and being able to come back? Yes, this is not even Table Mountain. This is Kilimanjaro. This is Everest that you've got to climb to get back. But it's not over until it says you've lost 10 wickets. That's when it's over.
Yeah, I'm talking about it's over for us because Eugene Molion has just moseyed on over here, carrying Spootsmith's laptop. Amazing what you'll do for friendship, Molion. As Spootsmith probably has 5 cool drinks and 4 snacks in his hand. Raja, 2 for 9.
It's full, it's picked up, and that's going to race along. A couple of bounces, then onto the carpet and into Snake Valley. Luca Plecker gets 4. And a funny story on that USA week that you were talking about. So a couple of fielders go towards that bush. This is where Plecker hit the ball. So it's in that area. You'll see it very visible there. So the ball went there. And a couple of fielders looking for the ball, and one came out and said, "Snake, snake." And so it took a couple of brave souls to recover the ball. I don't know if he was serious though, because I think he was having a go.
Well, I tell you, myself and Spootsmith were on a waddle here yesterday morning. It was hot, it was dry, and we started talking about our friend the puff adder.
Yeah.
And as we moseyed along, we both realized that if I was a puff adder, this is where I would probably be lying right now. So we got out of there very, very quickly. Started looking more at the ground than we did at any cricket. But there's something intimidating about that area. I won't put it past him that there was a snake.
JD, I'll tell you, my biggest fear is a snake.
Mine is a 3-putt. Works that on the leg side for the single.
Yeah, they're both intimidating, I have to tell you. So we went at the Kruger National one year, and I will unfortunately admit this, and you can judge me for the rest of your life, but I will admit it on air. We walked to the house, and a black mamba fell out of the roof. He dropped down, and I turned around, and it's the only time in my life that I ran over an opponent. Unfortunately, she was my wife.
Still happily married.
20 years now.
She must be a brave woman. Yeah, that is crazy. Look, if you play golf with Spootsmith, you live in fear of 3 putts, because if he's your partner, it happens more often than not. Does a Spoetsmit. But yeah, at South Africa, I see there's a famous guy in the area, Franschhoek area, who's a snake catcher. Now he's gone viral because of all the stuff he catches in this specific area, and that scares me, having just moved to this area.
Absolutely. One ball to finish over number 10. 29 for 4, 167 still required. Luka Pleka is 12. Gideon de Toy new at the crease, only faced 2 deliveries. Oh, that's going to be a big shot again. This time the umpire says no. So 29 for 4 it remains. It's all sorts of trouble for the Southern Superstars in pursuit of 196 for victory. The 2 Ferraris will make way. Spoot Smith and Eugene Molion will take over and bring you the next 10 overs.
Thank you very much. Ferreira times twice. Lessons on snake catching. Trips to the Kruger. Not a lot of cricket chatted, so we'll get back to that. JD referencing his biggest fear, the 3-putt. I'll tell you what, I've seen him do it so much, I can't believe he's scared of it anymore. But back to the cricket, Eugene Molion.
Oh, what a opening burst that was for the Coastal Conquerors. Well on top here.
I've said it right throughout the morning. Huge that I rate the seam attack. I rate the seam attack of the Coastal Conquerors. You know, Rowan Raja, Dalen Boyce, 2 for 15 again. He's into his 6th over. That'll be his final one in this spell.
But hasn't he come out of his shell? Sput, hasn't he come out well? He's performed extremely well here.
No, he's a good bowler. Always has been. Good shot. Good shot through cover. It's not great running. Oh, this is a chance. And he collected it. It was out.
I'm sorry. That was terrible. Absolutely terrible. From Luka Pleka. Admired the ball as it trundled away to the boundary and then nearly get run out.
There's an old Afrikaans saying that says, moenie 'n moordkuil van jou hart maak nie. And Eugene saying exactly what he feels about that. He has been a bit grumpy ever since yesterday afternoon. Bit off colour. Nicely played. Once again, a little bit of indecision in the running.
Won't be surprised if a run out's the next wicket.
JD, I told you this morning, I sort of feel that grumpiness has a lot to do with last night's braai, customary CSA Cubs braai. I saw them refusing him a second chop. And, and I do feel that there's something to do with the fact.
Chops was beautiful.
Boys. Well, that's a bit of a mow into the leg side. Gets himself another couple. It's sort of been a theme right throughout the week, and I actually was discussing it inside now in the clubhouse. Huge with Pat Maroney, convener of the selectors, newly appointed convener of the Proteas as well. Top orders just not coming to scratch with the conditions. And, you know, I was joking around with you being grumpy. Let's just watch this ball. Shot. That's going to be a boundary. Save your legs in the field. Luka Pleka taking it upon himself to get things started here for the Southern Superstars. Just to get back to that point I was trying to make, the top orders just purely hasn't been good enough right throughout this tournament, with the exception of Ben Hawkley. You know, players in the top 3 or 4 batting positions for all of these sides. They just haven't come to grips with conditions, and it has not been as tough as they made it look.
It's not often I agree with Johan Smith, but I'm wholeheartedly agreeing with him because this is the 4th day of this Cubs week, and it seems to just keep following the same pattern. People losing, or teams losing wickets in clusters early on in the innings, and it's a little bit of a fight back. and then they try to get to a sort of total. It's something that we haven't seen in Cubs gone by, and especially in this one. And today is the first day where they have overcast conditions. It's been a little bit more bowler friendly. However, you should still be able to knuckle down, find a way to score, rotate it, and value your wicket.
Yeah, but this is not swing overcastness.
No.
This is not a humid overcastness where the ball's going around corners. You know, it was almost more misty this morning than cloudy, and it's you know, there's a good bit of cloud cover, but it hasn't been swinging around corners. 18 50s throughout the tournament. 18. How many hundreds?
None.
0.
Not
Zitapit.
Not one.
Not good enough, to put it frankly, for this level, you know. Yearly. And here's the thing. The coaching staff that's here as well, it's not new. They've all been here before. They all have plenty of experience. Tap leads are all brilliant. And Lita Gonya comes into the attack, left arm seam bowler. Plaka on 21, the Tue has got 1. The Tue on strike, the man from Paul Boy's Eye.
On this ground, Johan, in the 4 days, we've only seen 2 innings. Not 2 games, 2 innings. Where the team batting has got either 41 for 1, which it was today, in the first power play, or it was 56 for 1 when your boys, the Western Legends, played there. Other than that, it's either been 3 or 4 down.
It doesn't surprise me that the Western Legends had the best power play. I get your point, though. I mean, but maybe that disproves my point. Maybe it's really tough conditions. Because if the Legends only had 56 after 10, it's not easy. No, I agree with your sentiments, Eugene. It's something to work on for these players and these teams. It would have been identified by Pat Maroney and John Bailey. Everybody, that's a shot. That's a shot. You may stand and admire that one, Gideon de Tooy. That's a good shot. Safe, mid on up in the ring, and high value for shots.
Well, a certain Ben Hawkley played a shot like this early on today, and it's almost in the same vein. Look at that bat flow. Beautiful over the top. I'm going to ask the question again. At what stage do we just say it's learnings or development and things like that? I asked this question early on. This is day 4, and we're still getting the same results.
Yeah, I think we have to be very careful, Eugene, and I'll get to the point just after this delivery. You know, as commentators, we obviously walk a tightrope as well, but sometimes I think, especially at this level, we give the players too much slack. You know, these guys want to be playing professional cricket next year.
I agree.
They want to walk into the first-class system and play List A cricket and things like that. And I'll be honest with you, I haven't seen a lot of batters here ready for that.
I think you're clutching at straws there. Maybe not pitching in line, maybe going down the leg side, maybe not a lot going for you.
So have a look at Plaka being struck in the pad here by Gonya Nuts, pitching outside leg, missing leg, going over the top, and just missing. JD Ferreira has picked himself up a new toy. Big battery.
Maybe it solves his 3 putting.
It does have a good square face. But just to get back to our discussion, Eugene, and people at home that has listened to us, no, we're not just going to drop this. We're gonna take it through. I'll discuss the bones of it. He's getting some tail in here, as Gonya, and he's what I'm liking, Eugene, and you can help me out here because you're the bowler. He's pitching it up, so he's giving it time to tail back at the right-handers, and so often you see left-armers coming over the wicket. Yes, they've got the ability to swing it back, but now they're hitting hard length where it's not going to swing from. So that's good to see.
Well, we're going to have a quick drinks break. Maybe gather our thoughts or your thoughts as to how we're going to continue that discussion. That is the Under-19 World Cup that's happening in Zimbabwe and Namibia. And those are the first 3 games for our South African Under-19 team. Afghanistan first up on the 16th of Jan. Tanzania, they have made it up there. Will be our opponents on the 19th. And then 3 days later, the Windies will be there as well.
Have you seen that brand new stadium in Windhoek?
No, I have not. I heard about it.
Beautiful. And our boys have got the opportunity of playing there twice. It's absolutely beautiful. Forever it will be remembered as the stadium where, on its inception, Namibia beat South Africa in the T20.
That's correct. Well, let's gather our thoughts during that drinks break, and Split and myself will continue the discussion about how we feel this week has gone. So bear with us. Enjoy your drinks break. We'll see you in a bit. "44 for 4. Again, the mini Nelsons just keep striking. And the Coastal Conquerors find themselves on top at the minute. But as we've seen, the story of this Cubs week has been the middle to lower order, always bailing their top order out. And more than often, getting them across the line. But they've got a lot of work to do here.
They do. It's going to be a tough slog from here on in. They need 152 of 26 overs. That's 5 runs to the over, just about. That's not the problem. Wickets are. A forced bowling change as Dalen Boyce has bowled 6 overs already. Just a reminder, it's a 38 overs a side match with 3 bowlers allowed 8 overs and another couple allowed 7. Can, of course, bowl as many bowlers as you like, just bowling less than 7 then.
Mapanga's in.
He's a decent all-rounder, Mapanga. Made 70-odd yesterday, not out. Winning the match with Joshua van Biljon against the Western Legends.
We always seem to have someone like that, the Coastal Conquerors. Mbata was the last one.
Bandile Mbata was our man, wasn't he? Bandile Mbata is finding himself in the S Under-19 setup. Did you see much of that innings of the young 14-year-old Wunder kid yesterday?
Well, there's a talk about in the clubhouse yesterday. Well, his innings was a highlights package.
60 out of 24, he hit 10 sixes. Not a lot of running.
He made Benoni look very, very small. And a certain Jeffrey Toyana think he posted something that said it's been a while since he's seen somebody, let alone a 14-year-old, hit the ball like that at Willowbell Park.
Yeah, don't get me started. Don't get me started. Fantastic player, however old he is. Shot 4.
No,
Is there a sweeper up?
there is a sweeper.
Oh, my bad, Eugene Molion. I'm fast asleep, but you've got the angle on that. You've got the angle. My apologies.
You just begged that to go for 4. It was such a good-looking shot. But look at that offside field. It's well patrolled.
I want to come back to our discussion, and I want to talk about shot selection. To me, it's been something lacking this week, because all these batters can play. That's good fielding in the covers.
I have no doubt in my mind that all the players from all these 6 teams that we've seen here this week, they have the ability to play.
For sure. Fantastically talented boys.
It comes down to just the shot selection, shots decision, areas they're looking into hit, not assessing how the surface is playing to allow them to play certain shots. That is for me the key, where it's all good and well if you go to the Highveld or even there, where these boys have just come from in Bloemfontein. It's brilliant decks. You hit through the line of the ball. There was 1 regulation used. Yeah, we used 2. That also plays a part. And I just feel that element has gone out. They still want to just take the game forward very quickly. There is an element of thinking that needs to happen. And for me, there hasn't enough games where there has been wickets in hand for you to really accelerate in the second half of your innings.
Agreed. And how do you take toll of 2 hard balls? You're able to accelerate right through the innings. That's the nice thing. You know, some of these men, as we see a single out into mid-wicket for the toy, some of these men would have played in weeks where the Kuka match was still the ball of choice. And they would know then you take toll of it in the first 10, and after that you maintain. You know, there was no attacking in the last 10. Teams that tried to do that against the soft ball really fell short. But it's all changed. With 2 Kuka regulations being used after 34, the fielding side allowed to choose 1 to finish off the innings with.
I haven't seen enough of that either. We talk about batters. I haven't seen enough consistency from our bowlers throughout the tournament this week. But from a batting perspective, if it's tough, I haven't seen the drop and run, boom, consistently. I've just seen dot, if it's a ball that's there to hit. It either goes for 4 or it goes for a single.
And now I think you're getting closer to the answer, Eugene Molia. Batting IQ. You know, it's about understanding that there's more to the game than scoring boundaries.
100%.
And the better players at this tournament are the ones that knows that and understands that and scores 1s and 2s regularly. But in saying all of that, we've seen some really talented players like we do every year at the CSA Cubs Week. Shot. Great fielding as well, and once again, lazy running. Admiring the shot, thinking it's 4, now looking really disappointed as the toy that it didn't reach the boundary.
I had an interesting chat. Good work on the boundary there.
Exceptional work.
That's Zuma. I had an interesting chat with one of the professional cricketers, and I said, what are your targets, your KPIs when you go and play? Especially when you're batting or bowling. He said, like, when we're batting, we want to get in 50 over cricket, 100 singles at least. So you get 100 singles. That's 100 balls out of 300. Right. So that's gone. It could be more.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, now you've got 200 balls left. Out of those, how many dot balls would you like ideally to face? They said, right, half of it, potentially. So you mean to tell me out of the next 50 balls, those are all boundary balls, twos and boundaries?
100 dots is too many.
So, so
Too many.
no, 100 singles. That's what I'm
100.
saying.
Yeah. But still, if 100 dots,
Yeah, no, it's far
too many. And I said it yesterday. I don't know if it was you that was with me in commentary or Johan Ferreira or James Cape Fox or JD. But I used to have a coach in high school that had the following motto: 3 is not enough, and 5's the magic number. 3 singles and over is not enough, but 5 is the magic number. You're not always going to get there, but if your intent is that,
100%.
and that's the key word for any batter. Even when you're defending, you do so with intent. You don't fall asleep at the crease.
Yeah. But this is what the Conquerors have done well with ball in hand. If you look at this field, this is what the Conquerors is all about, because we've seen the fella we spoke about, Mbata, bowl like this. There's only 3 men on the onside. Mid-on, mid-wicket, and fine leg, which is quite wide. And he's just bowling a good line and length outside that off stump.
If you want to hit me over the leg side, drag me. That's what he's saying. He's going to stay there. He's going to stay there, Gideon de Toy, the whole day, because that's what his field is set for.
I've got a smile and a grimace on my face here. It's because Gideon de Toy has not left any deliveries. It's a shot to ball at the minute.
It's a shot or a dot.
That's what it is.
That's what it is, and that's exactly what we're speaking about. But I think we got to get off this topic now, because let's talk about the bowling. Because I do think there's been some quality bowling on show. We've seen some guys with a lot of pace. Yep, roots the middle stump. Gideon de Toy plays all around a full one. And it is a 5th wicket down for the Southern Superstars.
If you're in the mentality of playing a shot to ball, you get to do that. Play all around the straight ball, no shape, no body position, no nothing there. And that's 5 down, and the Superstars are in all sort of bother here.
Gideon de Toy trudges back to the pavilion. Paul Boy's eye, man, gone for 8.
Just on cue when he said, we've seen some good bowling. But I think they're allowed to bowl well when you see things like that. And I'm again, apologies to everybody out there. I'm not trying to be overly harsh. But this is the best of the best crop of under-19 cricketers that we have in this country. Take your SA under-19 players away. This is the next best. And what we've seen over the last while, especially coming to Cubs, has been a lot better than what we are seeing.
Speaking about the bowlers, Gully Fryer, man from the Western Legends.
He's got gas.
He's got some wheels, plenty of development to do, but he's got that one element that you can't be taught. He runs in and he bowls quickly. And like we said, he's got a lot of development to do. He'll get under the hands of some of the bigger coaches because natural pace he's got. We've seen Dalen Boyce, Coastal Conquerors, really nip it around. Bandile and Mbata, I like maybe 5 or 6 Ks slower than some of the opening bowlers around, but really making the ball talk. Zander Venter from the Northern Champions with a bit of an awkward bowling style. He's been really good.
He's a interesting one for me. He captained the Titans at the Kai Majola, and maybe that captaincy didn't help him excel like he's doing here. Another shot to ball here by Tarantal.
I've made a 62 not out earlier in the tournament, winning them a game that they looked well set to lose. Michael Tarantal.
And it's maybe a question I'm going to ask Peter Kron here tomorrow as to what was the thinking behind making Fenter captain for the Kaya Majola, and then here it is Vian Pretorius who captains that office. And we've seen how instrumental he's been. I love a captain that gets involved and talks to his players and bowlers and everything else. And he seems to be well liked with his players as well. Slip in.
Yeah, I like this. There's just a little bit of weather creeping in again. You can just feel the odd drop. So I like this attacking ploy. And another observation, and we're on day 4 of 5, so it is sort of becoming time to start reflecting on things and so forth. You know, we've speaked about the batting, we've speaked about the bowling. 50 for 5. I love that the slip has come in, because too often in this tournament we've seen sides in this position and then opposition captains allowing the game to drift, allowing 5 guys out or 4 guys out, just 5 guys in the circle, telling them you can take one whenever you want to. Get the guys in, put some pressure on. If you get Placker here, game is done and dusted most probably.
Well, what is ringing in the Coastal Conquerors' mind is 2 days ago when they played the Northern Champions. They had them 70 for 7 that day. And then it was, as you said, they spread the field. They thought, we'll just get through the overs. However, that allowed the champions to get in and then finally over the line. So the lesson seems to me has been learned by these men in green. Though I see now long on has been put in place.
Yeah, I don't like this. Why send long on out now? If you can give me a logical explanation on that, Eugene, I'd love it.
I can't. I'm sorry. The only thing I can think of is this is now 3 balls into this over, and then they just want to bowl to the other man, want to give this fella, Placker, the strike. But why not do that from ball 1?
Then you do it from ball 1.
That's
you put long on and long off out, and you say, there you go, get off strike, I'll bring both back up. Anyway, 50 for the loss of 5. Placker and Tarantal, I told you we shouldn't get going. Down the leg side, he's been good. Gonya, he's been shaping it back. That one just starting off too straight. So there's 4 men on the offside. Eugene Malion in the circle. It's backward point, cover, extra cover, and mid-off. Lone man inside the circle on the leg side is a very straightish mid-wicket. Got a 3rd man on the boundary, no sweeper, so we've got a fine leg. And a long on the boundary as well. There is a sweeper out, in fact, on the offside. Just missed him in front of our cameraman. Smashed by Placker. Picked up of a length. Over mid-wicket. He's had enough of me and Eugene Malion questioning his tactics. He says, I'm going over mid-wicket.
Well, he identified the length. He picked length up very quickly there. It was a good sound off the bat. 4 much-needed runs.
And for 13 is Lita Gonya after 2.2. Get a single now. Drop and run. That was the idea. Good fielding by Shiraz Perumal, the man from Clifton at backward point. Leg spinner. He'll be in action a bit later.
Hopefully.
That's all the 5s on the scoreboard. We had all the 4s as well. I've got all the 5s.
The mini Nelson.
One of the 5s is going to change.
Raja. 141 runs still needed here, Spit. And, it's going to be a big ask. Yet again, I think it's the 3rd game running for the Superstars where they had to do this.
I was wondering this morning whether Mr. Simpson was having a rest, and it looks like it as he comes and says hello Combox. Seth, Jane, stand here with us. We might just grab a little chat with you quickly.
It must be nice when you're rested, isn't it? Day 4.
Just tell us about the tournament so far.
Hasn't been a great tournament for me. I came in hoping to get a few runs. Obviously, Coke Week was quite good for me. I had high standards for myself, but it hasn't gone according to plan. But cricket can be like that sometimes. It can really humble you. So I've really been humbled and realised that I just need to keep working. At the beginning of this next year coming, just got to go back to basics and just restart. Obviously it hasn't gone to plan. So hopefully tomorrow I can come off a bit.
What is, as you're talking about next year, what is the plans looking like for next year?
So I've decided just to stay in Durban. At least I've just signed a year contract with the Dolphins. It's an academy contract. That's kind of the plan. And I'm not going to be studying. I'm just going to be focusing on cricket, and then see from there where I can go. And that's the plan. Hopefully get some more offers, some other places.
Just on that, I know your education is important, and that's one thing that we both sort of are very high up on our topic list. It's good to see you staying in Dolphins. I see so many of your younger players, when they get an opportunity to go to Varsity, they always go out either to the Tucks or to Joburg or even down here to Marty's. And I think it's great to see you still going there, and then hopefully you get the opportunity there with the academy and everything else.
Yeah, I think also there's not many universities in KZN for boys to stay, so that's why most of us leave. I think for me, I might be studying next year on an online agricultural course.
I was about to asking about, because I heard a rumor this morning that agricultural studies is the way he wants to go. Very good faculty in Bloemfontein for that.
Yeah, well, options are still not closed off, but so we're going to have to just have next year to decide.
I know a certain gentleman named Bloemfontein called Gerard Maria that will gladly look into that agricultural studies for 2027 then. For Seth Simpson, Eugene, you know what I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah. Most definitely.
I'd love that. Yeah.
Seth, thank you very much for catching up with us. Always good to chat. Congratulations. You had a wonderful 2025 and played some great innings. And best of luck with your year at the Dolphins.
Thank you.
Just a last question here. Your team is in a very good position here. I know you guys have lost one, but surely if you get a good win here, is the bonus point in the thought play process here, because it's very important for you guys to win well to still stand a chance to maybe lift that trophy.
It was definitely a part of the small discussion, but obviously I think we just need to focus on doing the small things correct and focusing on our plans, and then hopefully that bonus point will come with it. But we're not trying to focus on winning the whole game. We're trying to win small battles on the field, and through that we're hoping to get the bonus points.
And lessons have been learned. 2 days ago you had the champion 70 for 7, and then they came back. What was the discussions? If you have a team in that position again, what were the discussions to try and improve on that?
So I think for us it was just being just keep going, keep staying focused. I think for us we just lost a bit of focus and thought it would just come. But at tournaments like these, teams bat till 9, and it's something we had to learn on the first day and on the second day. So realizing now we mustn't change plans, keep bowling to plans like we're bowling to top order batters. So we keep going to plans, staying focused,
Thank you very much. Thanks for that insight, Mr. Simpson. All the best for the year that lies ahead.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Seth Simpson, he says all the right things like a captain does. Man from Westville Boys High School. It's not just about saying all the right things, it's about then applying them on the field. But he's a good young man and a good find for the Dolphins. He's a man in their own structure, and it's very good to hear that he'll be staying. He played some memorable innings for Westville throughout the year. Had a good Kaimajula week as well. And one of the form players, schoolboy players in 2025.
No, most definitely. And I like how these youngsters just speak so well, and the thought process as well. But I like what I hear here. They spoke about it. They said, listen, why should we change it from how we bowl to batters 1, 2, and 3? And when the rest of them come in, we just think it's going to happen. No, it's not. I know Johan would have had some fun. 57 for 5. He's keeper. He would have just done cartwheels or anything like that, you know.
So I think that to me is the biggest thing that I take out of that, because we as coaches, Eugene, speak about that so often. So if Topov takes care of batter number 1, why will Topov not take care of batter number 11?
That is the million-dollar question.
And sometimes, what do? Batter number 10 or 11 hits us once, and then we go panicky as a bowling side, and we want to change a lot of things. Have you caught up on the score there on the Marty C field recently? I think the champion sort of cruising to victory there by the look of things.
Well, I saw your boys celebrate once. And 1 it is, 59 for 1.
Batters at the crease.
Oh, Ruben van Zyl, 15 of 24. He's yet to kickstart his Cubs week, but that's after 10 overs, so they're halfway there, more or less.
So it is the leg spin of Shiraz Perumal now into the attack in over number 18. Oh, that's a decent enough start by the leggy. Saw him bowl a really good spell here. Was it on day 1 or day 2? When did the Coastal Conquerors play on here? Day 2?
Played the first game.
First game. Tarantal on strike. He's yet to really get going. He's 1 of 10. Couple of dot balls to start for Perumal. They don't want the leg spinner to settle. I want to work him for 1s and 2s here before he really settles. 3 dots. That's gold for a leg spinner.
Well, at the end of this over, there'll be 20 overs left.
Yeah, it's becoming a tall order. It's nigh on 7 runs to the over now. Tarantal gets 1 down to long on. Brings Luca Plaka onto strike, who's 28 from 40. Talk about prolific seasons. He had a prolific season in 2025 for Polros Gymnasium. Luca Plaka. Northern champions looking to secure a bonus point win over the Western Legends, which will all but wrap up the title race of the CSA Cubs Week 2026. Both long on and long off on the boundary as Plaka plays that out 2 long on for a single.
Listen, Tarantal can bat. He bats fairly high for Weinberg. 137 still needed. The rate is a tick under 7.
He's a good player, Tarantal. All-rounder.
Well, he was selected originally for the SA invitation side at Kaya Majola. And haven't we seen so many players?
Yeah.
That's one of the best things or inceptions by Cricket South Africa for that tournament, because so many players have come from that invitation side, forced their way in either to the schools or even the Colt side, and then forced their way into this Cubs.
100% agreed. And I sometimes feel for provinces because they can only pick 12 or 13 for Kaya Majola, meaning there'll always be unlucky players. And with the inception of that CSA Invitational side, I remember years ago it was the South African under-17 side that went, and you almost had a double bite of the cherry to get yourself to Kaya Majola Week. And I think it's fantastic. Corbin Tidbury, Michael Tarantal, Riley Miller, you can name.
Tidbury?
Yeah.
And what they've decided is that there's 2 pools or 2 groups. There's the platinum and the gold group. And the invitation side play in the gold group, and I think they've been so successful. Talks were that they should go up, but I think it's been great that they should stay in that gold group to even raise that sort of standard within that group.
All of a sudden, the breeze has become cooler. Johan Ferreira, who's a semi-local in Paul, although it absolutely never rains in Paul. But he'll know that this cooler breeze all of a sudden might mean a bit of trouble on the way. He's a quizmaster tonight in Durbanville.
Oh, is he?
Johan Ferreira.
Beautiful. When it's sport questions, just call me up. For the rest, nah, not for me.
You've got a vehicle here. Maybe we must go answer some questions.
Oh, we got to watch it.
Good single. Good single from Luca Plaka. It's been a fantastic week thus far once again, like it is every year at the CSA Cubs week. Marty's, perfect venue, perfect host, 3 fields right next to each other.
And everybody's watching each other for sure. I think it's a great concept, this.
Kept out by Tarantal, very full, very straight. We saw Gideon de Toy lose his wicket to a ball like that from Mapanga, who's 1 for 7. Very miserly. Where do you go now when you're Tarantal or Plaka? You can't just keep defending.
No.
That's the problem.
Because that rate will just forever keep going up. Every dot ball, it just goes up and up.
Oh, these regs stay nice and hard, don't they? 2 new balls, 1 from each end, so it's only 9 overs and a bit old.
No, it is. But like I said, the game needs to go forward here from a superstar's perspective. Yeah. It's only 3 runs off this over.
.30 or 42 Plaka. He's playing his part here. Can he accelerate? It's well bowled. That's a hard length. Get some bounce there from just back of a length as well.
Yeah, but how many often don't we see people use that bounce and just ride the ball down? There's another opportunity for a single potentially gone there for me, because if you're not going to get the boundary ball, you got to just get the ones. 5, if they get 5 singles, that's a win. That means that rate is not going to go up too much. This partnership worth 17. And it needs to develop into something far more substantial.
1 over before Ferreira times twice takes over again. But can we see another wicket here? Or can we see some acceleration in the 20th over? Exactly halfway. 19 overs gone. 63 for 5. They require another 135 for victory of 19 overs. Very watchful is the tall fella, Michal Tarantal.
Well, if he's going to hit the ball to the leg side, he's hitting it into the breeze. So he's got to be wary about that.
Oh, it's the outside edge. Beats point to his right. I'll get a couple.
Well, at least we only spoke through 1 wicket.
Oh,
Ferreira times 2 have been very, very busy in that first power play.
It's neatly played. It's all the way along the ground. Fielding done with a man who will stay in the orange cap, Ben Hawkley. Been the master blaster so far at the CSA Cubs week. In after this over, JD, Johan David Ferreira, and then Johan Ferreira.
Is it David or David?
David.
I got rectified before I even finished that sentence.
David. Shot. Slog sweep. They can all play that these days. Gets himself a 1 bounce forward as Luca Plaka. Is he going to be the man with the magic for the Southern Superstars?
It's got to be these two. It's got to be these two. You actually took that off the stumps. Well put away. And thankfully the ball just rolled back. into the field of play.
It's our snake bush there.
Don't want to go venturing up there.
Puffy.
But like I said on day one, the men in green are more likely to go venturing. They know. That's one shot. One attacking shot that's done that. Next ball wide.
Yeah. Agree. Running away from that slog sweep. Tosses it up. Goes again. Fielder out there now. Does good work. Keeps it down to a single.
That's Raza out there. This talks that he will know every blade of grass on this Coetzenburg Oval as well.
Becoming a Marty. Rowan Raja from St. Charles College. He spent time under Mornay and Divan van Wyk. Runs the cricket program at St. Charles College.
Man with the iron gloves.
One of the best cutters and pullers of a cricket ball I've ever seen. Mornay van Wyk, not a bad hockey player as well. Those hands. Finished his career with a very high backlift at the ripe old age of 40. That's the end of the 20th over then. 18 overs to go. And the Southern Superstars, 72 for the loss of 5. Plekker, 35. Tarantal on 8. And into the commentary box is JD and Johan Ferreira.
Thanks, Put. Thanks, Eugene. 72 for 5. That required run rate. Just a touch more than a run a ball. Plekker is set 35 or 45. Tarantal on 8. Mapanga continues. Cut and just short of the field there. Half stop. Can't prevent the one. So another one to Plekker. And just to build on what Eugene and Sput spoke about, is just being mindful of the fact that you're still chasing a target of 196. So at some stage you've got to say yes. We've got 5 wickets in hand. But we need to tick that scoreboard over. Sometimes you will have the boundary option, sometimes not. So appreciating the good deliveries. But this partnership is key to the outcome. You just really feel that the hopes of the Southern Superstars rest on the 2 that's currently at the crease. And Plekker is the man that's set. We saw a similar approach in the way that Ben Hawkley went about things, and he top scored. Tough times up front, but then settled down and did a good job for his team. Played a big hand in getting them to that 195. So is Plekker the man to do it for the Southern Superstars?
Yeah, the man from Paul Russ holds the key and joined by Tarantal. We've seen what he can do at the T20 scene. And let's see if he can replicate some of that hitting power and get them over the line. 122 runs remain that they need to chase down. But it is the in-form man in orange, Ben Hawkley, leading run scorer. We've said plenty about him this week, but he truly has been special. And a man doesn't just speak well, but he's prolific with willow in hand. And let's see if he can add another catch to his telly this week as well. It's been good on the field as Hawkley. He's good at first slip, good hands, and he's now finding himself in the cover position.
It's been a good spell from Bonga Mapanga. 1 for 11, or just 1 ball shy of 5 overs.
Contributed 72 with a bat yesterday, Mapanga.
Plays around his pad, but it was always slanting down towards the leg side. Difficult to get the LBW decision when you're going around the wicket as well. Just from your natural angle, you've got to straighten it up and then hit your batter in front of the stump. So many variables that come into play when you come around the wicket as a right arm fast bowler, medium pace bowler.
End of Mapanga's over. It's great. Bowling figures 1 for 11 and he's 5. bowling very, very well. Line and length kind of bowler, and staying disciplined. Plecker is 37 of 48. Tarantal 9 of 24. It's the man from Paul Roos. You feel that should they get close to it, he's going to play a massive innings. Flirting with that wide line again, Shiraz Perumal.
He hasn't settled for me just yet. Needs to be slightly fuller. That's better, but it's cut away for one.
He's got a different run up. Starts with that hand wide of the body, and then looks to turn that over quickly. What will Tarantal target here? This wind has picked up Johan, and it's into the teeth if he wants to hit it. Just decides to work it on the leg side, just for the single. And he's a powerful batsman, is Tarantal. We've seen that. But time to play sensible cricket, build this partnership, and then look to have a go.
And it's also good captaincy, to your point. That's where you want your spinner to bowl. If you had the choice, you want your spinner to bowl with the wind, the batter hitting into the wind, especially at Coetzenburg. Long boundaries, that's too short. Can't bowl there, and that's going to give him an opportunity to free the arms and help it along for another 4. And that's to my point of Perumal missing his length at the moment.
Well, take a look at him here. No, that time gave Luca Plecker plenty of time to latch onto that and dispatch that into just the very beginnings of the treacherous Snake Valley, as it's been dubbed.
And that pace, again, you look at the field set and you have a first slip in play, but at that length, your first slip's going to do nothing.
So going to watch a good game of cricket.
Yeah. If you are going to be indifferent with your length, then rather take Hawkley out, who's currently there. He moves off to the right. You would have seen him just jog off to the right. For me, he's worth nothing there if your length is not going to be full. You want your player to drive so that there can be a bit of turn. The edge, that's what you're aiming for. That's the game plan. You want the edge to be found on the drive, and that brings your slip into play. That's better.
Just works that off the legs. Tarantal just knew it was the last ball to survive, and that's Perumal over. And let's see, 114 runs. We've got, 16 overs remaining. Set us up for a bit of a T20 finish here if these two settle and Tarantal settles well.
The only little problem now from a Coastal Conquerors perspective is Perumal is going at 6 to the over, just over 6 to the over. And then you've got the containing role and the more accurate, more economic bowler from one end. So from a batting perspective, you probably say, okay, let's try and get 3 or 4 from this over. It's easier said than done, of course, but let's not take risks and let's wait for the opportunities that has already presented itself from the spinner. That's a lovely straight drive. Not enough power on it to beat the field, but they can jog through for one. Luca Plecker, he's well into his 40s.
A fumble there in the field. Thought it was going to be a lot closer in terms of that single being taken. But if you see Bunga Mpanga being really economical, bowling it tight, you'd like to see Perumal on the other side also contributing. Just keep building that pressure, looking for that rash shot and then taking the wicket. But Mpanga has been full value.
Even at this stage of the innings, 23rd over, the Conqueror is still aggressive in their approach with a slip in play, and that is man with the orange cap, Ben Hawkley.
We've seen that on the first 3 days as well, where teams get into a similar position where they get early wickets, then fail to capitalise. They fail to go for that killer blow, and this Conqueror's side still have the man at first slip, like you mentioned, Johan. That's the man there, man with the orange cap. Tarantal gets that into the ground just for the single. Keep rotating the strike here.
Powerful frame that Tarantal, you can just see if he launches and he hits it clean, there's not a field that's going to contain him.
Definitely not. Strong boy out of Wynberg is Tarantal. his partner will try and hit one into his school hostels. It's down the road from us, Paulus Gymnasium.
Lovely fielding from Boyce. Now, I was having a discussion earlier today with one of the Western Legends' parents. We were talking about his son, Otto Kraus. And I would love to get your take on it, because we're seeing exactly Mapanga's approach is the same. So around to the left-hander, over to the right-hander. And I asked Heinz Kraus about that and why Otto specifically was using that strategy. And he said it was something that was initiated by Ryan McLaren at Grey College in Bloemfontein. And Ryan McLaren, former Protea, very involved in the cricket system, as you know, in Bloemfontein. And he just spoke about getting something different in your toolbox, your bag of tricks, not always being set on doing one specific thing, being able to adjust when the situation needs it. And he found a length and a liking to bowling around the wicket up front to a left-hander.
Yeah, I think the skill set of Otto Kraus is something that's improved quite dramatically under the guidance of Ryan McLaren. Obviously, you don't have to say a lot about McLaren. He's, he was prolific in his time as a player, and also involved with the Cape Town side at the moment. There's a bit of work for them, but I've seen him work with the players in the holidays or in the winters, specifically in the off season, and having a fast bowling academy is what they call it. Also adding many skills to their skill set, and Otto Kraus has quietly risen to be their main bowler. Swings the ball nicely, and he's an intelligent cricketer. And it's I guess the bonus of having an ex-Protea in the mix, a man who's played in an English county system, so knows how to exploit scenarios and situations. He's played on the subcontinent in India for the Kolkata Knight Riders. So yeah, I think it's having the likes of McLaren in your ear only bodes well.
But I think that also, just to that point, is that at the end of the day, you can develop the skill set, but you've got to play what's comfortable to you to execute to the best of your ability. No surprise to see a change in bowling. It just hasn't happened the way that the Coastal Conquerors would have wanted in that spin department. So they've taken Perumal out of the attack.
Yeah, we spoke about having a bowling partner, bowling in partnerships and applying the pressure. And Mapanga was getting it right from his end, but Perumal just didn't settle from that end. And we've had the change now. It is the number 11 of Roxton Payne, Marty's man.
He would love a wicket just to make up for that blemish in the field, the one that he dropped. That's good. I like that from Payne. Just reminding the batter, listen, I'm there, I'm going to throw it back, keep you honest. He's had some experience at this venue in Stellenbosch. It's also nice the variety that the modern day system has. You have the left arm orthodox, left arm offies, right arm offies, leg breaks, medium paces, left arm seamers, right arm seamers. I said in commentary 2 days ago that I think a trick for youngsters now, offer something. Don't in modern game, especially I'm talking white ball cricket. I'm not talking 5-day cricket. Offer something, even if it's a bit of office. You never know when you'll be needed when things aren't going according to plan. Oh, there we go. Roxton Payne has delivered. It didn't work out from that end, Perumal, and now they have gone to someone else. And Roxton Payne says, "There we go. I've ticked off that drop catch earlier."
There we go. Punch off the back foot, but straight to the fielder. Luca Plecker will be kicking himself. He was the settled man, 45 or 57. And it was a difficult task, but it becomes even more so as a 41-run partnership comes to an end. They need 109 more to win. And it looks like we are off to a drinks break. And folks, don't go too far away. And we'll catch you when we are ready to carry on with this innings.
Welcome back to Stellenbosch Coastal Conquerors. There is your summary of the match situation. Remember, reduced from 50 overs per side to 38 because of weather. 195 for 7 is what Coastal Conquerors put together. Ben Hawkley with 59 from 62 deliveries. Found a willing partner in Joshua van Bouillon. Key partnership to getting them to that 195 for 7. And now they've got the Southern Superstars in all sorts of trouble. 87 for the loss of 6. And the man that looked threatening, that was becoming the glue in this innings, has just been dismissed. Luca Plaka from Polrus Gymnasium. He's out, so that changes the complexity. And I must say credit to the leadership department for Coastal Conquerors. It didn't quite work out for Shiraz Perumal, and they got together. It was a group of 4. And they had a long chat. Should they persist with Perumal or change things up? They decided to change and introduce Roxton Payne. And Roxton Payne is delivered immediately. First over, and he's in the wickets column. And it's all sorts of trouble for the Southern Superstars. Tarantal is still at the crease, but he's still making his way. And this is going to be a difficult period now. Who is going to put up their hand when needed most? At the moment, Unati Magoloza is batting. The 2 left-handers at the crease for the Southern Superstars. Roxton Payne with a wicket, having only conceded 1. It's the great start, brilliant captaincy, and they're on course for a big win, Coastal Conquerors, unless there's a bit of magic in the lower order of the Southern Superstars.
We saw that lower order that needed to fire yesterday, but they failed to do so. Got skittled out quite quickly when they were 7 down. But Tarantal, well, if he was looking for a challenge, he's found it. Partner Unati Magoloza out of the Kailicha hub. Well, have to dig in here and make sure he rotates the strike and gets Tarantal facing the most of these remaining deliveries.
So, Shiraz Perumal has changed ends. And that's what they've come up with from a strategy perspective, saying, okay, maybe it's just not working out. Wind, it's still blustery out here, but not as prolific as when we started commentary. It's there. Cloudy skies.
Pitched up by Perumal. Hearing on the expensive side. Conceded 19 in his 3 so far. And let's see if this end works out a little bit better for him. Tarantal assessing the field. Looking at his scoring options.
It's much better. It's not panic stations just yet, but that required run rate with every delivery, especially a dot, it's going to push up. And it's now knocking on the 8th door. There we go. It's just ticked over to 8 to the over. 4 wickets in hand. You almost feel Tarantal, he's eyeing it up. He's going to attack. He's just looking for the right delivery at this stage. Just knocking it down the ground for a single. Roxton Payne, who was successful in his first over, does the fielding. Magoloza about to face his 3rd delivery.
See if Perumal changes this up. Floats that up. Looking for a signal. Single apologies as the bowler had to run after that.
Yeah,
to the fielding of his own bowling.
For me, I just think Semal Pillay missed the trick. It's the 3rd delivery that Magoloza has faced. He has 2 boundary runners straight, so long off, long on. I would have brought both up. Invite the drive over the top. It's not going to happen with the 3rd delivery that you're facing. Tarantal sees one short, identifies it, picks his gap, and will beat the 2 fielders that converges. They won't cut it off. That's another 4. And that's been the Perumal storyline so far. It's just the inconsistency. Again, just misses his line, drops short, and Tarantal has the presence of mind, nice work of the feet, good feet movement, and then picks his spot and executes beautifully.
Oh, he's such a good timer of the ball. Almost looked effortless that time around. Tarantal, like you said, he's a man with long levers, big frame. So when it needs to be hit, he'll step to the fore. But they're going to need plenty of where that came from if they are going to chase down this target. 103 to win. And they've got 13 overs after this to accomplish that.
Oh, now it's Fuller and he bowls him. That is the end of Tarantal, and Perry Newell is the last laugh.
Take a look at this again. Sides to toss this up a little. Has him reaching, yeah. It's gone straight through the gate. A beautiful delivery. I must say, probably not the best shot we've seen all day selection, but it is Tarantal who will find his way back to the Cloaks. 18 of 34 he scored, and Perumal gets his wicket, and one has to feel that this Coastal Conquerors side will go in at the end of this fourth day with a W next to their name today.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Perumal has been expensive in the context of the run rate that's been achieved by the Southern Superstars, but he's repaid his captain's faith that changed ends with him. It's a double blow for the Southern Superstars. 2 wickets in quick succession. First Luca Placker, and now Mikhail Tarantal dismissed in the space of 2 overs. 93 for 6.
Onto the pitch comes Timothy Short. Saw him with ball in hand, bowling quite well. It's being welcomed by a bit of a committee of the Coastal Conquerors. Had to walk through a bit of a cauldron there. Got a good afternoon and how do you do? Remind them of the match scenario, all this Coastal Conquerors side. And then he's the wicket taker. Man Roxton Payne will continue into his second over.
Now Perumal will be relieved. 1 for 25 or 4. Still going at 6 to the over, but that wicket's gone. It's always a good momentum boost.
Yeah, we'll change it up now, but it is definitely Timothy Short that's joined us at the crease.
Still playing with that slip. Attacking mindset continues, so it is Ben Hawkley at first slip, and with the orange cap signalling and showing those in attendance that he's the top run scorer at the tournament. Payne is making it very tough, not presenting anything. Magaloza and Short, they have a mountain to climb. I feel that the mini battle was won by Roxton Payne. It's a good return on the money, but 2 runs to Magaloza.
Good bowling here from Roxton Payne, asking some questions. Played that and played it late at Magaloza. But 95 for 7 is where it's at. And this Coastal Conquerors side will be looking to wrap this up in a hurry.
What Roxton Payne has done is he's moved slip out. Once the protection, then he bowls it down the leg side for a wide. Just a bit of a, sorry sir, gets the hand up, sorry skip. I don't mind seeing that. If he's protecting that late cut, that exact shot. You might argue and say, but the slip is worth more, but the run rate is climbing. You always bring the short fine leg that's in the circle across and put him at first slip if you're going to maintain an offside line. And the shot and anger. Oh no. Oh, then that's what you want now. Close in on the field and then say, right, I'm going to send the invitations. I'm going to send it by the minute.
Take a look at this replay. And Roxton Payne will not have enjoyed this. Bowls it in a bit quicker. Does Payne.
Yeah, it's the traditional reply after you've seen a chance go down.
Well, folks, if you're a youngster looking at tips on how to catch a ball, this is probably the one you're not going to save. Oh, that's into the basket.
Regulation.
It's out the basket.
No, that's not enough. We've seen 2 go down, and both were not difficult.
Yeah, that looks like Spoedsmith on a Sunday afternoon between 2:30 and 3 o'clock in the outfield. Short. The man from Stellenbosch. And I think he's going to die wondering.
Yeah, JD, I wanted to say that, you're between a rock and a hard place. You're not going to win anything now to stand and block it out. You're not going to win any friends. The reality is there's 12 overs to go. You've got to go now, and you've got to go hard. You need 100 runs in 12 overs. It's not going to come by blocking the ball. You've got 2 spinners.
Sends his batting partner back, denies a single.
Yeah, so 2 spinners operating in tandem. And yeah, again, very easy to say and do the commentary, but the reality is go hard, and if it doesn't work, it hasn't worked in any case. You're staring down the barrel. There is the shot that they've invited because they've kept the field in the ring. So that's exactly what they wanted to happen. It will be 2, they'll think 3, and they'll push through for 3. Good running.
A good piece of fielding there as well. Player goes in for the slide, just flicks it up, and the relay throws waiting for it, sending it with some interest, but 99 for 7. 3 balls remain in this Perimal over. And what will Unati Magaloza do here? Also, again, just looking at the field placing, where he wants to go.
Solitary man saving 1 on the onside is where it's hit to. Sometimes that just happens, and it builds the frustration from a batting perspective. It's just not going the way you want it to go. There's some Fuller from Perimal.
Following the same sequence in the way he got that and tall out, one a little shorter, and the next one a bit more flight, drawing him into that front foot. Just Magaloza getting back to it. Tarantal failed to do so.
And the classic spinner's dismissal through the gate. A good fielding again in the inner circle, just squeezing and creating more pressure. Now over that produced 3 runs, 27 gone, 99 for 7. Perimal 1 for 28 of his 5. Magaloza has 3, Short has 3. Imposing target now 97 to get. 11 overs to do it with 3 wickets in the bank.
If you're a betting man, you'll know where your money will go for the W. But strange things have happened in the world of sport. We've seen some crazy things happen. But common sense kicks in and just grabs me by the ear and tells me to catch a wake up, as it doesn't see it happening yet. But the beauty of sport.
Yeah, no, and that's why we do it, because there's no foregone conclusion that
We spoke about the
favourites-
438 game,
yeah,
did we? Not earlier.
If the favourites on paper would always win a match, why would we even go to the venue?
100% ask the players in the SA20.
Short beats the inner ring.
Good cricket shot. He'll get 2 for his efforts. I like about this Conquerors side, they're still hungry in the field, throwing their bodies about, trying to deny the singles and the 2s wherever they can.
100 up for the Southern Superstars. I like what Simol Pillay is busy. As a captain, he's always aware and mindful, changes things up, reacts very quickly. Now this intended sweep shot, well, there's bat involved, but it goes nowhere that he intended it to go. So he was setting up for the leg side scoop, and it finished short third.
We said the short won't die wondering. That was exactly it. A little quicker that time from Roxton Payne, straight into the pads of Tim Short.
That's a good reaction from Roxton Payne, anticipating that the lap would come again. So fire it in there. You've got to move your feet pretty quickly. Well, that's the vacant territory should be cut off and will be cut off.
Good fielding again. Spoke about that earlier on. Getting the bodies in the way, making sure they cut them off. And still not willing to give an inch is this Coastal Conquerors side. Payne just conceded on the 8th of he's almost completed 3 overs.
Roxton Payne just looked up and then decided to drop long on back to the boundary. And now gives it flight. Good flight and bowls him. Isn't it amazing? He's just visually showed short that he was going to push the men back to the boundary. And that just that doubt, because that's the scoring option. Flights it up and Short decides, well, then I'm going to go around the corner, misses the straight one, and he's done for.
Clever bowling. I think Short also moved a little bit early there onto that offside. Exposed that middle and leg stump, and Roxton Payne said, thank you for falling into the trap. I will oblige and then remove your stump. And it is Timothy Short with the parts for 7 of 8 deliveries. And Southern Superstars in all sorts as they go 103 for 7.
Stroke of genius by Simol Pillay to do the swap. Roxton Payne has delivered 2 for 8. About to finish his 3rd over. The heart has been ripped out of the Southern Superstars lineup. It started up front. They were in all sorts of trouble. And from the onset, you just saw that this was maybe just a mountain that was too big to climb.
Nati Magaloza still at the crease. But, it looks like Taiwan Adams, man from Klein Nederburg, who's joined him.
Adams was superb with ball in hand, picking up 3 for.
Something 3 for 8 if I'm not mistaken.
His analysis.
No, I'm talking about the score in
Oh.
total. 103 for 8 if I'm not mistaken. Just trying to...
Yeah, it was the
Look at that,
conclusion
yeah.
of the over. So 2
Yeah.
for 8 is Roxton
Roxton
Payne's
Payne, yep.
analysis. Quite right. Another change for the Coastal Conquerors. Rowan Raja is back in the attack. He's picked up a couple of wickets, 2 for 14 from 5. Final rights being written in this fixture. Just throws the bat at that, and they can't do anything but do that. There's no ways they're going to get to the target any other way. Play the aggressive brand. One more batter to come. Loaded with left-handers in the batting department, the Southern Superstars. Again, there's a slip and play immediately. That Ben Hawkley did a lot with the bat and has been setting up camp in that first slip position. Did a bit of outfield work in between. Still being encouraged. To your point as well, Coastal Conquerors, they're hungry, they're mindful. They're not going to let it drift. Thinking about the attack, how do they wrap up this match inside the 38 overs? They also want to get off the field. One more match day to come.
Yeah, they'll be looking forward to getting to the hotel and getting their feet up. Becomes a bit of a drag on the 4th day. Bodies start taking, not start, but will be a little beaten up. And every second you can spend off your feet is a bonus. Especially those guys who turn the arm over when it comes in the bowling department.
So just outside of your picture, they've moved the gully into play as well. So again, just illustrating that attacking mindset. So it's just he's off to the right. You won't quite see him in play just yet. Towards Hockley's left. The gully is there. Solitary slip. Backward point. Heavily loaded offside field.
Carries nicely through to the keeper. And Roger still has a bit in the tank. So there's a replay. He's got a bit of energy left in him. He's 2 for 15 of almost his 6th over. It's a good delivery. It's again from Raja.
Yeah, brings to an end another over. Only one off it. Good return for Raja. 2 for 15 of 6. 104 for 8, chasing 196. Magaloza has 4. Adams still to get off the mark. Just looks from, again, visually, the firepower is not there in the lower order to try and challenge this 196.
We see a lot of teams that throughout this week at bat down to 9, maybe even 10 in some teams, and some teams just don't have that depth. And I think the management and Graham October and Esmond van Wyk is definitely going to have a word with the Southern Superstar side once. I think even when they get to the hotel, I think there might be a little team meeting after this, and just to sort out a couple of things.
A nice flight like that from Payne.
Slow through the air as well.
Getting darker in Stellenbosch. Light is fading and fading quickly. So they want to wrap this up. Locals say that there might be a chance of some rain. It is building up, but from a Duckworth Lewis Stern perspective, the game is safe for the Coastal Conquerors.
Magaloza doing his best to annoy and frustrate this Coastal Conquerors side. Fighting with everything he has. Quite around like 10.5.
Well, to me, there's just no intent now being shown. It's Adams, yes, he's faced 6 deliveries, but there's nothing in anger.
Apologies, right, Magaloza down, but it is Adams facing.
Just look at that, forward defensive block when you need to go at 10 to the over.
Yeah, the noisy combination of Molion and Smith arriving.
Yeah, look at that. Another block, forward defensive stroke. So we're just going through the motions at the moment.
I'm talking about going through the motions. Such Spoot Smith has written a manual about that. A flight down the leg side wide.
Yeah, I can see the plan. He's giving it more flight. He's inviting the big shot, but it's just not coming. It's just a pad back is the approach. Look at that forward defensive test-like approach.
I think management called for the bus to arrive a bit earlier, but he decided, I will make him burn all the diesel he has in his tank because I am going to hang around. I'll show these openers how it's done, said the man from Klein Nederburg. It's the end of the 30th. I want to make way for the prodigious talent of Spoot Smith and leave him to wrap it up for us.
Thank you, JD. And Spoot and Eugene Molion will take us home. 2 more wickets remaining. Required run rate of 11.3. And someone who has chased that down by himself is Spoot Smith.
On PlayStation, yes. 80% strike rate on PlayStation 3 with those circumstances. JD Ferreira will just stay for 30 seconds as Eugene Molion just has a bathroom break. But Johan Ferreira, thank you very much. Good luck with being Quizmaster tonight in Durbanville. Maybe we pop by. There's a stroke in a bit of anger as Mr. Molion makes his way in. So thank you very much to the two Ferreiras. That's their shift done for the day. And JD Ferreira on his way as well. Leaving it up to myself and Eugene Molion to finish up here.
Can't be always the two at the end, whether it's cricket or any other things.
I wonder who's doing this schedule. We need to speak to him. Why was it done in this way? 107 for 8, and I think some folks might be running away. But what I'm trying to understand in this last 3 overs is all these defensive strokes. They need 90.
11.6 to the over.
You see Carl Adams, there's none of 11. And begs the question, what do you expect from a tail end in the circumstances? You probably don't expect him to win the game. Do you expect him to have a bit of a go? Or is this batting practice now?
Well, why not go and have some fun? If this was the first innings, you would say, yeah, you got to bat the overs. Second innings, you got to get 12 and over.
Down leg side, Dalen Boyce in his 7th over. Just a reminder, 38 overs aside after a 12 o'clock start. Game that was scheduled for 50 overs and a 10 o'clock start. 3 bowlers can bowl 8 overs, 2 can bowl 7. Boyce has been one of the picks of this bowling attack throughout the tournament.
Yeah, that he has. Loves his energy in the run-up.
Huge. Any idea how long it took the Northern Champions to chase down those runs against the Western Legends? Did they get the bonus point? Because that will take them to 19 points.
Yeah, I think that's well and truly done and dusted. They got them. Those runs in, let me just see, it's a game that's done, so I have to go back into it, but I think it was 14 overs.
Boyce wraps him on the pads. Big appeal, not out. Umpire Ghost just leisurely goes on a stroll away from the stumps. He wasn't interested at all. So Adams off strike. It'll be Unati Magoloza, who made 40 not out in a memorable victory 2 days ago. His partnership with Michael Tarantal won to savour. So he's no mug.
Just to answer your question, they got it in 15.2 overs.
So it is a bonus point win for them then. Oh, the old Chinese cut between the legs. And it's going to rush across the Coetzenburg outfield for 4. The home of Marty's cricket with a carpet of an outfield.
Well, they've managed to get a boundary. Well, he nutmegged himself there.
He did indeed. Photos on the scorebook. 4 is 4. Well played. Awesome cover drive on the up. Crashing through extra cover. That's what he'll tell his mates.
31 gone. 7 overs to go. You know Roxton Payne will be at the stumps all the time. It looks to me that the men in green have learned their lesson from 2 days ago. And they're definitely well and truly staying on top in this encounter against the superstars. Lots for them to think about after winning days 1 and 2.
Matchup for tomorrow. Southern Superstars versus the Western Legends.
Southern Superstars will be playing the Northern Champions tomorrow.
Oh, they will indeed. You're right. You're right. Coastal Conquerors.
I'll get those fixtures for you.
They'll be playing the Eastern Warriors. Which means the Western Legends and the Central Gladiators will lock horns. The Conquerors require 2 wickets here for victory. victory that looks more than just likely. Cole Adams hasn't gotten off the mark yet. And now he does, off the 17th delivery that he faces. Well, the neat-looking drive through cover off the bowling of Roxton Payne.
Famous last words there from Spit. And yeah, just to come back to that, the champions, who I think are champions now after that bonus point victory today, will play the Southern Superstars. Not sure which ground these games will be happening or be played at tomorrow. It will be here at Coetzenburg, one of the 3 grounds. The Gladiators versus the Legends, and then the Conquerors will take on the Warriors.
So the Eastern Warriors and the Western Legends currently only have 1 win apiece. Looks like the Conquerors will go to 3 wins out of 4, Superstars 2 out of 4, and the Champions 4 out of 4.
Yeah, with a couple of bonus points.
It's not been without its pressure. They were in deep trouble in 2 of their games. But we've seen throughout our visits here to the Cubs Week in Stellenbosch, they're a sort of, or they have a sort of culture where they just never give up. They just keep coming at you as well.
That is the key. That for me is the key, because you stay in the game for long periods of time, you can certainly get the rewards for that. Just slightly worried about the clouds moving in here. It's got a lot darker. We can see that scoreboard a lot clearer for the first time this week.
It's the first time this week I can see on it as well. 115 for the loss of 8 to 31 overs. I'm not looking on the screen, I'm looking on the scoreboard. Batsman's on 10 and 8. Now it becomes difficult. 10 and 2 rather. Shot in anger, out, caught mid on. Dalen Boyce completes the catch. And the 9th wicket is that of Unati Magoloza.
Well, he's just decided, listen, I'm going to have some fun here. Tried to go over the top. Just manages to find the fielder. And I guess we can all start our cars and loosen our vocal cords, because this one is going to be in the bag here for the Coastal Conquerors.
Talking about famous last words, Eugene, I don't think there's any chance whatsoever the Superstars get across the line. But the Coastal Conquerors will want to get off the park in a hurry.
They want to. And maybe even take a bonus point with them.
Yeah, they should. They should have a bonus point in the bag, yeah. So they'll have 3 victories out of 4 games. They are a quality outfit. Batting department players like Ben Hawkley, Joshua Fumbleyon, Seth Simpson. The list continues. Semal Pillay. And then a bowling of bowlers like Lita Gonya, Dalen Boyce, Mapanga, Roxton Payne, Shiraz Piramal. Good side. Good side.
And what the Dolphins and the Tuskers need to do is find a way of maintaining those players, because they are good players that can feed into those systems at professional level.
They're doing their best with their academy and things like that. We heard Seth Simpson say that they are shot over mid off. Where's that come from? Good work by Dalen Boyce, but they're going to come back for 3.
Nicely timed.
Just getting back to that, we heard Seth Simpson saying that there's not that many options for them to study. KZN, University of KwaZulu-Natal is there, but don't offer all the variety of courses of the bigger universities. Plyke's the man in. Got 3 off his first delivery. So it's Cole Adams on strike again. So, yeah, for the Dolphins, they are heavily reliant on that academy structure. For the Tuskers, who's also in Division 1 currently. It's all about getting the youngsters contracted, I suppose, and academy contracts, Colts contracts, things like that. to make sure they stay within the province.
But we have seen as well the user that has just passed. ETA stepping up now, made up of the online students.
Yeah, and on the rugby side, I know Stadio is really desperately trying to get the right things in place to be able to play at tournaments. They've got some quality rugby players on their books. So yes, the distance education learning programs are slowly but surely making their way into those tournaments. Decent delivery outside the off stump.
I think the men in green will take a lot of heart from this week. You keep mentioning it, and they are a very good side. And they've always come to this week full of promise, and they just haven't been able to put a performance together consistently over the 5 days. And here's a question for you. And I said this at Kai Majola as well. I want to get your take on it. Hopefully, we got time to do so. That over ends. What about a rest day? I said maybe take 2 or 3 days. If it's just one rest day, yes, there's money implications, there's financial implications. I understand that. I'm just purely thinking and talking about a cricketing question now.
I like the idea. Had to think about it a bit, but these guys do play a lot of cricket. You know, most of these players were at Kamajola week 16 to 21 December. Then some of them played in that SA Schools, SA Colts game, which makes it 6 games in 6 days. Then you've got a sort of a 9-day break, and then you play 5 days again. That's after full school seasons. That's, you know, so body-wise, yes, I think most of them would immediately say yes, especially in the heat of Stellenbosch. And yes, there are all those implications that you spoke about. But I do like the idea. Oh, he has a dip. He has a dip like he's. I like to see that. No reason not to.
Why not?
Have a go, young man.
Why not?
Make name.
Just to come back, I think for me it's about the quality and the quality of the week. And you do see a little bit of a tail off or a dip come day 4 and 5. Because fatigue and everything else does kick in. And caught Sput unaware.
Lawnmower being started here, right behind commentary. That's good fielding by Perumal. Roxton Payne still in the attack. His figures are miserly, but he's been bowling mostly at the tail enders. Slows it down. Does Roxton Payne challenging Taywin Cole Adams to say, have a dip, have a
24
go.
balls though. 24 balls.
He's keeping up his end well. Faster, he uses his feet, smashes him through cover so he can play those strokes. Taywin Cole Adams. He's played plenty of senior club cricket, as Eugene Molian said earlier, so he'll be no mug with a bat. Fantastic cricket stroke.
Good use of the feet and then just letting his hands go. And he has got a few shots in the locker for sure.
That was clearly one that he decided before the ball he's going to do it, because it was the faster one from Payne. And almost out of necessity, had to whack it just to get down on it.
Well, here we have the choosing of the ball. 34 overs gone. They have to choose one of the 2 balls for the remaining overs that remains. 73 runs still needed by the Superstars. 1, 2, 3 for the loss of 9. 18 to the over.
72. 74. 5. rather. 75 of 24. If not impossible, then very, very improbable.
Well, not sure you can hit Roger for 18 in and over.
You have
Back
to
into
try.
the attack.
Bottom edge. Gets past. Single for Plaatjes. Raja. Slowly but surely getting back to his very best. Struggled with injury early on in 2025. St. Charles College product. This will be his home ground next year, according to reports. This year, 2026. Oh, nut. Proper nut. To number 10 or number 2.
Yeah, you're going to need a barn door to play this delivery. And you can still see the movement that he's even getting.
That's some ball.
Well, I hope Raja's got himself sorted in terms of the heat in Paul, in Boland area, where he's going to be playing most of his games.
It's a very famous Raja brand, known for its heat. Should be occasionally.
Well, there'll be more placid decks to bowl on than this.
Yeah, they can be placid at times, especially comes January, February. It's taken all that heat of the Boland summer. It's finally played by Plaatjes. Rode it nicely, comes back for the second. Good running by Plaatjes. Bridgeton Hub. Houthoorn. Plaatjes.
Yeah, SVD area. Built nicely as well earlier today. He will take a lot of heart from this week, a lot of learnings back with him to the southwestern districts. Well, that's up and over. And 4 more.
Well, at least he's making some sort of a fist of it as Plaatjes he's come in and played his strokes. None better than this one. Smashes it baseball style over mid-off. Clearing both hips and throwing the hands.
Well, you a seamer. You've just been hit over mid-off for 4. What's the response? I know a few men what their response would have been. Let's see what Roger's response will be.
I don't think it'll be any different. Oh, he goes for the slower ball, the old double bluff. Loved his thinking. Look at the smile from Plaatjes. End of another over, end of the 35th. 131 for the loss of 9.
Well, that is not what I think other men would have done.
No, not at all. Not at all. They would have gone for the old bouncy bounce.
Or as Johan Smith puts it, the bumper.
Would have been a bumper because he wasn't trying to take his head off. There's a difference. A bouncer is for effect. A bumper is for results.
That is the difference. That is the difference. As you can hear when you say bouncer and bumper.
So we saw Cole Adams move his feet. The last delivery that he faced from Payne, hitting him through the cover area. That one's just tickled to short 45. 17 balls remaining. Oh, he bowls it slowly as a dip. Chance for long on. Drops just short.
Well, I'm not sure if he picked it up well because he was still not coming in. He was almost on his back foot there. Was it in the air for such a long time? Adams thinking he got all of that, didn't get anything close to it.
Sleeping bag and pillow again. Sleeping bag and pillow for the man at long on. Got to be more aware of the situation. It's good fielding. Out on the offside boundary.
Just food for thought for superstars from what we've seen over the last 3-4 days. Their top order is a concern going into tomorrow.
Yeah, surely. Has to be. They just haven't fired at all. Both of it, or all of them have had their sort of little moments, little 20-minute spells here and there. But they're flattened or flattered to deceive. That's hit. That's well hit by Taywin Adams. And he gets himself another boundary. That's good work by the youngster.
Well, he's enjoying himself out there now. Great position he got himself to hit that there to the cow area. The ball could not be stopped. After being 2 off, I think it was 24 deliveries, he's now gone to 12 of 30.
He's up the ante. It's going to be in vain, but it's good to see. Smashed! That was smashed by Taywin Adams. Goes all the way. You hear the little cheers by his teammates. That fist bump says he's having a go here.
Well, this is clean as a whistle. Clearing that boundary there. Has gone all the way for horns. And he's now 18 of 31.
And he's thinking, what have you guys done? Should have given me a chance here. I can bowl, I can bat. Oh, tossed up even higher from Roxton Payne. He's 2 for 29 of 7. They require 52 for victory of 12 deliveries. They hit 8 of them out of the park. And they've got a chance.
Well, it's going to be Platjes on strike. He's 12 of 10. And it's going to be the captain that's back on.
But can he hit it over the boundary? That's the question for Platjes. He needs to. He's hit it for 4 on a couple of occasions. But he needs to hit it into Donnie Craven next door.
He's going to swing himself off his feet is what you want.
I want to see some action.
I don't think there's a need for the dab. It's just the need for the swing. Don't dab it. Leave the dabs for later.
True that. Platjes. Defensive. Defensive prod. He's changed character between the overs. What's happened? Thought they were having a dip at it.
Yeah, it's a big swing. Big swing.
He swings indeed. Connects nicely. It's good work out in the deep. Taywin Adams, he's got himself going. He says, no, leave it to me. I've got 9 balls here. Decent connection. Hits it square. That's good fielding. Out in the deep. So Semal Pillay, it's his first over of this match. Maybe he got his calculations and his bowlers slightly off. Strange time to bowl your first over as a left-arm orthodox bowler. Captain might have messed up the maths and he said, I'll take it on myself.
Too much to think about, captains.
Neatly played for a single. What are we seeing?
Well, I think Platjes is more aggressive from that side. And then Taywin Adams will take it from this side. That's what I'm seeing here. Off stump guard there. Look at that.
Method to the madness. He's swinging here. He's swinging. Now there's going to be no half measures. Man from Otuan. Looking to send it back that way. Walks down the track, swings, goes to cow corner. A lot of energy expended for a single. Directed means they're coming back for the second.
Energy well spent. Come back for 2.
Looks like we might just finish this game. All 76 overs thereof. Started only at 12 o'clock. Both the games on Marty C and Tussie's done. Tossed up. Hit down the ground. Maybe a single. That's the end of the lone over for Captain Semal Pillay. And the last over of the match quickly approaches. Adams on 19, Plyke's on 15. It's been a good partnership for the last wicket.
Yeah, they have. But more questions than answers, unfortunately, for the Southern Superstars yet again here at the Cubs Week.
How slow will this be from Roxton Payne? Let's see.
Hopefully it will be brave enough. Must also remember last year this Cubs Week took a different format. It was 2 groups of 8, 2 groups of 4 teams.
Yeah, Namibia and the US of A.
Who won the tournament.
They beat the Southern Superstars in the final after losing to them on day 1.
That's correct.
Quicker. Beats Plyke's on the inside of the bat. He's 16 from 16 going at runner ball. 4 deliveries remain. Goes on the power sweep. Doesn't make connection.
No, he's now practicing reverse.
He's got all the strokes, yeah? The number 11. Fired in again. Neatly played. Chance of a run out at the bowler's end. I think the Coastal Conquerors would love to take this final wicket. 2 balls remain in which to do so. Slows it down again. Goes downtown. Dribbles out to long off. 1 ball left for Taywin Adams.
And I think it's going to come in the nick of time. A few drops falling here now.
It's going to be comfortable. Very, very comfortable indeed for the Coastal Conquerors. Once again, we see a side who lacks the knockout punch. Bowling the opposition out. Smashes it. Chance. No. 6 runs for Taywin Adams to finish off proceedings. He'll be 25 not out of 34. He scored 23 in his last 10 deliveries. Waited for that one nicely. Cleared the right hip. Dispatched it over deep backward square.
Yeah, also brings up the 150 at the end of the match. It's a match that belongs to the Coastal Conquerors. They've done really well. They were inserted early today. Shortened game, 38 overs. Conditions really favoured bowlers. But they managed to get up to 195 in their 38 overs. And the Coastal Conquerors never got going, losing wickets very much early on in the piece. And I think that will be the difference between the two sides. The amount of wickets lost within that first power play. It seems to be the motto of this Cubs week so far. Teams losing wickets in clusters early on in the piece. But, however, a great performance by the Coastal Conquerors, winning this one quite comfortably by 47 runs.
Northern champions then will be the unofficial champions already. They'll be crowned that tomorrow, no matter the result of their game against the Southern Superstars. Comfortable victory for them today over the Western Legends. And what a performance by the Coastal Conquerors. It'll be handshakes in the middle. And the picturesque town of Stellenbosch and the University of Stellenbosch. Marty's Cricket Ground will be our venue tomorrow for the final day of the 2026 CSA Cubs Week.